Since when is that new, honestly? Anyway, welcome, folks, to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Like I said, let me hand it off to D, who does that thing that he does very expertly. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. And then DJ D says, let there be light, and there it was. You have to be 21 and over to be here, if not, you have to leave.
Yeah, man.
Back to you,
Cheers, D.
Tim.
Good to see you. Cool looking sunglasses. We were just talking about that. We've got, what's his fucking name? Oh, for fuck's sake. I am Groot. The fuck's that guy's name? Vin Diesel. We got Vin Diesel on the show. Anyway, he grew back hair and decided to come onto the Chronic table. Anyway, folks, welcome to the show. It is a takeover evening, so please listen to D. He's the boss. I'm going to be in the background, probably. I don't know. I might still pop on or something for a little bit. I'm going to smoke a joint here first, but then after that, I got some stuff to do. But yeah, hop on, folks. You're more than welcome to. Please ask nicely in the chat. That's basically the rules. Of course, first rule is don't be a dick, don't show your dick. Of course, don't be a douchebag, don't be a farty pants, don't come here to start drama. Just got an email from someone who has been, gosh, how did they even explain it the other day? Like a great friend of the show, an enemy of the show, friend of the show again, enemy of the show. I'm like, I can't keep track. Anyway, the email was nice. Hi, how you doing? Da, da, da. It was one of those, and I was just like, oh, okay, how you doing? Bizarre to me how much fucking drama my tiny show has had. Please keep the drama, save it for your mama. This show is for having some fun with friends, smoking some weed. I told the gentleman that emailed me it's always supposed to have been about the seeds and the genetics and the cool freaking herb that we smoke. No comprehension where all this fucking dumb garbage and drama came from, all the hatred and everything else. Just fuck off. Save it for yourself. If you're a hateful person, go start your own fucking show. Build your own fan base if you want to. I'm sure maybe you'll attract lots of fellow hateful people. I mean, I'm not even being sarcastic. Like, there's a lot of people who basically build entire communities on reaction videos, talking shit about other people. What was the genre that I just learned today? Fucking Ragecore. No, that wasn't it. That was something else. Anyway, there's a whole streamer like with millions of people, like fucking these people have millions of subscribers, where they basically intentionally piss you off. Oh, there's rage bait channels on and on. It was a different category than rage bait. Fuck, I can't remember. Anyway, go start one of those. Fuck, go do that. Honestly, go do that. Let us live our lives. We have very short lives. We human beings, like we're here for a very short time, then we're gone. Let me live my life. Go live your own fucking life. Come on and join us to talk about cool things instead of stupid things. I don't know how much more clear I could possibly be. If you're still baffled, then you're just going to get banned when you come on here and act out of pocket. It's something else. It's something fucking else. Come on here, talk cool things. Tell us about what you're growing. Tell us about your seeds. Tell us about your garden. Tell us what you're excited for. Tell us what you've been puffing recently. I don't know. Maybe you had something good recently. Was it? I don't know if it's going to happen, but Bud Kilowatt was telling me about the farmer's market and his brother and stuff. I could still go there by myself. But what was I going to say? He was telling me about all the cool tomato farmers and stuff. I'm like, shit, how cool would it be to actually go to one of these farmers markets and eat? Well, okay, it's not the first time I've ever gotten a good tomato to farmers market. But tell us about the last time you had some good weed at a dispensary. Perhaps you have farmers markets where you are that sell weed. Tell us about that. That would be spectacular. There are a few places. Obviously, you have to be somewhat coy sometimes about what the specifics are, but there are some places in Michigan and others that have actual weed farmers markets. It would be fun to hear about them. Honestly, a lot of us, we had some in the past in Oregon. I don't know of one that's current right now. So if there is one, I'm not in the circle. How do I put it? Even those were kind of their own time somehow. Anyway, tell us about your locals farmers. That's it. Tell us about how it works. Tell us what you get there. Tell us D gets his weed delivered. Tell us about your delivery. Tell us about those experiences. We'd love to hear about that kind of stuff. The discussion doesn't have to be this very little narrow window that we basically normally talk about with specific growing issues and stuff. Like, folks, it was always supposed to be actually a tasting group, morphed into all this other stuff. I sort of let it because I had all the drama in my personal life. I sort of let the channel kind of wander adrift, and here we are now. But long story short, ladies and gentlemen, it's supposed to be a fun place for you to talk about cool things about weed. Weed is supposed to be something that enhances your life. Anyway, I'm gonna hand it off to D here, who's he's talking about it. Oh, I think he was saying save the drama for your mama. D, how about we introduce you, my friend? Welcome.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Just show. Wow, I'm like 5 minutes behind now. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a great night. I'm smoking on some 24 karat gold tonight. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. Also, I do live show pre-shows like earlier. Uh, I'm muted.
No, you just said doo doo though.
Oh, okay. Do. There you go. D_zombie_793, I believe it is. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, D. Good to see you.
You too,
What's
man.
going on, Smash?
What's up? I'm just eating real quick. I just got home.
Nice.
Shit. What were you? I was gonna say something when you were talking about like things to talk about. I lost what it was. Fuck.
Oh, there's
You're gonna
always
talk
something
about
good to talk
delivery?
about. Pardon?
You're gonna talk about your delivery service?
No, but
Oh,
Are you doing delivery, Smash?
no, that would be cool. We don't have delivery. I think the only like you have to be a medical patient and only certain dispensaries have it here. And I
Mm.
guess it's a pretty hard thing to do.
They have delivery down here in California. I haven't, I don't shop too much at dispensaries, so I haven't really had a chance to look at it too much. What was I going to say? Actually, speaking of the dispensaries, I'm basically running out of weed, and I've been trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to do? Because I'm still here for like at least another week, and obviously I don't want to go without if I don't have to. And so I was looking at different dispensary menus. Consistently more expensive than Oregon. I was honestly surprised. In the past, California was always cheaper than Oregon, but now I guess with the taxes that everyone genuinely it's probably the number one issue I would say that comes up basically anytime the commercial market comes up, the recreation, the legal recreational market comes up in California. They talk about tax. What is it, 37% or something in California? Well, you see it because even the eighths of smalls and whatever else are like 30 something bucks. Normal eighth prices are, I guess, what, 40, 45 bucks up here. Like, boy, that's a blast from the past. In Oregon, top shelf eighths. I mean, you'll still find some super top shelf eighths. What is it? Treehouse Collective, Archive, a couple of those places have really good eighths for a lot of times Treehouse will be Archive eighths for 40, 45, 50 bucks an eighth. Pretty high end, but it is fairly high end weed basically on the commercial market. But most of the time you can get you can get an eighth for 20 bucks. Nice one. Honestly, 20, 25 bucks. You're starting to talk about boof when you're talking about 15 bucks an eighth, 10 bucks an eighth. But down here in California, it looks like honestly you still pay probably 20, 25 bucks for boof. Kind of crazy. I guess the hash prices are probably cheaper. Flores tell us that quite often, but I haven't actually looked that much. I don't have a rig or anything down here. What was I going to say? Yeah, been actually really consistently surprised by the prices. Whereas, for example, the clone prices are ludicrously cheap. Speaking of Archive, Archive charges between $30 and $50 for most of their clones. They have every once in a while some that are more expensive, so every once in a while some that are cheaper. Here, the clones, Flora's been saying that for a long time. 10, 15, maybe 20 bucks. Super special cuts are like 30 bucks. It's comical the differences. But anyway, whatever. That wasn't really a fully fleshed out thought, but still. Oops.
I'm starting to see our price equalize over here. I got a $10 gram of oil the other day. Oh yeah, 7.10. I grabbed a cart and I grabbed some oil. And the thing is, I'm only doing it because like I'm bored, you know. Like I had oil. I could have got a cart, but I was like, I'll just stop at a dispensary on 7.10. You might have to meet up with Bud Kilowatt. Excuse me, so you don't run out.
Ooh, yeah, I actually think I'm gonna go see him. I was gonna say tomorrow or Monday, and I haven't texted him back. I think I'm gonna have to go see him on Monday. Just a little bit easier that way. It's like 2.5, 3 hours to get down there. Can you imagine?
That's
Uh,
crazy.
yeah, right. Like, what do they say? In Europe, 100 year. No, in Europe, 100 years is a short time. Fuck, how do they goddamn put it? In America, 100 miles is a short distance, and 100 years is a long time. In Europe, 100 miles is a long distance, and 1,000 years is a long time. I think that's how the expression goes. But anyway, yeah, it's like it would be like from here to Germany for a lot of people, for from Germany to Italy or something to go see Bud Kilowatt. It's kind of funny, but
How long does it take to get from the
That's
top
pretty.
to the bottom?
that's what she said.
Um,
Of what?
fucker.
Like the top of California, up near wherever Humboldt or whatever, all the way down to Southern California.
Well, good question. Probably about 17 hours if you did it in. I mean, you probably have to stop for gas, obviously, but if you somehow miraculously didn't, you could probably do it in about 17 hours. Um, it's probably just a little shy of 1,000 miles. I haven't really
That's,
measured it that way, but basically, it's about the same distance from top of Oregon to the bottom of Oregon as it is, let's say, from Los Angeles to San Diego. A little bit less distance, but not a huge distance.
Right on. That
Mm,
is cool though. You get to go see Bud.
mm.
Too bad you didn't have time to time it out when Captain was coming down. See him.
Yeah, when did he come? He hasn't been here for a while, has
No,
he?
not yet.
Hmm.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, too bad. I don't think I can. I don't think I can
Yeah.
swing going out to see Flora.
Huh.
It'd be
um,
nice, honestly. Joshua Tree area. That's basically where he is. Joshua Tree is beautiful. Nice to go see that.
should just try to do a little meetup or smoke sesh. Be like, oh, we're doing a private little smoke sesh. Meet me here.
Yeah, that's my thought. That basically it would be better if we all get together because there's a few different people down here, Big Kush and any number of other people, of course, too. Um, Not to mention, it'd be really fun to meet Bud's friend Masonic and a few others. So it might be nice to actually arrange a real, like a real deal smoke sesh. So we'll see one of these days.
I do want to meet Masonic too. He just seems like I don't know. He's kind of like a nerd like me. He likes Pokemon and all that stuff, and he likes video games. You don't find many people. I don't know. I was saying this the other day. Like I'm in a weird generation where well, I think you you are too. Like we're in a weird like mid generation where the generation before us was all about like back breaking hard work, um, like manual labor almost. And then the generation after us is all about technology, work smarter, not harder, like total. And then they have technology. I like, I hate to say it, but like my mom and like my aunts and all that don't understand the concept of like you could actually make money playing video games or on the internet or
Yeah, I
this
don't. I
and
don't think I was with you on the whole back-breaking work thing because I don't know that the I don't know percentage of back-breaking work is higher or lower now. But I know what you mean. Like it really annoys me that my parents basically told me that video games were stupid, right? And the reality is that some of my friends' parents did not. They didn't tell their kids the video games were stupid. They either didn't discourage them or even encourage them in some ways. And sure enough, some of these guys became computer programmers and video game designers that made quite a bit of fucking money, honestly, over the years. I've known a few of those people over the years. Um,
yeah, they
it's
tell you
infuriating to
literal
me that there were
job.
so many people in my generation that basically, or like you say, the generation before us, our parents' generation, that poo-pooed it all, right? And yeah, it did us all basically a real disservice. There were even people that honestly said that working with computers was stupid because I guess, like you say, I guess now I'm starting to understand what you meant because some of the old timers basically they didn't understand technology at all, and for them it was such a bizarre foreign concept they didn't even want to get involved, right? And so they would basically just like it's kind of the mark of a stupid person actually to be prejudicial against something you don't understand. But sure enough, they would be prejudicial against computers and technology and whatever, basically because they didn't understand it. They would reflexively call a Game Boy something stupid, a waste of time, blah blah blah. It's kind of like I say, it's the mark of an idiot actually when you look back on it in life. Being prejudicial against things that you don't understand really is one of the biggest tells of being stupid. But that's the reality, that we had a lot of stupid fucking forefathers, to be honest. Willfully stupid. To this day we still have a lot of stupid forefathers, I guess. Poo-pooing technology unnecessarily, right? But
Yeah,
I'm getting philosophical. Yeah, no, like
ever
if
seen
people are talking shit about AI and everything else, there's plenty of concerns to be had, but sort of being reflexively prejudicial against it, that's pretty foolish. So anyway,
you seen NVIDIA just released their super processor? It's got like it. I can't remember the exact like specs of it, but it's supposed to like process more data than anything has ever been able to.
no idea what you're talking about now.
Oh, hold on. Oops.
What was I going to say? There was a story just a while ago. Some South Korean researchers, I want to say, came up with a new process to speed up. Maybe that's what you're talking about. They came up with a process to speed up computer. Shit, I don't understand it well enough. Enough for the plant, or somebody would have to explain it to it. Basically, make computers go burr, make them faster and better and stronger. Pretty much that. Can't remember. It had something to do with the capacitor on the board. I remember.
Blackwell, I think they called it.
Blackwell was a Intel processor. No, maybe not.
GPU.
I think that's what it was. It was a new thread processor. This is over my ski, but a new thread processing technology for GPUs that dramatically increases their throughput, something like that. Yeah, I'm really throwing idiot words together. If anybody, I can't see the YouTube chat right now, but if anybody knows what we're talking about, feel free to chime in.
Supposedly, it's going to help AI process even more.
I think we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, it was South Korean researchers or some shit. I don't know. You can probably find better than I can.
It's going to be interesting to see what comes up in a couple years.
Oh, things are going to change a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of folks now that are talking about, after the sort of whole AI craze has happened for the first year or so, because it's been what, a year and a half. Are we live still? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, right on. Anyway, folks are saying that the AI craze might be a little bit overhyped, actually. In fact, Goldman Sachs just the other day came out. Goldman Sachs is a huge bank in New York that basically is like a market maker, right? And they said that AI is tremendously overhyped, that there's basically no real monetization strategy, that there is still, frankly, a lot to be done. That basically the processing costs, like we just talked about, are so high that the benefit is still really not there. And it's really interesting to hear that, because after a year, everybody's saying, AI is going to take our jobs. Suddenly we find out that, yeah, in some cases, actually, that is true. That definitely is true in some cases. But overall, it has not been this knife that cut through the employee workforce or some shit that people were saying a year ago.
At least they're like, wait,
Pardon?
we thought when artificial intelligence was going to get, and well, is it really artificial intelligence? Isn't there another phrase for it too? But anyway, people think we got like to this point in life that it was just gonna mop up all the energy or all the knowledge in the world and this and that. But people are learning it's gonna take a while, because like if you go to like an AI image generator, they can't even get like human fingers and stuff right yet. Still, as
That's not
computers,
really Mid Journey is pretty good, and even what is it? OpenAI's Dolly, I guess it's called. They're pretty good now. Excuse me.
well, as computers get faster and better and stronger, the AI will have more power. That's like this GPU I was talking about. Supposedly, it's gonna like triple or 6 times the data that the computer can transfer through it.
Sorry, Gordon knows what I'm talking about. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Oh, now I forget. Fuck, I forget. What's
Here you are.
going on? What's going on, hardcore? Oh, are you muted? No.
Cheers.
Welcome. What's going on, buddy?
Hardcore.
Not much, just wrapping up my garage sale shit for the day.
Oh yeah. Did you buy or sell?
I sold quite a bit.
Oh, sweet. How'd you do?
Couple $100.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, it's
Did you
weird.
put
It's
in
like
the-
I had maybe a dozen people all day, and one person spent over 100, and then like that was pretty much it.
better than
But the
nothing.
last time I did a yard sale, I actually sold a bunch of cards, sports cards. I sold a bunch of like Marlboro stuff, old vintage Marlboro. This was early 2000s, so it wasn't that vintage yet, but Marlboro stuff like a dartboard. And I had probably about $200-300 in my pocket. I split the table with someone, so he made about 200-300. So we did pretty good. And I'm walking around at the end of the day, and I see a pair of speakers
Uh-huh.
for exactly like 250. And I was like, I'll give you 150 right now. He was like, nah, 200. So all the money I made that day just went right back to the place. I bought two 15-inch JBL or JL audio speakers.
JL audio, I don't know. JBL, of course, I know. Well, how were the speakers?
Good, good. That
Yeah.
that company's really good. I got a really good deal on them.
That's
JL
cool.
Audio is a shit, man. I used to have some. I think they were W10s or something like that.
Huh? I never knew about them.
Oh yeah, fucking. And then they had to. I think was JL the one that came out with the square fuck, or that was Kicker.
Kicker had one. I think JL Audio had one too, though. Kicker had the solar Barrack. It was called the Solar Barrack.
Solo Barrack. Oh yeah.
2 ways to play, 2 ways to win. Match any of your numbers to either winning numbers when the prize shown. Match 3 like prize amounts, win that amount. Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh.
Of course, my
Oh, what's that?
two numbers are 1 and 3.
I've got a 1200-watt Fosgate punch sub that I have fucking and like a homemade band pass I made for it that I've had for fucking ages. But I haven't fucking that thing hasn't played music for like probably 10 years damn near.
They don't really go bad. The ceiling talking and ceiling stuff goes bad, but the speakers usually last pretty long if you just leave them.
And that one I've got it facing into the box too, so it kind of has a little bit more protection. Somewhat.
Supposedly speakers can wear out, but I don't think I've ever worn one out. You guys ever had I've had worn out headphones. Like I've definitely worn out. I had a pair of. Well, I still have a pair of Sennheiser 550s or something. They're mega old by now. They're probably 20-something years old. I use the shit out of them. And they're kind of like soft in the middle and stuff. I literally kind of wore them out, but I don't think I've ever worn out a speaker. You'd have to literally run the thing for like 10 hours a day. Have you guys ever had that?
I've
I've
blown
seen
them
some
before.
studio speakers
Yeah,
go.
so I was gonna say hardcore.
You guys all talked at once, at least for me. What were we saying?
I've seen
No,
some
no one's
studio
talking.
speakers go.
What? Again, they talk. Go for it, D.
Go Smash.
I've seen some like studio speakers go after a while. I've seen some of the cones come undone after a while. Like the
Mm,
glue holding the cone on
mm.
comes like goes. But I've never physically like the electronics. Like yeah, I've seen stuff blow up, but it was mostly user error.
You make a good point. I wonder if many cases you could just fix it. I guess it depends on the because if it's just the magnet coming unglued or something, you probably just glue it back on there. It's probably not that big of a
I've
deal.
taken medical tape and shit and tried to make new fucking what do they call them, the recoils or whatever on the outside, or like you get that foam and everyone wants to push it like a button, so you got to sit there and take like a needle to pull that little button back out, the center thing.
All right,
Holy
guys, we
shit!
need
This
one
all the
more
stuff that you
challenge.
buy and sell hardcore.
No, it's just kind of my shit I collect, and then I every once in a while I'll sell some.
Where do you pick it
No,
up? At estate sales and stuff?
thrift stores and shit. I guess thanks school. This is a chicken cooker. You fill this with beer,
Hits himself.
then you put a chicken on there and you cook in the oven.
Oh no shit! It's like a beer can chicken.
Yep. But I mean, they charge. I think these, if you wanted to buy this new from where
Yeah.
it comes, like $80 or something like that.
Uh,
Here's some fucking badass.
by the way, way safer than beer can chicken because they line beer cans with polyethylene or whatever the fuck. You want to roast your chicken with that shit.
Fucking chip and dip bowl. It's like,
Mm.
like fucking 10 pounds. You can fit a gallon of fucking ice cream in there. Yeah, a couple of them things. I know, I've got all sorts of shit in here. I just put all my glass away in here, and I've got a lot of fucking cool glass. But here's a badass ashtray, fucking a pottery one, and it's a fucking match striker too. Got a little resting spot for your smoke.
I was listening to a podcast a couple of days ago, I guess. What podcast was it? Well, anyway, they were talking about salsa and laughing like fuck because they pointed out that in Mexico, for example, I mean, salsa basically is endemic, I think, to North and South America, honestly, in one form or another, I guess you could argue. But of course, Mexico, Central America, and El Salvador, I think they have more traditional salsa, right? But they were talking about how in the US, we basically eat chips and salsa, which is like for a Mexican, like eating chips and ketchup or some shit, because salsa is a condiment. It's not a dip, basically, right? And you're like, you start to think about it, and you're like, okay, what really is the difference between a dip and and a condiment? And it's just sort of one of those funny philosophical things that you're like, what would Plato have thought about the difference between a salsa and
There's a
ketchup? They're both
couple
tomato
black.
based, right? But they're different. They're different. And then tomato mole, of course, you could have. Anyway, the philosophical things you can talk about with salsa. But anyway, I was fucking laughing because I was like, fuck, that's right. Salsa really is like a condiment, you know? So anyway, whatever. It was funny to me. I don't know if it's funny to you. Is that
There's a couple.
uranium glass?
No, it's
Oh, it's just green.
more from the 70s. This is Anchor Hawking. And there's another one back there, another chip and dip.
Company's still around.
I think this one's technically a chip and dip. Here's some badass fucking corn on the cob fucking holders for your corn. And
Well, those are cool.
I don't know, I got all sorts of shit.
Or no.
Got a bunch of old fucking, I don't know.
Fuck it. No. Okay. What's that? I don't know. Okay.
That reminds me, Hardcore's wheel reminds me in a permuted, well, thanks to Cheetah Piss that I'm smoking in a very permutational way, about Game of Thrones, about breaking the wheel. And then I was like, oh shit, I haven't been watching the House of Dragons or whatever the fuck. I think I watched the first episode, but that was it. The show's probably over now. It's probably been, or it's probably almost over. It's probably like sixth episode or something. Because I think the first episode was maybe like a month and a half ago. Yeah, so it's probably almost over for the season. I haven't even watched like 2 episodes, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it. That's so weird. Not to mention, I'm in Los Angeles where there used to be posters for Game of Thrones all over the fucking place, and I haven't seen one poster for House of Dragon or anything.
Okay.
It's all been like Eddie Murphy this, Eddie Murphy that. He's got the Beverly Hills Cop.
Bet you like to kiss your feet and suck your toes, though.
See, I'm
Facts.
I'm trying to get over the fact that his name says Axel F instead of Axel Foley, and every time I read it, the way they wrote it, I'm just like Axelf. I'm like, hi, my name is Axelf.
XF.
That's it.
So I bought 5 scratch tickets
For what?
$2, so I spent $10. And I won 4. $8, $14. Nice. Funny thing is,
Congrats.
three out of the 5 were the winners. Couple bucks here, couple bucks there. I got to go back and go 5 more because the big winner's coming soon.
I don't think granted, I don't play the scratch offs basically ever, but maybe once a year, once every couple of years, honestly. But I don't think I've won anything ever since, like, seriously, I don't think as an adult, I don't think I've ever won it. When I was a kid, ironically, I won a couple of times, but I don't think I won once as an adult. No.
I won when I was like 20. The most was $2,000 I ever won.
Holy shit. Oh.
But I also spent. I was in the hole like $300 from the casino. I was on my way back, and I had to stop at the gas station to fill the car up. And I was like, I had $100. I was like, all right, look, I'm gonna fill the gas tank, and then I went back in with the extra money. I had like $32. I bought a bunch of $2 bingo tickets, all the same ticket, $2 for $32. And one of them that fucking hit $2,000.
Really?
But ever since then, I haven't really won anything. Like lottery wise, I won a couple lights and shit, but
That's lucky.
technically my HLG 100 came from Dude Gross. They had a photo contest.
That's cool. Oh, I kind of remember now. Yeah,
I just bought a Dude Gross hat, so it was like fresh and crispy because they had 2 limited edition ones. They had one that had like a fake Louis Vuitton print, which is sold quick, so I bought the other one that had like camo on it, and I put that in the picture, and I just set it up with some recharge and stuff, and I took the picture, and it won.
That's cool.
My favorite color, camouflage.
Kind of sucks. I did tell you guys Las Vegas. I actually went to the last one.
I'm gonna myself.
The last what?
Las Vegas. When I went to Las Vegas for the glass show,
Oh, yeah.
that's the last one they're having.
Really? Huh.
Yep.
I wonder why.
I guess they have a more local glass show that's been going for like 30 years almost.
By the way, is it just me or is Smash's audio terrible?
It is.
Okay, yeah. Smash, your audio is terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why I'm muting myself. I know I get feedback.
No, you're
The
roboting,
audio was worse.
right?
It was bad enough.
What, do we have the fucking audio
Wait,
gremlins or
what?
something? Oh, you were roboting.
I don't know.
Apparently, we're all terrible now.
all right. What about now?
That's better, I think. Keep talking.
Glass Vegas. I was talking
There we
about
go.
Glass. Okay. So yeah, it was the last Glass Vegas. I guess they have a local show that it's been going for almost 30 years. It's more like a local artist show. Um, and Glass Vegas was their other side project. But I think COVID really killed it. Like they tried to bring it back after it, just glass art, the prices just went down.
Hmm. I've
Buffalo
actually heard that. I've heard that sort of in general. Yeah, like not only, of course, you brought it up. Who else brought it up? A couple people on the show have brought it up, and I don't remember who now. But anyway, I've known a couple of glass artists, friends over the years, and I've heard that basically the glass market has taken a huge hit, which is very, very interesting. You know, it used to be people were like, "Oh yeah, bro, glass is just the future." I don't know. Everybody basically thought that being a glass blower was a one way ticket to stardom. Where, for example, tattoo artists are killing it. Tattoo artists famously are making even $400 on average an hour now. That's lawyer money, right? So that's literal, honest to God lawyer money. There's a lot of lawyers that don't even charge $200 an hour if you can find them. But what was I going to say? That's bonkers to me. It's just bonkers, bonkers, bonkers that a 2 hour tattoo would be like $1,000 with a tip, basically, because apparently you're always supposed to leave a tip.
Just
What's
a
that?
tip.
I
Nice.
think it
Just a
really
tip.
depends on the artist. Like,
Pardon?
so I know an artist that goes to Japan every year and like he tattoos traditional Japanese stuff. He's like,
Oh, that guy's probably $1,000 an hour. Yeah, shit.
well, yeah, I think the price, like if you're gonna get a tattoo by like someone 1 to 3 years with 1 to 3 years experience, they shouldn't really be charging over 100 an hour.
Hmm.
But
Still a lot. Wow.
my opinion, I get it, it's a lot of work. I have a lot of tattoos, but honestly, the supplies aren't shit, really. A couple of bucks when you're buying needles in bulk and ink in bulk and shit. You know what I mean? The only thing you're really
Yeah.
charging is
Yeah.
your time at that point. It's not anything like nowadays you can
And I
get
was saying,
animation.
yeah, the tattoo artists, just in general, even sort of mediocre tattoo art. I mean, you were just saying somebody with not all that much experience, $100 an hour. Well, holy shit, glass artists don't get $100 an hour. Back in the day, a friend of mine basically said he tries to get $1 a minute, basically. So as he's just kind of calculating, okay, this is going to cost such and such or whatever. If it takes 5 minutes to make something, he's calculating, okay, he can't take 6 minutes to make it because he's losing $1 on and on and on. I doubt they're making any more than that now. You know what I mean? And so the tattoo artists are making far more. It's very interesting, actually. And by the way, a glass artist would probably have significantly higher costs than the tattoo artist, like you say. So every single glass piece, he has to pay for the glass. He or she, of course, has to pay for the glass. Has to pay for oxygen because you have to buy oxygen tanks. Have to buy the what is it? Propane, I guess. So propane's not so horribly expensive, but oxygen's pretty expensive. What else? Torches. I don't know. I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff you have to pay for. Way more, I think, I would imagine, than a tattoo because you've got a tattoo gun, which is not cheap, I know. But then the ink, I don't think is super expensive. So other than that, I mean, I guess you have to keep yourself clean and the rent and stuff like that. So that's not inexpensive. But I mean, interesting when you think about it. The tattoo artists are valued so highly.
Nowadays I've seen people going under like anesthetic and letting like 3 tattoo artists blast
No
them
kidding.
at once.
Huh? How is that? I don't have any tattoos. How is that in the whole tattoo community? Would that be a faux pas that you didn't take the pain or some shit?
So I don't know. I don't know. Like when they're not just doing little tattoos when they're doing it, like they're doing full on back pieces at one time. Finish, start to finish, you know what I mean? So maybe in that sense, when you're actually getting blasted, like a whole back piece or like your whole leg or something crazy, okay, whatever. They got numbing cream now. They got a whole bunch of tricks of the trade now. Back when I was getting tattoos, it was, does your artist have a heavy hand or a light hand? because the heavier the hand, the harder that needle's hitting you, and the deeper it's going, and the more it hurts.
Hmm.
That's what she said.
Get in.
I got some. I was gonna harvest today, but I was looking at them, and I might end up doing like a partial harvest, like harvesting the top of my plants and leaving the bottoms for another like week or so.
Good idea.
Because one of them, the tops look like they're done, but the bottoms could definitely probably do another week.
They did a lot of stage harvesting on them big on the big field. A lot of times we take like the center cola, and then like on like one that wasn't trimmed in like southwest corner cola too. A lot of times you get two buds off of one. Kind of chop them into that. I don't know. Feel them until they start to get a little bit lanky.
I,
I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I did a 20-gallon with 3 different blueberry kush plants in it, and I'm trying to make a blueberry kush bush.
I got fucking like 4 types of blueberry muffin going right now, and
Holy
blueberry
shit.
fruit.
That's
I've actually
crazy.
never grown blueberry muffin.
It's good. I like it. I liked it.
I
I got
smoked it.
blueberry fruit too. I was gonna have a bunch of tiny little plants though again. Me and my late ass.
I'm waiting for my outdoor to start flipping. I got the STS ready.
I just.
Um, as soon as the males start, I'm gonna chop. I got 5 Chem Dog Cross the Chem 91 Calios out there, and then 1 kosher Kush bag seed that Stone Root brought over. I'm probably gonna end up pollinating it. Just leave it next to everything. So there's gonna be some interesting fem seeds coming out, I think.
I've got just a shit show of different things. Fucking, I've got like basically like a whole bunch of just open pollination shit from last year, or just like just bag seed from all my fucking personal or whatever. And so I was kind of sloppy with my fucking throwing pollen around, but I know there's a lot of cool. I mean, everything was good that it was fucking went into it. So
Oh shit! I found the hack to get. So like Miranda Family Farms was doing. You can buy sheets of pre-cut stickers, and you can just print on them. From this company Avery. But me searching the internet, always looking for deals. I came upon Temu, and you can order 50 stickers for $5, custom. So I'm waiting. I ordered them. I'm waiting for them to come in. I'm gonna see how they look. If they look good, I'm just gonna keep ordering them from there and just use them as for my packs and stuff. Because I'm gonna make up some papaya rum cake packs to give away.
Fucking
I
muted.
got a bunch of Triangle Lemon Kush by Blueberry Muffin
Wow.
from Agnes, and then I got some Platinum Z by Cherry West by Lime Pop Kush by Sky Jarro. Apparently that's a fucking hitter.
Terry
From
West
Agnes.
is shit.
But then there's just a whole lot of fucking Blueberry Muffin and shit crossed into it and out of it. And oh yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, and then I've got like 4 blueberry fritters.
I can't. See, I have the apple fritter, the Chem 91 Calio. And I actually have some of them. I pop some more of those. They look good. I don't have a lot of seeds though. I don't have a lot
Blueberry.
of chem dog seeds, and I don't have a lot of apple fritter seeds. I'm trying to save the last of the fritter seeds. I'm gonna do my next outdoor season is gonna be them to do another run for seeds.
Yeah, the blueberry fritter I have is DJ Short blueberry by Lumpy's apple fritter or whatever. F2.
Right on.
Raw genetics did a bunch of fritter crosses. I think they have a blueberry fritter also.
Oh yeah.
Mine's from Robin Hood Seeds. I won them too. I won them on a fucking. I forget the guy's name. Oh shit! Fucking Soviets are here. Get under your desk and put your hands behind your head. It's called living in Tornado Alley. Fucking that shit every fucking night.
Anybody watch the news today?
No, did something crazy happen or what?
Another shooting.
Guns?
At a political rally.
Sweet. They get fired up with them things. Don't everyone all talk at once now. Didn't someone else pop in for like a second and then pop back out again? Or am I just imagining shit?
I'm going in and out back and forth because I'm only on my phone right tonight, so I don't have my laptop to go in and chat. So I've been popping back and forth. So it might be me.
Well, I felt like I heard the captain or something like that say hi. Or I'm tripping a bit.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers,
Hey,
folks. Hop
Cap.
on. Were you guys just talking about the shooting?
No.
Oh, you're muted, Smashed.
I was just saying, did anyone watch the news? But yeah, pretty much.
I didn't see it, but I heard about it. Yeah, crazy shit.
I saw it.
Yeah, apparently somebody shot Trump in the fucking ear. Jesus
Oh no
Christ.
Really?
shit!
Yeah. You guys
Oh,
been hearing that?
wow.
Tyson his ass,
I
huh?
missed that part, but I knew there was shooting.
No, he lived. They shot him. It looks this crazy picture. It looks like they shot him literally in the fucking ear. And they took the guy down. Secret Service basically popped the guy.
I bet he paid a sharpshooter to do it and fucking so he can secure the presidency.
I mean, seriously,
Not
it's
surprised me one bit.
it's something else. It's probably going to give him such a sympathy bump. It's nuts. Oh, and that guy, I don't have any idea how he can be that lucky. I mean, someone literally shot at his head and he lived. That's breathtaking. I don't understand it.
I
So
bet his ear fucking was like
he is like, you know, when I like to say, I don't know, I guess I like to say it to myself because I try not to be an asshole and shit on people's religion, but I'm always like, you know, leukemia, childhood leukemia is proof that there isn't a loving, kind God, da da da. But having him be above every law, above every freaking rule, above even assassination, everything. Guy shoots at his head and he misses. And the guy, I just like, how does this guy? He must have made a deal with the devil. So, Antonin Scalia, the Supreme Court justice who passed away a few years ago, famously thought the devil must be real. He must have been right, dude, because we know that Trump must have sold his soul because there's just no other explanation. So, yeah. We'll
Did
see.
AI sharpshooter. It was a robot that did it, I bet. One of them new.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they catch the guy, or do they know any leads?
They
Anybody
capped
know?
him apparently. Yeah, they
Oh,
capped him and another bystander who might have just been innocent,
there's no catch.
unfortunately. But yeah, they apparently capped him. I guess there's videos online, but I haven't watched them. But yeah, guy was on a rooftop or some shit. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of a fruitcake he was. So we'll see. Was he anti-Trump? Was he pro-Trump? Was he just a weirdo in general? What was he? So meanwhile, he was somebody probably who shouldn't have access to a gun. That's that famous story, but we'll see how that goes.
He was a plant.
Anyway, weird shit.
Yep, I'm gonna say sharpshooter from the grassy knoll.
Must have been Canadian.
I mean, no matter what you think about the
Oh
guy,
no,
you can't go shooting him.
I forget what I said. Stupid.
Crazy shit, honestly.
Be a hell of a if he was a big gambler, it'll be a hell of a Russian roulette game, you know. Try to shoot me at my next rally.
Right. Jesus.
Yeah.
Show off the garden real quick.
You got ferrets living in there? Looks like it smells like ferret. I am so stoned.
So all this stuff's coming out. I was gonna do it tonight, but I've been debating because this plant, the tops look done, but the bottoms look like I can give them another week, maybe. Um, this one is really starting to fatten out, and the leaves are really dying off. Everything I had to tie up, all these plants are all tied up with fishing line and shit. And then over here, this is the stuff that just came into this room. These are just probably 2 weeks into flower. And what we have is there's a 20-gallon right there. Then there's 3 plants in it. And then right here, there's a 10-gallon that I just like harvested out of, and I ended up putting a plant right back in it because it did really good. So I threw that plant in it. So that's 4 blueberry cushions. Then this plant right here is Michelangelo. And then this one right here is Donatello. I didn't think Donatello was going to make it. It was a helmet head. I had to like break it out of its shell.
Why?
Um,
Mama
and
like
yeah, it didn't look like it was going to grow at all. And then it started to grow. I up potted it to a pot over a little bit bigger pot, and the color is still fucked up, but it's a little bit lighter green. But it survived. So I'm just letting it rock. And then in my little veg tent, I just up potted 4 or no, 3 Chem Dog cross the Chem 91 Calios. I have apple fritter cross the Chem 91 seeds going. Then I have this strain called Chirptown. Cross to Chem 91 Calio going. That's everything that's coming in here. Give them probably about 30 days, 40 days in veg, and they're gonna. As soon as I rotate these over, this light gets brought down, put on 50%. I hang it facing this way, and I fill up underneath the HLG. But yeah, I like using this light to when I first come into veg, having it under the CMH, having the CMH a little bit higher too. It seems to help them stretch when they come in here.
Right on, hardcore.
Oh, I gotta turn my. Here, I gotta mute. Someone talk.
I can't. Cheers, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great night in chat. I can't see chat right now. Cheers. What up, everybody? There you go. Filling in. Uh,
And
um,
Mother Nature has fireworks going on too. I don't know if my phone will pick it up though.
cord won't reach. Well, let me see here. Okay, then let's move everything over.
It can't be dead quiet on air.
Sorry, guys. I was moving my shit over. I can't reach. My phone's gonna die, so I had to move my shit. No, take this the whole night.
I'm not saying it's out all night. I thought it was open.
I'll light it up.
Where is it?
I don't know
I
where
need
you.
to get-
Merp.
Oh, I'm gonna grab my extra bucket. I can't wait to hook this hose to the dehumidifier so I don't have to fucking lug any water anymore. I need one more milk crate and I can get it up high enough.
Right on.
Ooh, there's someone replied.
So I have my dehu set to, I think it's set to 65 right now. So when it keeps on, but when it's crazy humid, but it's been super hot around
We
with
got dumped on
thunderstorms.
last night.
We had thunderstorms all night.
I bet we got like 2 or 3 inches or something like that. It was crazy. The fucking alleyway was like a river for like half an hour. Fucking just fucking
Yeah, we got
crazy.
thunderstorms all night, and it gets really hot during the day, and all that fucking moisture in the air.
Now there's people fucking going the other direction, hitting them off. And those are all the legal ones because you can't have ones in the air here.
I'm not allowed to have any fireworks. Massachusetts is banned. So if you ever see me lighting them off, I'm in New Hampshire.
Yeah, that one's going crazy, but Ooh, bam! Now they got the big ones.
That's what she said.
Dude, I bought dabs from the dispensary on 710. It's a strain called G14. It's lowrider crossed
G14
G13
hatch
hash, G13 hash plant.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
And it smells like the garden section at Home Depot, like that Miracle Grow chemical smell,
Ew.
and it tastes like it too.
Oh God, man. Did you complain? I would. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is, I don't know if that's how it's supposed to taste or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, your
True.
tasting is like.
I'll show it to you. Give me a second. It looks good.
Is it your tasting like sound? Like you're it's actually like on the quantum physics level. It's like sound waves that like are the key to the fucking to, like how we taste shit. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So I mean, it looks good.
Right on.
But it smells like Home Depot.
Uh,
All right, one more dab.
nice.
Ooh, now someone's putting out the big motherfuckers.
And then when you hit this and you like exhale, there's a menthol flavor to it.
Thank you.
What's the party down tonight?
Damn, I think a mosquito got my leg when I was outside watering today.
You're no match for a mosquito, are you? I was just getting
Yeah,
hammered by a little bit ago, but I just sprayed myself down with some lovely DEET. More poisons, I like to say.
I just hate being itchy. Um, um, so yeah, I put down a fishbowl meal outside yesterday. Helped give them a little bit of food. Everything looks good. I mean, I didn't want them huge because I'm just making seeds, but they're doing all right for putting them out kind of late.
Right on.
Want to see putting them out kind of late?
I really want to cut down my tree over one. Oh, all right. So there's two trees next to my shed, and ideally, I'd like to cut the one furthest away from the house because it drapes over where the sun goes across my yard. And if I got rid of that one tree, I'd still have shade, and it would increase the garden sunlight by like 20%.
Yeah.
Because
Pretty
as the
fair.
sun's setting, it's hiding behind that tree.
I just want to call you DJ Jazzy Jeff. I don't know why. Have you ever been in a rap duo with
Is that me?
yeah.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Jeff.
Uh,
So, Jeff,
Hit. Yeah, doing some work. So, but I thought
Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff.
wasn't that uh, Marky Mark?
No.
No,
Maybe I don't know.
no, I'm thinking of Marky, who was
DJ
that
Jazzy
actor?
Jeff's the Fresh Prince.
Who's the act? What was the actor? God, I'm all fucked up.
Will Smith.
No,
Will Smith.
I'm thinking from Entourage, the guy that like directed that or produced it. Maybe that guy. He's also an actor. And then I think wasn't he a musician though before that?
Huh?
supposedly,
I'll
there's a
find
couple
out.
of interviews of Will Smith's personal, like, assistant slash friend for 20 years before he knew Jada and shit. Um, he was in the inner circle for a long time, and now he's finally like talking about the inner circle and stuff. And there's some crazy shit.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of Mark Wahlberg,
Oh,
former
Mark.
rapper,
Tupac.
whatever it was, a BAFTA.
He's a
Ah,
Yeah,
Tupac.
Marky Mark. Yeah, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Well,
Tupac too.
uh,
Before.
yeah.
Um, don't go to Wahlburgers. It's not good.
No.
God, it's like freaking war out here.
His Italian restaurant's pretty good though. The one named after he's got one named after his mother.
Oh, is that his place? You got a franchise? Food franchise? Yeah, damn.
So
It's not a lot.
he owns an Italian restaurant, and then he opened up Wahlburgers with his brother, I think. Which his brother's an actual chef.
But he was in Planet of the Apes, the Italian Job, yeah, Perfect Storm, The Departed.
Ed.
He was in a lot. Entourage, though, was pretty cool. That was like first time I think that he was, he did something in Hollywood, but wasn't an actor. In his first production, and then did that. That was killer.
There's a couple actors that you're just like, wow, they can actually perform so well. He's in that category.
Yeah, he's done a lot. Rogan too has done a lot of weird, like boxing and comedy. I mean, that's a weird combination there, and talk show host and
Ted killed it. That movie,
TV.
Ted killed it. They're like jacking off Tom Brady and shit.
Yeah. So I'm
There's
trimming some plants. I got to do some work too. So once in a while, I'm going to mute. But yeah,
I need to. I got a little bit of weed left. I'm trying to figure out when I'm gonna need weed again. I'm hoping to harvest. I'm probably gonna end up harvesting a month next week.
Right before you run out.
I'm getting close. I probably got like 2-3 ounces left. And I go through a lot of weed. I've been smoking a lot of oil lately and carts and stuff, but I go through a lot of weed when I don't have oil. Oh shit. Look at I bought a bunch of cheap cones. There's 100 in here. And it came with this is how I loaded all my little pre-rolls. It fits in the cone, you just put the bud in, you just
it's funny. No more rolling spliffs or rolling numbers. It's packing them.
papers. And I don't want to buy new ones because if I don't use those cones, they're just gonna go to waste. So I'll even fill up half of one of those and just Light it up. All right. I'm gonna call it. I gotta call it early tonight. You guys have a good night.
All right,
Later.
you too.
Be safe.
Yeah.
I think he had to poop his pants real quick.
Came on suddenly.
Like, oh, that wasn't dry. I was gonna ask him how his party went and shit. If they did the thing or not.
Yeah. It's too bad he's not near me. I've got a lot of excess pot right now.
I can mail it my way, man.
Yeah, I should. But the thing is, I'm like just popping. So it's going to be like the stuff that like I don't doesn't really do it for me. So it's like because what happens when you pop beans? You're just going for yourself, pop beans, and you really don't like it. You got like plenty, so it's like shit. What am I going to do with this now? I got this other stuff that works. And then this one, like I vape. Usually, what I do is I'll vape it because that it's kind of different when you vape. It can be a whole different effect and experience. Like first off, vaping you're never going to get the same anyway, but some things, at least the flavor's there, and you can feel. I'll do it like if I'm biking, I'll do it on my electric bike. I love vaping doing that, especially like fuck. I did it a couple days ago. It was 96 degrees, and I was fine. I was like, let's see how hot it is. So I asked my phone, and yeah, it's cool though, like because it's dry here. So I wasn't hot at all, and as long as I don't stop, I can just keep biking. Pull out my vape, fits in my pocket, got a shirt pocket, and yeah, it's killer. Yeah, I got to stop to change these little capsules, pre-filled capsules that I've got. But that's usually what I do. The stuff that I don't really want to smoke. But otherwise, man. I smoked some green fingers, Mendo Breath Banana God seeds that I grew. The first one that came through. We've got some other ones on the way. Working through flowering, and but I smoked the first one that was dry enough today. Yeah, it's nice. It's got some potential. I like
Right
to
on.
see
I
it.
heard that's good shit.
Yeah, I guess at least some. This first one, first one too. So I'm like, oh, maybe these other ones are going to be nice too. We've got 2 or 3 more. With like extreme cream. There's a cross with extreme cream in it also. Kind of looks good. They all look different too, so that's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, um, it's kind of cool that I don't want all the same.
Yeah, man.
Because it actually produced a good amount too. I'm looking at it now. It's like fucking almost half pound, maybe a half pound.
Nice.
Which yeah, for plants I grow, it's pretty good. Like a 5-gallon bucket, I think it was in. Yeah,
Right on.
5-gallon pot,
Definitely got
organic. Yeah, electric bike's cool though. Yeah, it's great. Something I can do no matter how hot it is. Too. Great.
Look at the size
Like
of
it,
this comical little fucking
Oh.
spliff I rolled. It doesn't
Holy
even.
shit, man.
In fact, the it looks bigger than it is because
That's what
of
she
all the
said.
magic. That's it. But anyway,
Hey, now. Oh shit! Just not what I was gonna say. It was really funny and really smart, clever. Shit. Hold on.
we believe you, D. We believe you. Fuck was I gonna say to? Oh, now I don't remember. I unmuted because I was gonna say something to Jeff and I forget.
Good job, you.
Right?
there was electric bike or Mendo breath, having too much pot, popping different.
Something to do with weed, but now it's
seeds.
gone.
What am I supposed to be? Moonbow. We're smoking Moonbow.
I like it.
Good. It's good for nighttime. I smoke two or
Mm,
three and it puts me out.
yeah, I agree. It is a little bit sedative.
Yes, sir. That's what I like though for
Mm.
nighttime.
I think you buy a lot of your weed. Um, do you intentionally buy different types of weed for the day? Because I think you pretty much smoke throughout the day. Do you buy one type and just kind of smoke it all day, or do you buy different types for throughout the day?
Well, it depends on the menu too. And mainly, I usually get the same thing because I know it's good. But I do, if there is something new, I will look it up, research it, and then if it's something that appeals to me, I'll like, okay, let me just get an ounce of that too. But it's a lot of I like variety. I do like variety. I'll get two or three different strains for throughout the day, and then one for bedtime, for nighttime.
Gotcha.
Yeah, mainly indica, by the way. But I do like sativa, certain sativas. I'm very picky with sativa because of anxiety. I get really bad anxiety.
Oh, I've heard that from many people. Yeah.
So something like Blue Dream is a good one for me. I could smoke that all day long.
Hmm.
Yeah, man.
It's probably that blueberry that softens everything down.
Yeah, I love
Because Super
blueberry.
Silver Haze. Oh my God, what a wonderful strain that is! And Super Silver Haze has two of the probably most um, maligned terpene profiles, right? The lemon and the pine. A lot of people basically say that it
Yeah,
gives them too much anxiety, both lemon and pine. Go figure. Blue Dream has them both from the dad, I guess, from the yeah, because I think it was a blueberry mom to a super silver haze dad. Anyway,
and that's pretty funny you say that to me because I do like Super Silver Haze as well, and
huh.
it does work for me. Like it does. I mean, it doesn't give me anxiety, which is
See,
pretty crazy.
I'm curious. I'm not going to say that you're making it up, but I'm curious how much of the anxiety is psychosomatic when people think like, "Oh my God, I'm going to get paranoid," and then they get paranoid. I wonder how much of that plays in, because you were just saying you like Super Silver Haze. I fucking love Super Silver Haze. It's one of my favorite strains ever. Top 10, top five, maybe even. Love that shit. When I bought hash from Frenchie years ago, I could have bought anything on his menu. I bought Super Silver Haze because I loved it so much. What was I going to say? It's interesting that you still have problems with sativas, which is not uncommon, right? But again, why would you be having problems with sativas? I think the number one difference is that they have a lot more lemon and pine in them. For example, the Coot Special that I've been running, it's like stereotypically sativa. Basically, when you smoke it, you're like, "Fuck, that's some old school shit." And probably the number one number one and number two terpene profiles in it are basically lemon and pine. Um, I'm sort of talking out loud. I don't really have a conclusion to this, but it's just very interesting to me.
Mhm. I do like pine. Pine's my go-to
Hmm.
too. There's a strain called pine tar. It's really piney. It's
Hmm.
like it's almost like you're um rolling up some sap, some pine sap or
Hmm.
something like that. What the fuck was that?
That'd be good, yeah.
Something. There's something. Kid, is that
When I was a kid, I used to really like to smell trees, especially in California. We would come down here a lot of times in the summertime, and cedar trees, especially like in the national parks and stuff, have this incredible vanilla, slightly cinnamon smell. They're really, really pungent. And then, of course, firs and pines and stuff. Basically, a lot of times they'll leak pitch in the summertime, right? They'll just sap, and it smells so freaking piney. It's so freaking cool. Anyway, I guess I don't do that anymore. You grow out of stuff, right? But yeah, when I was a kid, I would literally like walk up to trees and sniff them.
Man, I can smell them right now from being a carpenter. Just when you say cedar, just from fucking cut
Hmm.
so much of it, you can, or like even cutting into like old 100-year-old cedar, it's got a whole different fucking note to it or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they build humidors and humidor rooms. Sort of part of the joke of my name is, humidor, like a box of smokes and smells. Anyway, humidors are for cigars. You really can't just build them out of any cedar, even though every cedar smells wonderful. But when you build a room out of it or a box, because a box is really just a small room, it ends up smelling like piss. If you use any Western cedar, for example, so there's been lots of people who build like super expensive. I knew a guy in Portland who, like, without asking, he basically had his carpenter friend build him a humidor. This is years ago. He was a cigar buddy of mine, and he built a whole. I mean, it was expensive. It was a few $1,000s, honestly, because it was. I don't know. It
What's
wasn't like
the
10 by 10, but it was probably like an 8 by 8 room or something with a couple of windows and a door and shit. Like, you paid good money for it, but they didn't check with anybody, and they just literally bought it out of the cedar that they could buy in town, and it
Oh
was
god.
Western cedar. And so literally the room smelled like cat piss basically all day long. So, and no, you cannot use that for cigars because every single one of your cigars will smell like urine. So,
That's crazy.
isn't that funny? No, it literally has to be Spanish cedar.
or white cedar? I
Here's
would
a
think. Maybe.
here's a fun fact for you too then.
Say again?
You know how they use oak, white oak barrels or white oak to make barrels for whiskey. Now they can't use red uh what is it, red oak because it's too porous.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
barrel you can't make a barrel out of it because it will leak.
Yep. You
Yeah.
can, if you ever work with, I mean, Korkowski could probably testify to this completely. If you ever work with them, when you stain them, for example, they take stain or oil or anything else completely differently. Or if you want to raise the grain, for example, they do it completely differently. The red oak is like a bunch of straws. I mean, every wood is basically straws put together, I suppose, because the tree develops by sucking water up from the ground up into
That
the canopy, right? But basically, they're all different, of course. You can imagine that all the different woods look differently and they all have different characteristics because they grew in different places, evolved from different ancestors, and so on. And red oak and white oak, I think, are actually distant ancestors, ironically. I think they are. I should look this up, but I think they are actually more convergent than they are actually close ancestors, and that's one explanation why they have such different wood. Literally, red oak, like you could pour water onto a piece of red oak, and it'll like the water will pour through. It's something else. Whereas white oak, it'll pour off like a plate. It's very interesting.
Right on. Right on.
You know who's a big wood expert? Your mama.
Ah, hey-oh. That's pretty cool. Popcorn.
Of course, before long, he's going to show us the Ark of the Covenant.
Right
this one's a Viking
Like, oh,
ashtray.
this little thing. That's cool
Things like
ashtray, though.
crackle, tangerine crackle glass.
fuck's sake, it's fucking paper.
It's like an old school fucking. It's a heavy duty amber one. Cigarette fucking.
You guys ever hear about the Amber Room?
No.
The Tsars of Russia were fantastically rich, some of the richest royalty in history, right? I'm sure, there's always Mansa Musa and all these different guys that were more rich, or Crassus and all these, although I guess Crassus wasn't royalty. Anyway, the Tsars were fuck you rich, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, they had an entire room, apparently a big one. There's pictures of it online. I don't think, ironically, that they're in color, but still, there are pictures of this room. They had rooms all over the castle. One of their main castles, I think, in St. Petersburg. One was like ivory, and one was ebony, and whatever the fuck. Well, one of them was amber, literally, and it was basically Baltic amber. Amber is, speaking of pitch, actually, now that we think about it, it's essentially fossilized pitch, and a lot of times you'll find, of course, leaves and little vegetable matter because it basically comes from a tree. But sometimes you'll find an ant or salamander or whatever. Well, wouldn't you know it? Tons and tons of Baltic amber. Amber basically bubbles up from the seafloor, I think, in the Baltic Sea, and basically washes onto the beaches of Poland, what Kaliningrad and all this, and some northern Germany, shit like that. Anyway, the Tsars in their, I don't remember which palace, had an entire room of this shit. Basically, it was all carved and intricate, like whatever. I don't remember what the pictures look like. Apparently, it is essentially beyond priceless, basically, because it had such gigantic hunks of amber with infiltrations of bugs and ants and whatever the fuck. It was apparently just like literally one of a kind, could never be replicated. Apparently, you could even assemble that much amber of that quality if you wanted to anymore. Anyway, it was stolen by the Nazis, and nobody knows what happened to it. So either it was destroyed in a bombing somewhere, which is super plausible, or it was stashed underground, and then the people that stashed it got killed, which is super possible. That happened a bunch of times, or it got sold off to private hands, or maybe sold off, or maybe snatched by one of the rich Nazis that fucked off to Argentina. Maybe the goddamn amber room is in Argentina somewhere, but it's
Maybe
interesting
hardcore.
where this priceless room of amber artifacts from the fucking SARS is it at the bottom of the ocean somewhere? Who the fuck knows? Nobody knows.
Hardcore. Do you have any of it?
He probably does. He probably has the entire amber room. He's like, who, me?
No.
This
No.
is real gold in this shit. Murano glass.
It's cool.
These little clouds are like $100 each. Some of them are crazy. This is Murano too. They got the polished bottom always.
Mm-hmm.
And this
It's
is
like
bullet contact.
Your mama has a polished bottom.
Yeah.
Controlled bubbles. But it looks like a computer did this because it was made in Murano. Like I've got some other shit that's like not like fake Murano, and you won't see the pattern won't be fucking perfect like that because they miss one of them bubbles, they fucking smash it on the ground. In Murano, fucking here's some uranium glass like you were talking earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff's very popular. I like uranium glass.
Some Heisey glass. Yeah, this light's making it glow a little bit.
They have
Or
a
from
couple. They have a couple web pages on Facebook that are all about uranium glass. They're all crazy
cool.
about it.
I used to have maybe even 2 uranium glass pipes, and I broke them. Stupid.
Oh,
Yeah,
back.
one I broke right after I cleaned it. I was like, couldn't I have broken it before I cleaned the fucking thing? But no. Literally, as it was like ready to go, I'm like, I can't even remember. Yeah, I think I was lifting it up to put on a paper towel thingy, and it slipped and just shattered.
This here's Murano too. This shit's called submerso glass, where it's fucking. Is my phone going upside down?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Maybe gravity flipped for you. Could happen.
But like, see how it's
Oh, yeah,
like a
that's
color
cool.
within a color?
Mm-hmm.
But this little thing is like $100 little fucking vase.
It's nice.
Not
I have a
fine.
couple pieces that look like that. I have a pair. I don't think I have I used to have a vase, but I don't remember what happened to it. That was kind of like that. But I have a pair that looks a lot like that.
Here's a big one. Like it's got the polished bottom too.
Yeah.
And this one is like a fucking. I think this is like a Flavio Poli or some shit. Could be like $200, but I don't think it takes the.
I forget there's probably only 50 or 100 craftsmen on that island.
Here's like
You figure out who it is.
yeah, it's a lot of times you can figure it out. Or a lot of times they'll sign them too. But here's one that's a triple submerso that's got 3 colors.
That's cool.
You see the yellow from there or not, but
Right on.
polished bottom.
Huh? You know.
Yeah, like here's fucking not Murano. It's not perfect. That one might. No, it's not.
We smacked it on the ground. It's not Milano.
Are those martini stirs? Or not martini, but like liquor stirs?
I actually
Cocktail
just had
stirs?
one. Let's see. I've got one in a box over here. It was for a martini. It was for I had the pitcher for it. And like the bottom was all like concave and smooth.
Hmm.
But it's like a
Mama.
Yeah, it's right around the corner here. I'll grab it in a minute. But I don't have the picture anymore. These ones are pretty bad, pretty sweet fucking. I got a set of 4 of these. It's hard to see it in this, but they're smoked. They're like they're they're tinted black, like fucking like window tint almost. Highball tumblers. Drunk.
Very cool.
Cool. Up on, people.
I was like, yeah, hold on,
Cool
Bud Kilowatt.
conversation.
I got it. I'm coming.
What's
I
that?
thought you would ask for the link. Oh shit. Un momento, por favor. Bud Kilowatt.
Oh, nice.
Peace.
I love LA for all the cool international foods here. It's really just it's bonkers. It's really on another level that it's difficult to comprehend because Portland is a massive food city. We have lots and lots of immigrant communities. It's apparently one of the most likely places to be Vietnamese on the West Coast, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got lots of Vietnamese, Chinese on restaurants, but LA is literally just on another level, just exponentially greater, probably than any other city on the West Coast. I've heard Mexico City is a lot like it, but I honestly kind of doubt it because I don't think Mexico has as much immigration as California and LA has. LA is a massive international port, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, no shortage of Jewish delis, Chinese markets, Japanese markets, fucking Armenian stores. Oh my God, Armenian food. You guys don't even. It's a pity that the Kardashians are the ones that everyone knows about because Armenian food is just on another level too. Anyway, I think the grocery store is actually owned by Armenians. John's Market is this cool local place, and it's not a very remarkable market. Like it's not an upscale place, or whatever. But the cool thing about them is that they sell all kinds of international shit. So it basically qualifies as like an international market that's also just a normal grocery store. I
Uh-huh.
fucking love they have. No, they always have weird ass shit that you've never seen before. And the other day I picked up this has been like my new favorite thing basically. It's really not that good for you, so you have to be careful not to eat too much of it, but basically real deal fruit leather. So apparently for a few I looked it up. Apparently for a few thousand years, people in the Middle East have dried out fruit, minced it up basically, and before the advent of sugar, that was it basically. They minced it up like as much as they could, if they could use palm sugar or something if they had it. But in the last couple thousand years, after people discovered honey, other kinds of sugar, well, I guess they've had honey since forever. You can mix those two things, basically, some kind of sugar and the dried fruit, and you basically press it into, or you dry it out in the sun into essentially a fruit leather, basically like a fruit roll up. And so I bought this sheet of literally, it's from Syria. I was like, what the fuck, from Syria? And nobody sells Syrian shit, I thought, anymore. But no, John's Market, I guess, has a hookup for Syrian fruit leather, and it's this apricot fruit leather. Oh, it's baller. It's amazing.
Right
Yeah.
on.
Yeah,
That
it's really,
sounds
really
good.
good. Oh, it's super fucking good. Yeah. It's so apricot-y. It's so good.
Sweet, man. I heard Armenian people they have awesome stores, but you don't want to piss them off.
Who, Armenians?
Yeah,
I bet.
that's what I hear. Don't hold me to it, eh? That's what I hear.
I know the Armenian gangs in LA are no joke. I've heard a lot about that, but fuck, I don't know. Every Armenian person I've ever met was super nice, but I guess I'm sure there's exceptions.
Yeah. Shit. Did I send that link?
Yeah, their food is spectacular. They grill meat on the fire, basically on charcoal and stuff. Oh, spectacular! Their bread is wonderful.
Old school.
All the different desserts. Yeah. Oh yeah. Armenia's food is spectacular. There's a real argument to be made that basically, if you've ever had Turkish food, you've basically eaten Armenian food, because they say that the Armenian, primarily the chefs in the Sultan's Palace and the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, were Armenians, sometimes Georgians, but a lot of times Armenians, because Turkey had an interesting caste system. I say interesting. Quotation marks. They had the Janissaries and everything else. Anyway, in very much the same way, they kind of recruited these chefs basically from Armenia, thinking that they were above the intrigue and wouldn't poison the Sultan and da 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 da. So anyway, sort of ironically, Armenian dishes became the Sultan's favorite foods, and then the Sultan's favorite foods would leak out to everybody else because everyone wants to eat like the Sultan, right? Everyone wants to eat like Michael Jordan or like the King or something, right? Or at least back then they did, I guess. And then basically people would start to cook like that, and so they would basically cook these Armenian dishes essentially as Turks. I'm sure there's exceptions, and I'm sure that's probably an oversimplification of the story. But anyway, that's one of the stories, I guess, of Armenian cuisine. I can testify that it's fucking super super delicious, though, for sure.
Grand Central Market. Jack Beanstalk in the chat says, Grand Central Market in downtown LA has many vendors with foods from around the world. Awesome place at Human World.
Mm. Go figure. We were trying to get there the other day, and we didn't have a chance. So I still have to get there. Yeah, in all the years I've been coming to LA, I've never once gone to Grand Central. I have to hit it. I've heard nothing but good things. It's such a shame. We were literally like 2 blocks away, but we didn't have time. Whatever. And ironically, the goal of the day was to go to Grand Central. We basically did everything but that.
What? Why?
We had a good day anyway. You asking me why?
Oh no, sorry.
What is hardcore showing? Is that wood carving? Oh no, that's ceramics.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was at first, like wood bowls.
All of these
Mhm.
birds are wood.
Oh yeah, okay.
I just put a bunch of these in here. No, this is just a fucking cool little vase, but I use it as a pimp cup. But here's that third stick I was talking about.
Oh
It was
yeah,
in a-
it looks like a testicle. Looks like a
It looks
testicle
like it could be
stir.
like a, you could use it to, do things.
To teabag a cocktail.
Like if you have really big ears, you could ram this thing in there.
That's it.
But no, I think it's like
Million to one shot, dog. Million to one shot.
the
It's a
testicle
French
too.
ball tickler.
Eli.
Apparently, when you're a new ER doctor, you're on the butthole duty. A friend of mine told me about her years. Oh, she had some stories. She was a resident in Detroit, and evidently as a young downtown Detroit, apparently. And I don't ask me for $1,000,000 what hospital, but apparently one of the bad ones, or in one of the bad neighborhoods. And the cops that she would talk to, because of course the cops would come in obviously to bring people or whatever, even just the security and stuff, they would tell her, like, when you go home, because she would go home at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, they're like, just don't stop for any red lights, just blow through every single red light. She's like, what do you mean blow through every red light? Because she's from Santa Cruz, I think, from fucking sunny the beach town, like a stereotypical California girl, right? And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're gonna get carjacked and you're gonna get murdered, and we're gonna find your body a few days later. It's gonna be pretty terrible. So they said just blow through every single red light on your way home. So she would do that. Anyway, what was I saying before that? I lost my train of thought. The fucking bullshit. Why did I say that? Granted, that was an interesting part of the story, but what was the first part of the story? Fuck me. This cheetah piss, dude. That was the tiniest little joint, and it still makes me lose my train of thought. Son of a diddly. I don't remember.
Yeah, that sucks. I was enjoying the story.
I know it. God damn it.
Damn it.
Well, the only solution really is to smoke more cheetah piss. I can do that in a little bit. I have to go, but before that, I can smoke one little joint. I'm gonna run out. What does it matter if I run out one joint earlier or one joint later, right? Dang it, what was I talking about? My friend the doctor doing the whatever goofy thing in Detroit as a resident.
Oh, buttholes. She was the butt.
Oh,
in charge of
buttholes. She was on butthole duty.
butthole duty.
So she said the amount of excuses and stories. She says every once in a while, somebody will be like, yeah, I know what it looks like. It's yeah, just help me out. But most of the time it's like 1,000,001 shot, doc, 1,000,001 shot. You have no idea. A meteor hit me and I fell backwards onto this flashlight. Da 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 da. Anyway,
Oh God.
and she found apparently every single possible way to get rid of a foreign object from an anus. The anus because the anus.
My.
But yeah, that was oh my god, how I laughed. 1,000,001 shot, dog. 1,000,001.
There we go. Hmm. But did you get the link? I think I sent it. Remember now.
But you really have to show you how to just click the link on the rooms and the thing. You don't even need the link.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Any luck. Hopefully, I will. Well, there's no reason why it has to be luck. Actually, we can just make it happen. I think maybe on Monday I'm going to go see Bud. That'll be fun. Been meaning to see him for a long time. It's a shame that we couldn't. I thought I was going to be down here, I don't know, 6 months or a year ago. Oh, although I guess he said that Masonic should close down his store earlier than that. But anyway, I thought that would be fun to go see the store. It got replaced now by a acupuncturist, I think, where Masonic used to be. He was next to this barber shop. He was sandwiched between a barber shop and a luggage wholesaler. The places on Fairfax are comical sometimes. And then the rest of it, there's a Jewish library, no, a Jewish bookstore, but they call it a library. And what's the other? There's like 5 businesses there, and I can't remember what the other one is. Kind of the biggest business there is the Jewish bookstore. And then maybe it's it might be a restaurant. Yeah, it might be a little to-go restaurant. I can't remember right now. But anyway, and then there's the barber shop and what used to be Masonic shop, now an acupuncturist, apparently. Yeah. And then across the street is one of my absolute favorite LA things, Cantor's Deli. It's a Jewish but not kosher deli. So the comical thing is there you can actually buy ham. They sell ham there. You could buy a bacon cheeseburger. I don't remember if they have bacon, but I know they have ham. That place is great. They even have signs up because people. I mean, it's a big deal if you go and you think that it's kosher, and then like if you keep kosher, and then you didn't realize, oh shit, this has ham on it. You're like, oh my fucking god. I mean, in the end, nothing actually happened to you. It's just your religion that got offended. But still, I guess they do get offended over that. So Cantor's has all these signs, like on the bakery and stuff. They say, "We are a kosher style bakery." Da 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 da. For all the people that absolutely have to keep kosher.
No,
Oh my god! When I stayed with my relative in Israel, she has the milk fridge and the meat fridge. And one time I made the mistake of grabbing the wrong cup for water, and it was apparently a meat cup. And I was grabbing water at, I don't know, 11 o'clock at night or something. And normally she'd be in bed, but I guess she was up, and she decided to be up to pray for some holiday or something. I can't. I think it was like a holiday, and she got up to pray extra special. Anyway, so she saw me with the cup. She's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "What? I'm getting water. What the fuck?" I was like so disoriented. Why she's yelling at me all of a sudden? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, and mind you, this is in Russian, which I'm not good at all.
Oh
It's
boy.
like you're you're drinking from a meat cup. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it's I don't know.
Yeah.
It wasn't that late, but I was like, I don't know, maybe I was tired or something. I was like, the fuck are you talking about? It's a meat cup. Da, da, da. And I finally got the point. I was like, what do you want me to do? I'm already drinking out of it. It was so idiotic, but whatever.
Extra
Oh,
protein.
Jesus Christ, no, seriously. It was literally, but that's the thing. It's not a cup filled with meat or something. It was a cup that is used with meat. And so basically, you can only use it with the meat. Basically, anything you eat with how do I put this? There's a few different rules. After you eat meat, you have to wait a certain number of hours before you can eat dairy again. You cannot eat dairy and meat at the same time. You are not allowed to eat um, the child with the milk of its mother or some shit is how it's worded. Anyway, so you're not allowed to have a bacon cheeseburger, for example. I mean, the pig is of course forbidden by itself, but even a cheeseburger is forbidden just because it has meat and cheese both.
Could you beef a
A
hamburger?
glass of milk and a freaking burger, that would be forbidden. What's that? Hardcore or softcore?
Could you boof a hamburger?
You could boof the hamburger, but just not as long as there's any cheese. You literally could not. This would be a question that your rabbi would. This is one of the most amusing things about Judaism is that there are questions like this, and the rabbi has to answer them. You could ask a rabbi, "Can you boof a cheeseburger, but then drink a glass of milk?" And the rabbi would have to look it up and would probably determine that actually it might be acceptable. I wonder because it takes, I think they say, an average of 8 hours to transit your digestive system, whatever it is. Water is quicker, but so milk probably would be forbidden. But I wonder if cheese would not, because it takes a certain number of hours to transit your system. And if the beef and the cheese do not rendezvous, perhaps it's acceptable.
Hey, Rabbi.
If anyone in the chat is a rabbi, please confirm or adjust our hypotheses. We are. You
That's
are
funny.
mere amateurs at this. You are a professional, I'm sure.
Couldn't
That's
they
the.
make a kosher pig in the future?
Do you think they'll make a kosher pig?
Because I was looking it up. It's like with somebody with their feet and and they don't chew their cud.
Oh
So
boy.
I'm surprised it hasn't been a mutant by now with like different feet. So it's just their feet.
Basically, like a lamb that's engineered to have pork meat.
Yeah, and it's kosher.
Bacon.
Get around the rule. It's like a loophole.
I almost want to see that.
Thank you.
But why do I feel like we're on the road to the? You guys seen Dune? Why do I feel like that's a road to the Harkonnens?
Get an AI picture of that.
Yeah, hardcore. Get on that AI picture of a
Kosher pig with split hooves or something.
It'll be
Split
one of
hooves, but do not chew
Prince.
their cud.
What's the crown prince of Saudi Arabia? Prince bin Suleiman or whatever. He's building the Neom, that like line city and whatever the fuck. Maybe he'll have like halal pig.
Yeah.
It'll be like a camel engineered to have pork or some shit, or I don't even know, like a goat engineered to have pork meat.
Yeah, you can get both religions. Yeah, why don't Muslims eat halal?
You thought we were rich from oil.
It seems a little like not as clear with the Quran. It says the Quran describes pork as rijis or something like that, which is Arabic for impure. That's about it. I don't know.
Wait, wasn't there a Futurama episode where the pig comes to the table, or no, the cow comes to the table and like cuts the piece of itself off?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is 12 now. Way longer of you too. Oh, sorry, everybody.
So you can say that I actually enjoy cheetah piss, if anyone was wondering. Such a shame that it comes from such bizarre people. Whatever. Many artists were fuckbags. I went to the Getty Center last week and we saw a bunch of really beautiful stuff. Here comes Captain 420, probably. One of the pieces, and I've seen it before because it's one of the kind of core pieces of their collection, is the bust of Pope somebody the fuck, I don't even give a shit, by Bernini. Bernini is one of the best sculptors of all time. Also, one of the kind of worst people. Maybe not one of the worst because there's mass murderers and stuff. But a terrible guy, killed his own brother. Basically, cheated on his brother with his brother's wife. When his brother found out, he confronted his brother Bernini, and basically. Gian Lorenzo was the sculptor. I can't remember his brother's name. Anyway, Gian Lorenzo basically killed his brother when his brother found out about Gian Lorenzo banging his wife, on and on and on. Terrible guy, but a sculptor of such fucking caliber, you have no comprehension. Like this marble bust, it looks like the guy's just going to start talking. Like it's not true to life. It's like true to his fucking soul or some shit. It's really next level because you stand there in the room and it's as if the guy will just literally, he's about to say something. He was right in the middle of a word. It's hard to explain how next level that is compared to, anything else, the Greek sculpture and so on and so forth. All of it wonderful. And then you get fucking Bernini, just this extra Michelangelo. You get this extra something or other. Like with David, you get that emotion. He's pensive, right? He's kind of balanced on one foot. Da, 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 da. It's not just true to life and whatever else. It's like the extra psychology is included. Everybody can interpret that amazing emotional state of some of these wonderful sculptors. Anyway, fucking Bernini, but a garbage can of a person. Terrible, terrible, terrible guy. Can't remember how I got on that subject. Oh, the death of the artist, so to speak. If you were to look Bernini up, trash can. Same thing with Picasso. We went to LACMA last week too. There was an entire room, basically. Not every single painting in the room was Picasso, but almost the entire room. And we're talking, oh my God, probably $2 billion in fucking art. It's kind of hard to comprehend how much those things are worth. But each one of them probably could sell for $200 million now. Anyway, Picasso was a trash can of a person.
Not much.
Just a shitbag. Had multiple mistresses that he played off of each other, like literally played off of against each other. Ripped people off throughout his life. Just really kind of a trash can of a person. Maybe not as bad as Bernini, because as far as I know, he didn't murder anybody. But we're just kind of arguing in degrees. But what a fucking artist, crazy. Then again, there were really very kind artists too. We saw some paintings by Roy Lichtenstein, because I guess he was American, so that's how you pronounce it. Always known to be one of the nicest people. Even a couple different exhibits we were looking at, they basically pointed out, oh, Roy was always the nicest guy. The work was good, and da 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 da. It was great to work with him because the work was top tier, and he was such a nice guy. On and on and on. So for every Bernini, you get a Lichtenstein as well. What's up, bud? Good to see you, buddy.
Hi.
Oh, and Captain.
Oh, good. Yeah, I just finally got here. I think it was
Thanks to me, I've only been here a little bit.
5:45, and I
Yeah.
at home. I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a little nap. Get here by 7, and the dead show stream, and then I woke up. It was like 8:15, and missed most of the set. Missed the beginning of the show. But the worst part is, it's sometimes happens to me if I take if it was like a 45-minute to hours, 15-minute nap, I would have refreshed and woke up. Somehow I took 2.5 or whatever. 2.5 hour. Oh fuck, dude!
Zombie. Yeah.
I have to reset, drink a few cups of coffee, get back with it, and get to work.
I hate that. Waking up's the hardest thing for naps. Try not to do
All
it.
right, another day.
Well, good morning, or
Yeah.
just good.
Here's Jim.
Good, and yeah, Smoke a bowl. They usually smoking a bowl, drinking some water, and eating something. Those three things usually always help, or a shower, but that takes time. Bowl's always
Shower's
the best
probably the
for a joint.
quickest out of all those.
It can be, yeah, if you really need to get going too. Yeah, just stepping into the shower. But yeah, you can grab a glass of water and sit down and drink that, and yeah, grab with a bowl and do it the slow way.
I'm sorry. I laid down and took a nap 3 hours ago and just getting up. It was like, man, I only got an hour before the show. I'm just going to lay down here, stretch out the back, turn the sleep number bed up so it's firm. Out I went.
Well, that's definitely a pro. I don't think you had your sleep number bed in Thailand.
No. That's one thing I did get from my aunt. I got a sleep number bed. Well, my mom
and you were
got
complaining. You complained to no end about the steaks. I bet you have all the best steak now, huh?
Yeah. My mom's taking off for a week at the end of the month, and I told my dad about the big scallops at the store. I said, the second night mom's gone, we're going to have scallops and steak.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. These are big scallops too.
Are
Like
they
the type
Atlantic
you get
or
at a restaurant, get like 2 of them for dinner.
probably Atlantic scallops or what?
I believe so. I don't think they have them marked.
Got the small bay scallops from San Francisco.
Yeah, these
More
are like 1.5 inches, 2 inches wide, 1 inch thick.
Scallops.
These are big ones. I love scallops.
Yeah, I know. Super yummy. They have a kind of a very unique, chewy, crunchy kind of texture. If you cook them just perfectly, like they just have a little bit of a
They
pop to them, so they have that, yeah, a little bit of flakiness, just very, very, very nice texture. Actually, hard to fuck up too. So candidly, they're quite flexible. You can sort of overcook them, and they're still good as long as there's enough sort of juice in there. If you cook them with butter and stuff, it's pretty easy. But gosh, when you get them just right, holy fucking balls! And they have such a distinct and savory flavor already, sweet and salty, so yummy.
Yeah,
I feel a little bit bad eating them, so I try to be a little bit sparing, and I definitely never waste them because the way they fish for them, unfortunately, is really shitty. They basically dredge the bottom, which is basically the worst possible thing you could do because it destroyed the habitat and everything else. There are better ways to fish for them, but they are more expensive, so the industry just doesn't even give a fuck. So that's too bad, honestly. I've heard many times that basically our generation, sort of collectively, because there's, I'm sure, multiple generations listening right now, but basically our generation may well be the last to really eat seafood. And it's like, fuck, really? So I'm conflicted. I'm like, on the one hand, I'm like, well, fuck, I can't be part of the collapse, right? But on the other hand, I'm like, Jesus Christ. And at least on the way out, we'll enjoy our sushi. I don't know. But
yeah.
So for the time being, that's what I'm doing. I'm like, all right, well, at some point probably in my life, they'll be like, oh, sorry, there's no more scallops left. What do you mean? No, like literally none left. So I guess we'll enjoy them while they're here or something. I don't know. Anyway.
I'm glad I'm a little bit older.
Seriously, I've heard that sentiment a number of times.
I'll be dead by the time all the good shit's gone.
It is bizarre, the world we've sort of inherited or given to ourselves or made, or a little bit of all of the above. It does feel a little bit apocalyptic. I mean, they say that so-called eschatology is sort of end times thinking. It's basically perpetual. They've had it since as long as we can remember. They say that there's been people who are like, the end is nigh, da, 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 right? Let's not forget, in the Bible, there's basically 5 different guys who are like, God is coming, the Messiah will cleanse everything and burn it all to the ground, which doesn't seem to have
The
happened
end
for
is
the past
near.
2,000 years, right? Yeah, exactly. So eschatology is not new, but there are some interesting observational sort of reasons to be a little bit worried. The climate crises, sort of plural, ocean acidification, et cetera, et cetera. There are some reasons to be concerned. At the same time, I keep trying to remind some of my friends who do kind of doom and gloom themselves out. I have to play devil's advocate to myself, right? People have solved gigantic problems in the past, and there's no reason to think that we couldn't solve gigantic, even really titanic problems. Perhaps that's a bad word, but monumental problems. There's no reason to think we couldn't solve some gigantic problems. Anyway, I was at lunch with a friend, and she was all doom and gloom. She's like, what have I given to my son? Her son's like 8 years old or something. And I was like, oh, how do you know that your son is not going to be, or maybe someone in his class is not going to be the person who will solve the climate crisis or global warming? I don't know. Maybe there's a solution. Maybe there's an easy catalyst or a microbe that can be engineered or something. Perhaps that will happen. I mean, if it's an Apollo program level problem, if we threw together an Apollo program level solution, we might well find that solution. I mean, we've done it multiple times before, not just for the Apollo program, but for fucking radar and all kinds of stuff. Like the British created this entire lie about carrots being good for your eyes because they kept shooting down German planes, and the Germans were not allowed to know about radar yet because that was just, how do I say it? That would ruin the surprise, I guess. It's more complex. It's cheetah piss. But anyway, they basically made up the whole carrots are good for your eyes thing because what other excuse could they possibly have? It's like, yeah, we eat a lot of fucking carrots and that makes our eyes really good. So then the Germans started to eat a ton of carrots to try to fucking make up for it. Ironically, the English probably made the Germans have a higher vitamin intake. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Cheetah piss, ladies and gentlemen. What's that, Jeff?
That's crazy. Yeah, I know that. That's a good cover. So I see they do farm scallops in Maine, a few places, and you can maybe they ship it too. It's $50 a pound. It works out.
Holy shit! Jesus.
Yeah, 2 pounds.
Yeah, the
vertical
ones I were
sharp
looking at
scallops. Sharp. Yeah.
were like $29.95 a pound.
I was going to say scallops are never really that cheap.
So
one
when
of the
you're
most,
in
one of the most
Bangkok,
expensive seafoods, really, actually.
Yeah, I remember having diver scallops at a sushi restaurant. That was good. Served in the shell. Well, these ones they farm is like they farm them on a line or a net or something, some kind of line. So they get them looking pretty good. The shells still
kind
look
of
good.
like
It's not
they
like
do
it's,
to oysters.
yeah, so they look something like that. Yeah.
Man, I went to Michigan and I actually went into Dispo and they wouldn't let me really get a good whiff of the weed. And I asked them, before I check out, can I open up one of the packages I'm buying and just look at the weed and give it a smell? No. And it
I think
turns out
Washington is that way.
And it turns out to be like, well, I said it's, can I pull one out of my order as I'm paying for it? And if I like it, can I add, more to my order? Well, with this discount program, you pick out your order, we put it into the computer and it comes up, we can't add anymore. It's got to be a separate sale. And I'm like, okay. And I didn't think about it. And then I rolled a joint and I got like 25, 30 minutes down the road and said, maybe I should go back and buy a couple more ounces.
Wow. That was
Yeah.
place in Ohio?
No, Michigan. They had it mismarked, and when I
Hmm.
got the bag, it says double OG on it. And it
I think Washington is that way, that you're
fucked
not allowed
up.
to. It's been a little bit since I bought anything in a dispensary in Washington, but as far as a couple of years ago, you weren't allowed to smell anything. It was all prepackaged. You literally couldn't even really look at it up close. It wasn't in jars or anything. Whereas in Oregon and California, a lot of times, I mean, they have some prepackaged stuff too, of course, but most of the time it's in a jar. You can smell it. If it's a decent store, they'll hold it up to your nose and stuff. Sometimes they're really weird about it. Like what's the store? Oregon. They have a fan that they blow on the jar and blow on your nose, which is honestly bad for smelling something. I asked him, "Hey, could you please remove the fan?" He was like, "No, we're required to use the fan." I'm like, "Dude, seriously." It was really weird. It was a very bizarre experience. But basically, most places you're allowed to smell the weed. What better way to judge if you're going to smoke it? I mean, if you're going to enjoy it, the only other way to judge it really is to actually consume it. But with smelling it, you'll get all the terpenes. There's quite a bit of evidence to say that your body already is sort of agreeing with the terpene profile of a weed, sort of medicinally, when you really enjoy that smell. It's interesting, sort of psychologically. So that smell component, to take it away, is just uh, it's like
Well,
bleaching experience, really shitty.
well, we have these boxes, and you can pump this little button in the back, and it come out this hole. And the size of the hole, I'm pumping it, and it's like, nah, this ain't working. The
That's
hole's
what she
not
said.
big enough.
That's what she said.
Well, that's what I told her. It's not, the hole's not big enough. It's going to take me some time. But no, I mean, here you can pump this little air thing on the back, and it's like you need like 2 or 3 holes on this side.
That's what she said.
And I said, I'll gladly fill all 3. But yeah, it turned out to be like, and I also learned something too, because I was like the only one in this place, and I was waiting for the 3.5 hours to pass for my appointment at the DMV. So I had some time, and we were talking back and forth, and she's let me see the tablet because I'm asking about strains, and then I noticed that they have harvest date. And I noticed that all the good weed was like harvested in like January, February, March. So I asked her to point out all those weeds. And that's basically what I made my selection on, was the harvest date.
Huh.
And I'm glad I did. Now I seen a black spider that has to die.
Oh, yeah, and spiders are friends.
Not to me. I got bit by one earlier.
Oh, very unlikely it was a spider, actually. I mean,
Yep.
it does happen. Spiders do bite people from time to time, but generally speaking, it's not spiders. It'll be a mite or something else before it's a spider.
No, took care of all the mites, washed all the sheets, sprayed everything down. Because yeah, I've had that problem before. I ain't having it again. No bed bugs here, buddy.
Oh man,
Because
that
story.
thing from did you hear that the whole bed bug thing in Paris may well have been what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. Anyway, it might have been pushed by
A
the
ruse.
KGB, basically, or the FSB. No, seriously, like fuck, what's the word for it? Not espionage, but it was like an infiltration operation or whatever. I can't think of the word for it. But anyway, basically, FSB might have put bed bugs in Paris to fuck with France, basically, because France was basically pushing back on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They actually just busted Russia. They were going to assassinate the CEO of Rheinmetall, which is basically like Germany's, I don't even know, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and fucking Martin Marietta and all those guys combined. Huge military contract or a military hardware producer, basically, for tanks and fucking artillery pieces. And pardon?
Doesn't Russia realize that if they piss Germany off enough, that Germany has a big enough army, they can probably whirl right over Russia to the point of
Russia is very
nuclear.
chauvinistic about it, and they have reason to actually believe that Germany probably wouldn't. Germany, ever since World War II, has even constitutionally, same thing with Japan, has basically it's not as neutered as the Japanese army is, but it's basically a defensive-only army in essentially every way, from doctrine to equipment to everything else, and they probably would not actually fight Russia. They could, though. I mean, Germany has shown multiple times that they're perfectly capable of it, but it would take them, 6 months or a year or something to mount up, I guess. But very interesting situation. Germany, their former Prime Minister Schroeder, or Chancellor rather, Schroeder, is widely now seen to be a traitor, basically, literally a traitor to Germany, because he is so capitulated to Russian interests. He's on the multiple boards of some of the biggest companies in Russia. He's become fantastically wealthy from having done that after his retirement from politics. Before that, basically, he pushed Germany into a really pro-Russia situation that Angela Merkel inherited and then actually continued, interestingly enough. Even though she was from a different party, he was from the Social Democrat. She was the Christian Democrat. But it would be like a Republican continuing the Democrats' policy. It was very unusual. Yeah, I gotta go, gentlemen. I'm gonna make D the host.
Later, Fumi.
The most
possible, with definitely the most possible. We've forgotten to say hello to anybody. No, we got everybody. All right, I might come back in a bit, but it will be a little while. So there we go. Boom. All righty. See you guys soon. If I do. Adios.
Later, Fumi.
Peace.
Later.
Peace.
Is he still in California? It sounded that way.
What?
We had Golden Gate up there, probably.
Cool.
So I've gone back to a regular camping chair. That other one that I had, that Zero G chair, I just couldn't get it broken in. So now we've gone back to a camping chair. It's much more comfortable.
Right on.
More straight up and down on the back. But with a cushion, it's perfectly fine.
Nice.
Of course, having good weed makes it pretty good too.
Yeah. That's always the way.
I like those gravity chairs though too. But yeah, it's hard to do, like, trying to eat in them, or roll something or do something that you're trying to do, like in your lap or something, roll something or eat. Yeah, it's not good.
The one I have is pretty good, or I'm just not heavy enough. I don't have that problem in this one. This one, like I said, it probably weighs 25 pounds.
Huh. But those gravity, I've seen some people have trouble with them. Like it kind of depends on, I don't know, how your body is shaped or something, where the body is centered or something. But it can be hard to like lean back and forward. You gotta like use your feet too to grab that bar, and
Yeah,
some people are
I
like
got a lever on the side that I can pull.
I bought a couch recently for an outdoor couch. That's great. I love that. Yeah, that's real nice. Yeah, they're popular now too. A few $100, and it's fake rattan.
You get my email, but or my DM, bud?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. Yeah. Still waiting on the schedule. Hopefully tomorrow morning we'll go over everything.
Yeah, I've been I was up till the sun came up. That's half of why I'm like out of it today. And needed a nap and feel groggy. I usually don't. I usually go to sleep before the sun comes up. That's the key to staying up late.
Yeah.
Didn't work out that way. It was I guess you say a party night. And at first it was like, oh yeah, I'll party a little and I'll get some work done. No, didn't get the work done. So now I'm burnt out and have the work to do. And I should have learned that lesson by now. But I've done that
And
a few times.
I almost DM'd you when I was looking at one of those foggers that you talked about one night, and I was thinking of buying one. I was wondering if they were. It's only $50 at Home Depot with a battery and charger and ready to go.
Yeah, I don't know if I thought my partner told me they gave him $50 off. I don't know. He mumbled some. Maybe it was that he
die
only paid
splayer.
$50 for it because he bought some. I don't know, but it's. I mean,
Have you tried it?
oh yeah, I've been using it. It's like a new toy. It has its pros and cons. Mostly, it's good. I mean, yeah,
That was
it has its place for sure, but like it's realistically the main pro is I think it's 4 to 1. So I guess I mean you'd save 75%. I can spray the same area with a half a gallon mix up stuff that it would take 2 gallons in the 2 gallon pump sprayer. For me to spray my whole veg real good, unders and everything, take me like 2 gallons.
And now it takes
It
you half the time.
can do it with a half a gallon. Now, when I read the instructions, everything, it's really important, more important than in a sprayer, that when you're done, no matter what you sprayed in it,
yeah, that was one of the
Water.
things.
you
Yeah,
clean it,
rinse it.
like clean it thoroughly, and then spray clean water through the nozzle to make sure that they're.
Somebody complained it had a trigger, but you couldn't lock it, so you have to
The
hold
real
it.
thing of it is this. Yeah, you have to wear this wristband for the electrostatic part. I don't know. I don't know really. I don't know what that's all about, but I put it on.
So it don't stick to you.
Yeah, I guess.
It'll come back and stick to you if you don't have that bracelet on.
But then, yeah, it's not like a sprayer that has a head that is bent a certain way that enables you to really get under things, and spray upward. But like, and it has a max fill line, which is a half a gallon, even though the tank holds considerably more than that. Oh no, you're not supposed to put more than that half a gallon in there because it changes the pressure or whatever. Yeah, if you lean it forward, that's where the draw is at. Like, So once you get half of it gone, if you lean it back a little, which is like in a way is like trying to get the fog to like get under the plants and have like a little upward trajectory to get up, on the unders. Now, because the draw of the thing is on the front of the tank and it's really sensitive. So it shuts off if there's any interruption in the suction of the draw. So when you start getting low, you have to hold it a certain way.
Yeah, it's a real level.
Tilted down a little
That's
bit.
what
I'm like, yeah, this is stupid. Like, why did you have the draw part, which okay, it's engineering, on the other side of the thing, because yeah, it's a natural thing you'd want to spray
Yeah.
slightly.
Yeah, I was saying even like my trees outside, if I use it for that.
In our room, we got like fans that are moving the air. When I go all the way down, that's 3 4x8 trays down to the end, and then I can stick my arm out over in the middle of the tray and spray down because it's this foggy mist, whatever. I can see you. You can see like all the what the air is doing, meaning, yeah, that fog gets into the airflow, the vortex of what you got going on, and you can see it. And yeah, like I can spray from the one tray and it goes, yeah, 8, 16, like 24 feet. It goes all
That's
the way
pretty
down
cool.
to the end because it's like mist. It's so light that does it.
And what are you spraying? Because that's one of the things I'm wondering about.
Well, it's
The
really
thing,
for the IPM, which is like
Yeah, the standard IPM
preventative, but
product.
we use
IPM.
botanical basic oils. A lot
So
of
yeah, it's oils,
we haven't used
but
it
that's
anymore because
special nano, like extra fine particles that make.
yeah, we used
Oh,
Athena IPM, which is like a much cleaner, maybe more effective type of volcanic or spray type thing. It's an oil
I'll be
too, but
using it.
it's never that filmy or anything like, but it is kind of expensive. So that's why, oh, hey, we can use less of it. But then, and
You put a price on
the next time
IPM? I
we get
don't.
supplies from the hydro store, I'm going to get a couple products because like I didn't really have any products. The only thing I have is like we hardly used it, but I had a 5-gallon jug of diamond nectar. I guess that's Fulvix. That's GH's Fulvic, and a couple times during the week because it's like a new toy. So like I want to play with it, and I didn't like want to keep just spraying IPM shit too much. Yeah, I sprayed some diamond nectar. It's basically a fulvic product from GH General Hydro, and I saw they like that. Oh,
that's
they
cool to know. Yeah, I was in like sulfur too, if that would
and
work.
there's yeah now sulfur would spray.
I think
Dissolve
I'd
in
have
soluble.
another sprayer
Like,
for
like eventually, sometimes I do spray
Exactly,
sulfur
yeah.
due to having to clean this thing and understanding that those jets need to be really clear and everything. I'd probably continue to use my sprayer where, oh well, because sulfur is like more of a particle. I'm sure there's buildup that gets on the nozzles because, oh, there's a high, medium, and low. I started using it the first 2 days on the high, which has a little more punt beef to the power to the injection. But then, over a couple, it's been a couple weeks now. Oh, I got it. I tried it in all the different settings, and actually, the low, it's kind of less power, but the mist is more like it's more particle, like smaller
Condensed.
particles, right? And I was like, oh, then again, if you've looked at the unit, there's a handle. A sprayer has like a 2-foot hose, and it gives you flexibility. Like
Yeah.
this, you have to like hold it. It's a little awkward to
They
hold. I
had
mean,
some sprayers too
it's just
from
something
them
we
too.
do. But like, I pretty much use 1 gallon or 2 gallon pump sprayers. I don't always buy the cheapest fucking one because they don't last that long, but good sprayers. Over the years, we had a powered one of those, a backpack one of those. We used to have, like, it was basically like a paint sprayer thing we used for a while. To be honest, a 2 gallon, whatever brand, the good, the more quality sprayers, that works pretty good. Like, if it wasn't for the 4-to-1, like, because over time, if you're putting in less of these products to get the same result of coverage, well, then you don't think of it that much, but oh, well, that's that much less you're going to have to buy of that, and all these things cost money. And
Yeah, less
What
on the
about
plant
all the
too.
time?
So it could probably be easier on the plant.
What
Not
about
locked
all the
down
time
into it.
you save, though? You don't have to pump it up or anything. You just turn it
Yeah.
on and walk.
well, wait, in a 2 gallon sprayer, basically, I could even leave it in there overnight and clean it the next morning. And all I do is dump out what little you left in, rinse it out, put some fresh water, and dump it and leave it there. And those things last forever. Oh, this thing I have to, like, I'm done. Okay, now go to this thing, open up, clean the reservoir, dump it out, clean it again, dump it out. Oh, spray some water through it. So there's time there. Like, you actually spend, yeah, I don't know. You're going to take you 10, 15 minutes to clean it each time. And if you start slipping on that, well, then the thing's going to not be working very good for very long. At least that's what, when I read the directions and shit, they made it very clear how important it is to clean it all the time.
Spray some acetone or mineral spirits through
There's
it.
much easier things to spray through there than that, but
That'll clean it quick.
well, there's this weird tool that comes with it that you can remove the whole heads, and it shows you how to clean them and soak them. And this is still new, so we're not needing that yet. But to get that fine mist, then yeah, I'll let you know in a couple months. But sometimes gadgets like that, oh yeah, it was cool when it was new, but 6 months later, it's not the same, right?
I'd be looking at taking like a little vacuum hose or something and attaching it to the end so you can hold it straight and still kind of angle that mist. And if you're only using a piece that's maybe a foot or a foot and a half long, it shouldn't hold that much of it in there.
It's not like that. No, it's got this weird dial where the nozzles are at, and
okay,
That might be where it gets the electrostatic part.
there's probably a model.
duct tape.
There's probably a model that's more, more engineering and the same tech at a more commercial scale.
It's probably got an extra zero behind the price too.
Well, right. I mean, but I mean, like, it always amazed me. I mean, I think I said this last week or something. Like, when electric or rechargeable tools first came around, I mean, basically it was the drill gun, there was only a couple of things that the battery worked, right? Over the last so many years, from fucking chainsaws to basically everything. And for a few years, I didn't have a lot of experience, but I wasn't interested because I was like, yeah, I don't know. You tell me a 18-volt chainsaw can really fucking cut some wood? Oh yeah, pretty good. I mean, it's not a chainsaw, but yeah, it's a chainsaw. But you got to, it goes through the batteries kind of quick, so you got to have a few charged up if you're going to work for a few hours. But they got everything, like I was at Home Depot a few months ago, and I was in that section, and I was like, holy shit, what haven't they taken and made it that they have a device or a tool that works on 18-volt batteries, the battery pack thing. Like even with the chainsaw, because yeah, like I say, the batteries wear out, and there's these different sizes to the batteries, so they last longer or not. Uh, we bought a second 2-pack of batteries, and I realized even the most intricate tool, okay, the tools aren't really what's where the money is. Those aren't that expensive.
The battery packs.
Like especially the ones that are the higher rated, better batteries. Like, oh, I think 2 of them were like $240 or some shit, like $120. I was like, what is that? How much these batteries are? But yeah, it's the batteries. And when you have a lot of devices, you need more than just the one battery. And the batteries aren't cheap. But
I've
it's
got a
pretty
really
amazing,
good
like
tool
either
when
way,
you
like
plug in a wall.
if you're a contractor, my partner's a contractor. Yeah, he's got a few tools that he plugs in, but not many anymore. You know, even gardeners, they got fucking rechargeable weed whackers, blowers, everything. Now, some of them are kind of, now, the first generation of some of those were kind of crappy, but now they've really got them. They got that shit down.
My mom's got a weed whacker, and she had to replace the string in it. And I seen the packages of the string, and she says, "You're gonna help me do this." And I look at it and I go, "No, I'm not. I've wrapped those before around there." And this one, you feed it in halfway, and then there's a button you push, and it draws it. You take the string and you draw it out to each side, and you press the button, and it automatically winds the string on the inside. I thought that was cool as shit.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I know what a bitch those were to self wind yourself and put in there.
Well, my old property, I mean, I always would have 3 or 4. And a lot of times, yeah, I had
The hell
acres, so
happened
I
to my roller?
weed whacked a lot. So I had to, a lot of times, you only weed whack a couple times a year. Same thing like what I'm saying about this sprayer and the cleaning. It, and I never did this. And that used to be why, oh, a year later when you're going to fire it up, yeah, it was sitting with X amount of 2-stroke fuel in it, which is basically oil and gas, right? In the whatever you left in the tank. And then that's been sitting in the line and also some little in the carburetor. And yeah, that oil separates. And next thing you know, oh, it's not, it's sort of a pain in the ass to get going. So, oh, you can clean all that. They got carb cleaner and all this shit. Yeah, I'd probably say it's probably best at the end of the year when you're like, no, you're not gonna use the weed whacker for another 6 months. Yeah, drain the fuel, clean the lines, do all that, and then store it. But the electric ones, those things kick ass because fuck all that 2-stroke and having to mix it or buy the fucking pre-mixed fuel that's whatever price. And over the years, I started paying attention to what the professionals use. Mainly all the immigrant workers or the Latino, the gardeners that or guys that do the weed right. Oh yeah, what's the model? They don't buy the cheapest model, no, but they don't fuck with all that bullshit with the rewind and different string things. No, they have the most basic string attachment because yeah, if you're doing acres, yeah, that's you go through that string. Like that's part of what,
I'm surprised they don't go and spend the money and get the metal ones.
Yeah, most of them just use like and they got their you can see they personalize it or whatever, get it dialed in and like it's a brand with an S. They make chainsaws too. That seems to be it's not the most expensive or anything, but
Schneider.
seems to be the choice of the pros. And the basic thing. I had this one that sort of had a weed line thing and all this. And it was always so fucked up to try to string it back yourself. But oh, there was this package for like $22 you could buy. This was like a new whole piece. And I used to buy those because, dude,
It was just easier to put on.
yeah, they've gotten better, but there was like some engineering growth in weed whacker string attachment fucking things. Each company had a different fucking thing and blah, blah, blah. And I tried some of those. Ultimately, yeah, most of them were a pain in the ass.
Like guy said in chat.
And I've tried the one where, yeah, it's metal blades and all that. Yeah, I'm always stoned, but I'd advise you not fuck around with your stone with that. And definitely have protection because like ricochets and all that's like on a whole other level than the string.
Yeah.
You could hurt yourself with that setup.
The guy across the soy from me in Thailand was pelting my roof with shit.
I'm not responsible for it anymore, but for years, I found after like all the years and having to clear all those weeds on the property so many times, it's best to get the weeds early before they thicken up and then where a string is really effective. But sometimes, like even why I got those blades was a couple years. By the time I went to do the job, the root and the stem of the weed had thickened up, even like got kind of woody. Where if I would have weed whacked them early, I would have avoided that. Like that's the trick. Don't like might as well weed whack twice than when they're small and thin and easy to just cut with those string, then to let it get a little bigger and wait till like it's you know whatever time of year when it's yeah. I finally learned that like sometimes I try to just do it once a year, so I'd wait till a certain time. But then some of the stems would get like an inch thick and shit, and the string wouldn't cut them. Then if I got down to the last few years, yeah, I would do it 2, 3 times a year. Much easier. You can do it fucking the whole thing faster. But like when they're young, when they're still like I guess a clone, not a teen.
So I still get like ads from Asia, and they have this like remote controlled I won't call it a lawnmower because it could go through like shrubs and shit like that. It's like a mini little tank, and this thing just clears shit out. I think that would be great if you had like a medium-sized farm and you could just sit there and It's gas powered. So you could sit there and go all day with it. Because I'm looking at a farm right now that, we've got 40 some acres of tillable land, but nothing's been grown on it. And like you said, if you don't go out there and clear that, there's some 4 or 5 inch fucking saplings that turned into trees all of a sudden. I'm gonna have to go plow all that with a fucking bulldozer. Because at that point, it's just best to rip it up and take them out that way. We seeing the room reset?
Well, I mean, I already knew from a text, but the trimmers were supposed to harvest the room today, but then they had to. There was still stuff hanging from the last. Yeah, they've been. We're down to just 2 trimmers, and we can't really like try to drive them or like put more pressure on because they might quit, and then we'd be having to find new trimmers. But yeah, we had to accept that, like, and it happens. Well, they used to be gung ho. They'd get this shit done, wrap up, it'd all be done. Now it's like, wait, why is there still stuff hanging? Like, because that means stuff has been hanging for a month. Now, granted, it's in a climate controlled, it's fine, all that, but they used to get that shit done like when it was ready to start trimming, within a week, it would all be trimmed, every crumb of it. And then you got all those stories. I don't always pay attention to the fucking life, but oh, this happened, and this one has a cancer diagnosis. Oh, the dramas of life. So, oh well. And
Sometimes you
hey, you
gotta
wouldn't think
step
I would
up and
take
say, hey,
because
we
like
need to get done.
we're at a thing now where we have these like totes, and then they basically fill the tote. They weigh it on the postal scale so we know how much. It's this whole. I glad I don't like my partner can develop this whole way to keep track. There's a lot of fucking numbers on paper you have to write down. And then when they bring it back, they bring back, even though it's like we don't really ever do the checking, but it like makes them know that we could. I don't, it's one of those fail safe. We wouldn't be sending them home with like multiple totes, like 5, 6, 7 pounds of weed that we really don't have a weight on or sorted on, unless we didn't trust them. Okay, we trust them, but you still got to have like a whatever, an inventory, like
Inventory.
I'm
You
checking
gotta have a
down.
weigh sheet.
And like so the way that if we ever really wanted to, because okay, and then when they come back, the finished buds in turkey bags, boom, boom, okay, they turn that in, and because they get paid per how much, right? So that's an important thing. But in the bottom of the tote is all the stems, and in a paper bag, all the leaf and trim. Because if we wanted to, we could go, okay, the bud weighed this amount, the stems weighed this amount, and the leaf weighed this amount. When you left, the tote weighed this amount. How did it only, like, you know what I mean? Now, it would still be a rough estimate. I mean, I don't give a fuck if somebody takes a few buds for themselves. Like, that's part of the job.
Yeah, you gotta
But,
smoke while you do it.
you know, you got to watch that somebody isn't like, keeping 20% for themselves. You know what I mean? Which, like I say, trust is ultimately, and these are fuck
the one kid, Jesse, I don't know. He never worked for me at my other place. He worked here only, probably 15 years. He's a little slow. It's hard to explain. Like he's a spectrum, or I don't know. Literally, his mom and dad manage like this historic apartment building called Grandview. It's kind of this beater. It's right there, literally on the beach in Lucadia. And over the years, what makes it like sort of has history is, oh, certain surfers and skaters from back in the era, and this was back when rents were a lot lower. Yeah, a lot of people stayed in Grandview. It's like everybody knows this. And even when I first moved down here 24 years ago, we'd go to these raging parties at this Grandview apartments where there's somebody, it was like all the surfers are there. Um, uh, he lives at I hardly get any sun because I'm a Reddit. No, this guy like is the pale, so ashen pale because he never goes outside. And he doesn't have a license. He's like 40 now. Has no ambition to do anything because his parents take care of him. He lives in this fucking spot with his parents manage the complex. Um, yeah, it's one of those. It's a perfect situation. Like even me and my friend, we were talking about this a few days ago. Like, yeah, like does he have like what does he do? Well, he does drink though. Like just drink for the sake of drinking type guy. You know what I mean? Because he's bored and has nothing else to do. And like I don't know. I don't know all these terminologies very good, but I think it's like spectrum or autism, whatever. So this is a perfect job for someone like him. You know, he's like 15 years. He's pretty much always, yeah. He gets it done. But he doesn't have any ambition. He doesn't want anything else out of life. Like like I don't know. Like I could see having a few years like that, but wait, when like you're just like half 40 years old and you're just coasting with no ambition to even do anything, like save up, go on a trip, go see the world or something, or have a hobby or passion or a girlfriend or something. No. No, it's not like he's unhappy. He's just floating in his little bubble.
Hey, maybe that's the best thing that he can do. There's some people out there that, hey, they work a menial job, but they work and they go home and they just stay in the house all the time in front of a TV or a computer playing a video
They
game
migrated.
or
His parents, he was born here, but his parents came from Costa Rica. So he lived in Costa Rica a part of the time, even though he was born here. It's one of those things where, yeah, his parents, what do you call it, coddle him or whatever. Like, oh, yeah, why would he move out of the apartment that,
exactly.
oh, mom cooks dinner every night and drives him where he needs to go and doesn't put any pressure on him to try to do anything else. And okay, well, all right.
Wait till he gets 50 years old and mom can't drive him everywhere. And then
Well, I
he's
mean,
got to take care of mom.
yeah, I mean, that's some of what happens. But I say, I don't know how to even spectrum, I guess, is the terminology. And there's different way I understand that there's like different, it's not like one size fits all on that. That's why it's a sliding scale. Different people have different whatever levels of whatever. And some people are in that state, but have been pushed to have to work through it more. You know what I mean? Dude, he's Look, I've known Jesse since he was a little fucking kid. The beach. He used to go down to the beach when he was a kid and skate and all that shit. Now he don't do it. Yeah, he's just basically a drunk.
But he trims the hell out of your weed, so you let it slide.
Yeah,
15 years and
and like that's
still
like,
a
oh,
good
that does
worker.
give him some money, like basically because he needs money for nothing else because he doesn't have a car, he doesn't have to pay rent, he doesn't worry about it. Where does he spend his money? At the liquor store.
Yeah. I've seen
Even
it all
I
the
don't deal
time
with
in
paying
Thailand.
him and stuff, but like Sam likes to like instead of like it used to be he'd be like, oh, can I get some money? I trimmed this amount. I get some money, and then I trim this amount. Now we like have him like on this. All right, yeah. Once it's all done, give me the total, and then we give you pay. Because a while back, yeah, he'd be like next thing you know, the trimming wouldn't get done and get out of loop. It would be because yeah, you gave him a few $100 for what he did the first few days, and then he started drinking. Usually it's like, get the job done, then here's all this money. You can drink for the next month, or 2 or 3 weeks until we have more shit to do. But like over the years, like, like being a grower and having employees and all this sort of, yeah, we a bunch of misfits. Like I remember years ago thinking it's not like a regular job where I have all these resumes and I can look through it and try to interview them and choose the the best person. Like people that are in the uh uh that are into doing that kind of work long term, uh don't have ambition to make a career for themselves, whatever they got going. They're usually misfits. They're not they're not the top of the class. But they're all good people. Because like I've been doing this a long time. I wasn't always this way, but one of the things that means the most to me about the people that do work for us, which is now limited, like we've had to cut back a lot of the work just over the pricing and the cost and the value, everything. Uh, yeah, like I don't think there's 3, 4 of them at the moment. None of them have been less than 10 years. Some of them over like 20 at this point. So like even though we have this thing with the numbers and could check whatever, wait, if after that many years you don't trust the person, then there's something fucking seriously wrong,
Yeah.
right? Now, a couple of my other
There's
friends over the
something wrong with
oh,
you.
dude, I'd go stop by their house and every fucking batch there'd be oh yeah, meet so and so and meet these girls and all, and then you go when they're trimming the next time, it'd be like a whole new group of people, and they never kept people around for more than like a year. And to keeping people around, then it's a give and take. You gotta deal with people go up and down and all around, and you gotta look out for them when they're slacking and know that they care enough about you. It's like a mutual relationship, right? That's how good work and employees and all that work. If you just like don't give a fuck about them and they're a dime a dozen to you, and yeah, well, then it's gonna be hard to have trust and all that. You know what I mean?
The manager for the shop's already been picked, and
Like
I don't
it's
have
going
to
on.
worry about that.
30
She's going
years
to be
ago.
handling $10,000, $15,000 at a time, and I'm not going to worry about it.
Like me and my wife had a thing where she basically managed the people and oversaw them. And even though she would never, like, they never thought that she was this way, but like to me, she was always like I would always have to tell her, wait, that's so and so. do we trust them or we don't trust them? We do trust them. So like, no, I don't think they're doing the, like, she would always, and she would overlook them. And I remember at the beginning, we would have to supervise, like, literally set up the trim session where we would supervise it because we didn't like trust them. Right. Which a lot of people, that's how it ends up being, right? Um, uh, yeah, no, like I've said this before, like how much is trusting your people that work for you? How much is that worth? Like how much is that worth an hour? How much is that worth to you? That's a valuable commodity. And even like regular jobs, that's a big problem. Like even with cashiers and people that work in retail and all this, people steal shit.
Not me. I'm just going to come out and tell you, hey, I need pot. I'm taking this cola.
Yeah.
It's a lot more acceptable when they come out and say, hey, I need pot. I'm going to keep this big bud. And then you go, okay. Well, when you go to get paid, that big bud comes out of there.
Like, yeah, it's been some years since these realizations came to me. Like, literally, we've had to, just due to the economics of the game, pay less per pound and cut back on the amount of labor. And yeah, it's ultimately that's the screwy part of it. Because I actually think there's probably less cannabis jobs now than there was pre-legalization. Like I read this story. Okay, so the first 6 months of Mendocino County and Humboldt County. Okay, since Prop 64, they've had a decline in sales tax collection in the counties, right? That was like single digits each year, but that's still big for a county to be like not collecting as much sales tax as previous years. Okay, and because most of the economy of the Trinity or the or Humboldt and Mendo and all those, yeah, when it was at its peak and the numbers that they're in the graph from 10 years ago when the sales tax was at its peak, yeah, that was mostly cannabis money. And some of that was, oh, all the workers that gravitated to that area, oh, they need to buy a jacket. They need to buy this. There was money they were getting paid. They spent it in town. They got, and that was sales tax and that was good for the community. And that money helped all the things. It was a drastic, like part of this story is, it's not single digit this year. It's like 30-40% lower than it's been because the cannabis money is gone there, right? And even this article went into that they haven't licensed that much grows up there really, right? So even the taxation from the grows, well, that money gets all diverted into, it's not all just goes to the county, right? That's way less than what they're losing in sales tax, right? So, like, even when I read this, I still remember, I forget the name of the group, but when Prop 64 is on the ballot, they were like some Berkeley hippie types that like trying to get some, oh, they, whatever. They were trying to have an alternative to the legal system they put in place. And basically, their thing, and simplified version was, yeah, you don't need this whole system and all this. Just make it sales tax on it and allow basically put in regular type taxes right into. Don't try to like take out the traditional market. Like that was where the power was. Even if you would have made it that like anyone, even a small grower, could just report his income and pay taxes on it, especially today where cash isn't king. And to have money, you pretty much have to have it in your credit card, debit card, whatever. Half the places don't even accept cash. Well, that you're gonna have to put money through the bank. There would be people, and there are always people in every business. Like, do you think people that own laundromats fucking claim every fucking penny? No,
That's
even
why they're audited the most.
yeah, I mean, even I'm pretty sure the IRS, yeah, that their tax rate's like 30 some percent or whatever. Yeah, they don't only collect 20 some percent because just about everybody has a cheat here and a cheat there. That's all built into the thing. I might not be explaining this right, but yeah, if you would have just did that, now that we're stuck with this fucked up metric thing and this whole thing, and then you would allowed even the home grower to be able to say, yeah, I made 8,000 last year off of the cannabis I grew and sold. I'm reporting it. I pay tax. Oh, some people wouldn't. Okay, that, but that money would be more. Their whole point was the billions that they promised the taxpayer in this whole thing. That would have achieved it and taken care of all these people. Because the one thing I see in all this is between the middleman, the workers, all these people. Yeah, the legal market basically rubbed them out. And like, oh, I know that
Well,
I've
that's the
read
whole idea.
the average of what a cannabis job, like a menial cannabis job, trimming, defoliating, oh, they pay pretty low wages, way lower than rest of businesses. Like the article I read on that was like, yeah, fast food workers make 20. I think Flora might know, but yeah, the average cannabis job per hour is pretty low.
Well, it's like
Right?
anywhere from minimum wage to $5 above minimum wage. And to get the
Yeah,
$5
like
above, you got to be,
on
one of the
average, that's like a lower paying job, right? And
yeah. The whole growing thing is a low paying. Like I said, it's like average is like 17 to 19, but you can make up to 20. It's
yeah,
like
and
you,
so
you're paying $17. You're scrubbing floors and cleaning trays and doing cleanup work, right? It's all broken into a bunch of teams. Like you'll have a team that just pulls
and then
leaves, just
even
plants new
though
clones.
it's been a while, like all these workers I'm saying have been worked for me for all these years. Hey, it didn't matter. They knew the price. They're in the game. They knew what I charged for weed. So when they would tell me how much I owe 'em, most of the time they didn't want any money. They wanted product. Okay, because
Because then they
I
make
was at
money on
this
that.
price, and then they made a little extra by doing what they did with the product, right? And so, oh, they actually got paid a little more, and oh, because they were the worker, I'd hook them up a little better that way. It was always easier for me to work trade.
Pay and
Like
weed.
when I used to have like 4 or 5 people, there was like a couple of people that really what the reason they didn't stay on the team, they they wanted money. Where it's like, oh, if I needed 3 people, I picked the 3 people that worked for a trade, okay, for years ago. Okay, no one works for trade anymore because they can't sell it. There's no demand. Like, well, maybe a little, but yeah, no, they just want the money, and the money's the same, but it's not because, like, oh yeah, they sold eights at whatever price, so yeah, they doubled their money or made a little more from it. And one of
They're
the
like
reasons,
150.
like I've always done it in my like over here, they didn't do that. But like with my people, dude, they trim the bud, right? So when they would say, "Oh yeah," yeah," and I'd say, "Okay, 3 ounces, I would eat 3 ounces." Okay, I would give them the top of it, the best of it, on purpose, not like oh wait, let me keep all this good. Wait, let me get the scrappy shit here. Here's what you get paid in, because ultimately they trim the shit. Okay, They give them the fucking headies that were sitting right in front of them. Give them the top part of it, right? Yeah, I mean, everyone runs things different. That is a good motivation. There's little things like you got to care about people. Really, it gets into do you care about people or you don't? And in today's world, we're in a dog eat dog fucking existence that it's hard to care about people.
People don't care about you.
Well, no, it's a what do you call it? A mutual thing. It's a mutual thing. There's good people out there. Oh, yeah. Like if I had to like go, yeah, we just need our trimmers, and I had 10 people, I would expect. I'd feel good if out of 10 people, I found 2 that I'd be like, oh, okay. Like the ratio of, yeah, good to pieces of shit. It's pretty, yeah. There's a lot of pieces of shits out there. No fault of their own, really. Well, yeah, but yeah, the world's gotten to be like a lot of these principles I'm talking about. This is what built fucking humanity for fucking thousands of years, and now all of a sudden we live in this corporate fucking the have and the have not to the degree that, yeah. I mean, any of those jobs
I still carry a Louisville Slugger.
They're forced to care for the employees. I remember when around here, the thing is before Walmart started paying $20 an hour and all this shit. Walmart used to have like really the lowest wages. Years ago, there was a story that like people at Walmart, because the way they got paid and they were part-time, were also on Medicare, all this government stuff, right? Like even the HR inside Walmart, if someone had a medical thing, they would tell them, yeah, just go to the clinic wherever, because they didn't give them benefits and shit, right? And then when that's having, the taxpayers are picking up what the company isn't taking care of. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's making any sense, but it was like this because, yeah, HR, the actual management inside, like places like Walmart, would tell the 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 lower end of employees, oh yeah, just go to the clinic or go sign up for this or oh get this assistance basically because they weren't getting paid enough to be supportive on their own. Even though now the wages have come up and for the most part people get paid for post COVID or getting closer to $20 an hour. The problem is that not anything really changed because the cost of living went up faster than even that. So they're still in the same boat, even though they're making 20 an hour.
Yeah.
Rent's so high, gas is so high, everything else is so high around them that it's not like, oh, I used to only get paid $11 an hour. Now I get paid 20. Fuck, life should be good. Costs, everything went up around you faster than your wage increase. But whatever. I mean, I wish all this shit, I thought there'd be like, yeah, with like some other cycle of politics will come around and we'll go and fix some of these things. Nah, no, these big conglomerates and corporations got us on lock, dude. I didn't know this, but my partner pointed out that Kroger bought Vons and Albertsons a while back. Like grocery stores, basically there's only one company at this point that owns all the major grocery stores. So there's not even competition in grocery stores.
Not Vons. Vons is owned by Safeway.
Yeah, but it'll just be a matter of time in the conglomerate culture that, oh, okay, next year they'll announce Kroger. Guess what? They put a bid in for Safeway and all of its assets, and that includes all this. And now they're 90% of all of it. And there's that capitalism needs like like, what's the term? Like, for capitalism to be healthy, it has to be fair and like competition and yeah, when the all this is basically antitrust and monopoly, the conglomerates, where I guess they changed the laws over the last decades, but they used to break companies up for even having smaller conglomerates, Standard Oil. There's been antitrust suits of the past. Yeah, we're in a culture now where these things are just so massive in every sector, you know. Like even, I mean, this is like a big thing. Like we haven't figured out, well, we're probably going to just start ordering online. So I've been in this North County 24 years. I can remember I didn't shop at them because I was loyal to my friend's store. I've been going to the same hydro store, which is like 10 miles from here, 24 years. I try to not have to go there that often, but it's nice to know I can just stop in there. Oh, I needed this. Oh, I fucking that or whatever. Yeah, last week we went there. Now, my friend sold it a few years ago to Grow Generation, which, but all right, it was still the store there. Yeah, Grow Generation closed it. Oh, I see that right down the wall there because even though it was owned by Mark, dude, that was one of the busiest fucking stores. You'd have to stand there and wait till one or two of the guys at the counter had a register ready because there was other customers. The last couple of years going there, fuck, there's no one ever in that store, right? The bottles are dusty, right? They weren't selling near the shit they were before. I was like, oh, well, the business changed a little. It changed so much in this whole area that, like, when I first started growing here, oh no, it was a pretty big grow culture. Like, we're wondering where's everybody else getting their shit? Because when we Googled, there's not. Yeah, now our choices go to Marietta or all the way downtown, which is like 45 minutes to the store there, or all the way up to Orange County to Dana Point. There's no store in this whole area. There at times there was like a dozen different stores. There was all these small ones, this one, but then the culture of what Grow Generation did ran all those people out, bought out all the right stores, and then they don't care if they're shutting stores down. That doesn't even hurt them. Even though they paid Homeboy for his store a few years ago a good amount of money, that their whole plan was to shut it down. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. Oh, they keep a few key places. They do. I mean, and yeah, you just order the shit online. It's like in the past, you think, well, fuck, these are 5-gallon jugs and cases of Rockwell. Shipping's going to be outrageous. No, once
No,
you order a certain amount, it's actually going to be less than if you got in your fucking car and went to the store. And that's
I
like that.
couldn't.
That's the Amazon model that we all. Well, that hit the hydro stores. Like that used to be one of the last mom and pops. What do you call it? Uh, Storefronts. There's another term I can't think of it.
Brick and mortar.
Brick and mortars, right? That somebody could make a fair living and resell products. And
Not
when over
anymore.
the last 20 years, the sewing shops went away, this store went away, this store, all the other stores went away. But hydro stores were still in the game for a while. Oh, now they came to they're pretty much done too.
My
What about
aunt
CO2 tanks? That's
It's yeah, now part of why hydro stores and brick and mortar was important is because of the prohibition of it. Oh, you weren't like ordering shit and having it shipped anywhere. You were too paranoid to have that. You know, you wanted to go pay cash and just, hit and run. Now that there's no one really worried about that, oh, sure, ship it here. Fuck, boxes of hydro shit. No one's fucking cares about that. You know what I mean? Well, so many years ago, that's how you used to get busted. At least that's what we thought. Now I don't think people are afraid to just order whatever they need, grow stuff through Amazon, through Home Depot, through whatever, GrowGen. And it's
No,
not like,
because it's now normal.
yeah.
The majority of the states have turned to somewhat of a medical grow, if not recreational grow.
Well, I mean, whether it's, totally true, weed's legal for God's sakes in just about fucking all the states in our country at some point. And I mean, at some point, Green Merchant and all that wasn't that many years ago. Because they
30
couldn't bust
years
the
ago.
fucking growers that easy. They just bust the fucking guys that ran the hydro store and call that like a conspiracy because they knew that the shit they were selling was headed to people that used it for illicit things, growing weed. And having a hydro store was like just about as risky as fucking being a grower yourself. They come in and fuck with you. I don't think I mean, maybe there's somewhere, I don't think anywhere in California there's some like random stakeout at the hydro store where some detectives are just like watching who comes and goes and collecting information for future. Nah, that those days are over. That used to be real. Like I knew people that got like when they got to court and got the paperwork. Yeah, it all happened when their car got picked up at the fucking hydro store, and then that started the case that led to the case, and that was a thing. And I don't think that any police departments like they got a couple guys detail. It is to stake out the hydro store and see who's coming and going.
9 more.
No.
Anymore. That's a big change. I mean, I try to look at the pros and the cons. That's the way I think. Even though there's a lot of cons for me personally of the change in the weed, all the weed thing in my life, miss the good old days and all that. It isn't just about how it affects you individually. Like I realized that a while ago. I always knew that all these changes weren't good for me, but if they were good for everybody, then and the fact that like for the most part people don't get arrested for small amounts of weed or consumption, all these things, and that's
There were
I
220,000 arrests last year for
sometimes
cannabis.
Yeah, and there's still not, there's still pockets of fucked up shit happening, and I don't have personal experience with it, but from guys I know up north that have been working up there for years, and now some of them have gone legal and have licenses. The people that work for the cannabis board are the same people that used to be on the uh, uh, cop team busting growers. Like one guy's story is, the guy that comes and inspects and gave me the green lights, the guy that busted my dad fucking 20 years ago or some shit. The same guy. Now he switched jobs. And I think in this last few months, a year, maybe it's just my optimism, but I think the legal market in the current system is in big trouble.
Yeah,
It
I
isn't
think
working.
so too.
It isn't working for the people in it. It's not working for it's not working,
Overproduction.
and they're not able to make any logical and constructive changes because they're politicians and bullshit and all whatever. And I mean, there's a few people, the guy from Catalyst, and there's some others that this is data that's public. Let's say that the legal market, which I don't think we have much, the black market doesn't have much penetration. Maybe there's a little into what's on the shelves in the stores, okay? But if you flip the coin, the legal market
at this point in the last year or so is flooding the black market. Okay. Because, the data shows way more, some of these places that are so big and are producing so much, that's more than where's it going? Like seems to be like a little shuffle going on there. And some people are like suggesting, yeah, a lot of that's being pumped into the black market by the legal market. Now,
Well,
those
I can tell you that's
were being
happening.
like traditional weed was like affecting the legal weed, they'd be crying and that'd be such a thing, right? But like the traditional market, well, who are we to like? Well, one, we're not rats like they are, right? Because I can remember over the years there were like owners of some of these brands and stores that like gave press and stuff and was basically asking that, they owned a dispensary in San Francisco because of the black market and they wanted more enforcement. They wanted something to be done about the black market, right? That few years ago when Prop 64 first started, there was a lot more talk like that, right? Yeah, I think it came all the way around where it's like, if you can't beat them, join them. And so when those guys got to dump all their bullshit, yeah, they just dump it out the back door because Metric, as much as it's supposed to be a fail-safe inventory system, plant tag, or whatever all the lingo is, and they get paid to manage that and do all that. That system doesn't work at all. I know 3-4 big glaring loopholes in the thing that I know people that have been driving right through that for years now.
Are you still talking about metric?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, a little bit.
Whatever.
Well, shit. Like I said, I went and I got that double OG. That was $12 an eighth, guys. It cost me $48 for a half ounce.
Hey, something I thought about because, like, one, I saw this news story in New York where they did a big raid on a place and they had a printer and spray packs and they showed all the different Mylars and jars and everything that was like knockoffs of all the brands, legit ones, and did all and like, yeah, Jungle Boys cookies, they get knocked off, right? I think some of that is actually helping their brand. Obviously, they would like to have the sale themselves, but not everybody's putting weed
Advertisement.
less quality than the weed that Cookies or Jungle Boys putting out. Even though it's a fakery, there's actually pretty good weed in there, or maybe even better weed than the place is producing. So, like, for instance, if I took some of my shit and bagged it up in one of their brands that is maybe not better or whatever, as good as theirs or maybe a little better, well, that would help. Like, and then that got out and people were like, damn, that cookie shit's killer. I want more of that, even though it's not even cookie shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're complaining. Like, oh, there's some people that have brands. They're knocking off brands and putting crap in it. Okay. But bottom line, crap is crap is crap. Right. And so if you're going to go through a whole thing to make packaging under, bootleg, you'd have to put something pretty good in it or it's not going to go very far. And I think some of what the black market and these people that do that counterfeiting, I guess it is, and certain brands could be actually making that brand shine because, like, all these people in whatever state or wherever that are buying fake whatever branded shit, that's better than the real branded shit. If that makes any sense.
It's possible.
But this thing in New York, it's one of the first times they did a full scale raid. And they had this 10-minute news story about it. Yeah, they showed They had a room, they had an airbrush thing. Yeah, these were spray packs. And the head of the investigation was basically saying, we're not even sure what is in these. I mean, they're terp sprays or whatever but yeah, that's a real thing. Like maybe not in California and Michigan but some of these other states that are less or more gullible. Yeah, there's a lot of spray.
When I was
Spray.
leaving Thailand, when I was in Bangkok, they had these buds that they were calling infused, and they looked like they were just all white, like it was just a whole bunch of trichlomes. But here they had sprayed something on it, but it just looked like you had that foam spray snow. That's what it looked like you sprayed on the bud.
Well, I think I heard my one friend is thinking about, because he sees the demand for it, like starting a pre-roll thing. Because he works at casino, so his people are. He says, yeah, most people are into these pre-rolls, and
Grab and go.
yeah, a lot of that is sprayed too. Like, yeah, they don't always start with the best material to make a pre-roll. Oh, well, if we could spray it with something that makes it fucking smell a little better, taste a little better, not better, but whatever.
Yeah,
That's
I worked at
the thing. It's
I worked
big.
at a spot.
We've heard about it. We've all heard about it over the last couple of years that it was happening. Well, at a certain thing, it's happening in certain places, it's happening at a pretty big scale.
Yeah, I worked at a spot that said never shake, always top shelf. And and what they would buy, it would blow your mind, because it would come in these bags, and it would have to like sort like the pieces of plastic from like the trellis nets and rubber bands and fucking all kinds of random shit out of it, tons of stems, and it was like the shit that looks like it was the droppings on the floor, right? Like it literally wasn't even qualified to shake even. And then what they do is they take that after that and they cut it up into like coffee type ground type consistency, and then they would spray it with terpenes and mix it with distillate, right?
Yeah,
So
a
now
lot
it's
of
got now it's got a fucking, now it no longer smells like hay. It smells like whatever terps they added to blend, right? And then it's got some potency because of the distillate. So it's like I don't know. It's just the wrong way to do it.
If one of
Sounds
these
like a cigarette company.
yeah, well, like one of those big corporate conglomerates, when they finally get in weed, just like they do with all their products, snacks, I mean, they deconstruct it and then they rebuild it, right? Right? That's like crackers, all these fucking processed foods are that way. Yeah, that'd be the way they grow the lowest grade cannabis and then call it infused and go.
They
Give it
don't
a
even grow the
little
cannabis.
distillate, give it a little this, and even on the packaging, say, oh, it's infused with X, Y, and
Yeah,
Z.
these guys don't even grow the cannabis. They just source it from all the local farms and just buy it off their fucking shit, right? And
Wait,
then this is the thing. And then this is the thing that they do. So, say it's a mixture, a whole bunch of different weeds, or it could be any kind of weed, it doesn't matter, right? Whatever terp they spray it with, they say, oh, well, this is Granddaddy Purple, or this is OG Kush, or this is Green Crack, right? It's like, and then they sell it as that. And it's not. It's like it's all artificially like,
Yeah.
and it's just
And
so
a lot of people our age that are, been smoking weed since we were kids, we're like the last defense because our kids and them, yeah, they're not gonna have us around to be the keep all this from happening. Like those big corporates, they already know like how easy. Yeah, don't worry about all the chatter from the adults today. That we don't even care about that. we're after the next generation, the one after, right? And maybe not your current kids, but your kids' kids. I mean, I think about this sometimes. At the rate we're going and the way the ball's rolling, yeah, the world of cannabis and cannabis products won't be anything like nothing. There won't be. Oh, there might be some little pockets of old people still hold on to craft or the real thing and dank and all that. No, like as much as we think, oh, that'll never go away. Oh no, it'd be really easy for them with marketing, branding, control, market share, all the levers that they they plan on using to just completely make it like, yeah, people don't even smoke weed anymore. They just vape or they just like, who knows where we'll go. But
When I went to the dispensary, on the back of one of their packaging of one of the companies, it actually says THC and CBD concentration may vary, reported by 10%, meaning they could represent it at 32% THC. And because of what they wrote on the back, they can get away with putting out 22%.
I think if you really polled people who are customers that buy pre-rolls exclusively, especially of a certain age, you'd find that they don't even know how to roll, right? Which, okay, I've been rolling joints since I was a fucking kid. So and I don't roll the prettiest ones, but they do smoke all right, good. A lot of
They're
people,
huge.
a lot of people, especially younger people, yeah, they don't mind smoking them, but they have no intention of trying to learn how to roll their own or any of that. You know,
No.
oh yeah, I like joints, so let's just go buy one. Like, because it is something that, yeah, you got to spend some time in the first as you're getting good better at it and figuring out all the little nuances of it. Yeah, it's you know, going to take you a little while to get to be good enough at it. Yeah, people don't. I don't like.
Well,
Yeah,
I
they just
left a
go ahead.
couple of the plastic rollers are good. And the last few weeks I was there, I was noticing more people using the roller and rolling joints because it was so much easier.
And I've yet to meet the guy because I never go out. I don't surf. I wish, but I never paddle out, especially in the morning. But Gary, he's out there surfing every fucking day. And he used to like sell weed to some of those surfers he met. But now it's funny that like he finds more people. They don't grow weed or anything. They're sales, what do you call it? Sales reps for certain legal brands. Like the one guy that, it's been a couple years now. He's Stravinsky's brand sales rep, right? So a lot of times Gary has varying products that homeboy brought him down at the beach. He'll come back from surfing and be like, oh, here, homeboy gave me this. I forget dude's name. But he's a sales rep. So that one of the products that sometimes I grab a few of these, they're this box that has 5 of these. I don't know. There's a nickname for them, but they're like mini joints, right?
Dog
Like
walkers.
half-gram joints. And they're from Shabinsky. It's orange. The box inside this other packaging. It's all nice. And I don't use cones or any of that stuff. I don't mind getting spit out a little flake of weed that gets in my mouth. So it's this little joint. It's like with a whatever you call it, the paper roll thing in it. And I guess it's infused. I don't always read it's always like, oh, let me taste that because it's the current hype strains that dude's working or whatever. It's packaged well. And if you and a friend lit one up, you maybe get 2 hits each. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a mini joint. But they're popular because it's like a lot of people, yeah, they don't need a big old fucking joint. They just want a couple hits for themselves or something, right? And these things are pretty popular. My experience, the first hit, when I light it and go, I'm like, wow, this is pretty good. You can take everything off there. By the time I hit it a second time, I'm like, oh wait, what happened? Where's the like? And then the cone thing's there, and I usually don't even try to smoke it down because
You're burning paper.
no, it's not any good. It's just not any good. Like the first hit somehow with whatever they've done makes it go, oh yeah. But then once it's going, it's like no good.
Well, now we know
Cardboard.
Bud doesn't smoke weed that leaves resin at the end anymore. He
Well, none of
switched
those,
over to this new
like
weed.
those kind of things, even when they got like distillate or fused, like, and a lot of, even though our strains visibly have more trikes and like I don't understand, but like
The grease isn't there.
yeah, somehow
The
we
oils aren't there.
from that, which yeah, it used to be people that smoke joints a lot, they would have resin stains on their lips and on their fingers from like
Yeah.
joints. Because joints had goo, resin, some more than others. There's still a few strains out there that have that characteristic. Not many. Even though they're crusty, they test high. You're like, but that crust, not all crust, ends up being like gooey resin in a joint. Like I remember when we first got outdoor weed, killer outdoor weed in like the 80s. And we were using those big club papers. They're thin, but they were kind of big. There were all these big joints, and a couple, 2, 3 hits in, you'd have to get the scissors and cut the end of the fucking roach off because so much resin collected after just a few hits, you couldn't hit it. It would be dripping out the backside. And this was like out, it wasn't even weed like today. It's all crystal everywhere. This was just green bud of the era in the 80s. Some of those that weren't that impressive looking as far as resin content, that was sticky. There was some in there. Dang. Yeah, it would spit out all this fucking resin in the joints. I remember weed like that. And then Afgoo, of course, was like, yeah, that was so much resin and those things that you can barely roll joints of those. So, or even when you smoked in pipes and bongs, there'd be this like black or ash that was like, yeah, it would stay like it was dead, like too. That's like where we've had this discussion. Yeah, I don't think weed flower can get it like above 30, 40, 40 some percent because it wouldn't, like at a certain point it wouldn't smoke, right? Because like it needs the vegetate, like in a joint at least, right?
No,
Like-
that's just the amount of cannabinoids that can
Yeah, but the
fit
problem is-
into the
yeah.
plant material.
Yeah, well, what they're saying when they say 35%, they're talking 35% of the total weight, including everything that's there, all the
Yeah,
leaves,
that's what I'm
buds,
not believing. Yeah.
right?
Now,
And
if
then
they're saying that
so and then THC is kind of like a defense mechanism, right? It's like it's not the primary thing that plant does. So for like 35-40% of it to be THC, it's like this doesn't seem right. But
No.
I think what they've done through the way they calibrate their machines and the standards they've used is take weed that even the best weeds were probably like, we were maybe in the mid 20s at some point. A couple people might have hit 30 that fucking, but all this 40 some percent. No. And so like I kind of think they just pushed the numbers up 10, 15, meaning what used to be 15%, 17, now they can test out at 29, 30, you know. Oh, stuff that used to be at 20 something now can come out at 40 something. Like through their standards. But because I think it was Not So Dog, him and Mean Gene were on a Future Cannabis a week ago.
Yeah.
Not So Dog was pointing out, and I was part of all this, when the American High Times Cup started, which was like 2009, 10, like 5, 6
Damn.
years, they were pretty legit, and everything went through. They had deals with the labs. Some of those are still around today, but this was at a whole different stage of the lab testing and all that. And there were some of the best weeds that were like, it wasn't no shabby fucking time of like entries, right? I judged a few, entered, won one. It was all like, oh, there was a percentage of it that wasn't grown that well, but there was some fucking killer weeds and all that. And all that data exists because everything that was entered into those cups was tested. Okay, that's where you turned in your entry, was at the lab. First thing it did is get tested, and then it got judged. Yeah, 13 to like 21, 22%. Like, and some of the most legendary weeds that like everyone agrees were legendary weeds is in that pocket. And then all of a sudden, Prop 64, this other error comes in, and you know, there's reasons that, oh, the labs are fighting for business and the higher tech, like whatever, all the things that create what's happened. Yeah, I still think even the best weed today might be a point or two higher than we were, but not like double and shit, dude. Right? Like OG used to test like in the teens. I wanted the cup with Blackwater in I never fucked with labs except for this in my whole life of growing. When I won the cup, it was 19%. That's what won the cup, 19%. Because I entered it in a couple other events after in different cities. And the same lab that I dropped it off over here in Temecula, I don't think it's still there today. Yeah, that was part of it. I got their card and then on my own took batches that I thought was even better than the one that I entered in the cup. And the most I could get that weed up to was like 21, 20, almost 22, right under there. And that it wasn't like, oh, yeah, fuck, look, I got, because the tail end of that, I won in 14. Right around that time, Thora probably knows more, or somebody could just pull it up on Google. The first weed, and there's like a High Times cover article and all this that tested in 30 was Ghost Train Haze. And it was the highest testing thing in history, and there was a whole thing in High Times, and it won the cup at that high. I never really grew it, but I had that weed. But
I love the smell of that weed.
I guess maybe it was 30%. Like, first off, that's like, I don't know, it's all right. But so we were like already kind of flirting with that 30. Yes, that's like 10 years ago almost, right? But now we're like in some weird thing where weed, I've seen numbers on a jar that then I look at the weed and go, yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but wait, that whole system cost the weed customer, the consumer. They pay for all this testing. They pay for this metric. They pay for all this. That's why the weed is 37% on top of whatever price and everything else. All those systems are failed. Metric failed. The lab set thing is in total. Their credibility is completely shot at this point. That's pretty weird, and that's only in 5.5, 6 years. Like, that's what I mean earlier when I said, yeah, I think there were a couple years ago I felt like they had the upper hand on us, the traditional market versus the legal market. No, in the last 6, 7, 8 months, maybe it's just an illusion. I have to tell myself to stay motivated. Oh, I think we got them right where we want them. You're never going to take us out. No. And if you do, that'll be the worst thing that ever happens to cannabis in the future of cannabis. Like that'll be the decline of good quality
Night,
and
G.
everything
Peace.
that we've strived for the last 30, 40 years. Because that would mean they won and they have no intention of doing it the way we did it. Which basically was with like passion, love, honor, respect. Like, oh, we brought the best people by people that brought the best energy.
Beastie.
Beastie. No, commercial, that doesn't exist in commercial. Are you kidding me? Like all those guys care about is the penny, the bottom dollar. How cheap it can be. How quick can it be done? How many cycles a year in a room, you know? In a year. Like
the only thing
who's gonna be here for a while
going for them is that every year, whatever, each state different demographics.
Probably Bud, not me.
Have X amount of people that turn 21, or you know, I guess 21's the legal age, but most people probably 18 because when you're 18, it's easy to find somebody that's 21 to pick you up some from the store. There'll always be these new kids that they'll gravitate. I mean, just look at the art and the branding of someone like Jungle Boys, cookies, and wait, who's that shit geared toward? It's geared towards, like, it's not geared for a fucking 40, 50, 60-year-old person to go, wow, yeah, that's cool. Most of that's geared for like the 20-something. And there'll always be a fresh batch of them to keep them going. And they know it. Like, I think in as they're doing their thing, certain brands are positioned where they know, yeah, look at our numbers. We mainly sell, the best customers are between age 21 and 25 or something like that.
You know, and like the logos and stuff, right? Like they're cartoony and stuff. Like they attract the younger audience, you know. You know, some of like yeah, like you said, like the cookies look to see. I don't know. It's kind of like the brand is
now
wild. How many people I see? Like I was like in the stores and grocery store and shit. Like even older people wearing like cookie shirts and like I just don't understand it. I mean, that shirt probably cost them $25 or something, you know. And do they even know what it's for? Like it's like cookies, unless it was bootleg. Of course, there's a lot of those too at the swap meet. But
shit, now I forgot what I was going to say.
But yeah, the branding. Nobody's talking about the branding. Like you said, someone turns 21 every day, right? And so they're looking at that branding, you know, and
yeah. I mean,
but then you get into a market like Asia, where the age group of that cartoonish type packaging all of a sudden goes from 8, 9 to all the way to like 40s. People buy that shit just because of the packaging.
Well, okay, and
so there the group is a lot bigger.
well, wait, there's people here. Like even he says, you see people fucking in the grocery store, 40, 50 years old, wearing a cookie. There's a certain amount of people that are loyal. So they started when they were 20, whatever, and they've stuck with it. But I think that without having any of this data, if we really looked at the data, you'd see that, yeah, that's like there's certain brands that are entry points for young or newly of age stoners, and then as they mature in their quest for weed and all that, oh yeah, yeah, they might have even bought the shirt and did all this shit back when they were whatever, but now they've matured to a few other brands that are there, and their branding's more to pick up the people that are now 30, 40 years old, right? And where there's like a lack of any real concentration, even though that's where the real money is in the people that are in the legal market that are like in their 50s through whatever age. It's like, I don't know. I mean, none of those brands in their marketing appeal to someone my age. Not most of them don't.
And every time I go to the dispensary, there's always people there. Like it's never like there's not people inside of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So so they're selling. You know, things are selling.
Well, okay. Around here, there's Urban Leaf, who is like freeway access. You can see their place. You can see their parking lot. You can see that the employees and the security guard park in the side back. There's never any fucking cars there. I never see people coming and going, oh, there's this other place over here called Off the Charts. I didn't even realize that I get gas across the street. Dude, there's this like constant. I was like, holy fuck, you can't even get a parking spot. People come and going, especially on
Well, they have good products.
afternoons and weekend afternoons, like Thursday, Friday. Oh my god, it's fucking busy as fuck.
Off the Charts is a chain, and we have two of them here, and they're always busy. But they have the products that people are looking for, and they sell it at they're one of the cheapest people as far as like.
Well, that's what I figure is how it goes. Even some of those other places, yeah. If you ask the customers why no one goes to Urban Leaf, oh yeah, they charge this much and their shit, right? But they're still there. They're one of those chains, right? Wait, there's another one. I forget what it's called. It's a chain. I never see anybody there. But there, I have saw. Oh, there's these other ones that there's a lot of people there. I imagine that's because yeah. Ultimately, if you serve good or fair, like then you're going to build your business. When you're so big that you're like not doing that, those ones don't thrive. Even in like a high traffic area. Oh, and some of those companies now, I imagine they're still in business because they can afford a full size billboard along the freeway. That at this point, over the last few years, the first times their billboards was basically directing you to the store. But then over the changes that have happened, now that billboard does try to direct you to the store, but it also gives the number and the website and all that for delivery. So like, yeah, you might not have a lot of traffic at your store, but you could be killing it with delivery.
Yeah.
Why it looks like the other place is so busy, yeah, they might not do delivery. And so if you want to get it, you got to come get it.
Well, usually like the delivery thing is like seems like it's I don't know if it's an employee of the dispensary or like outsourced, but like they only have a very limited amount of stuff, and then different pricing. Even though they might say free delivery, it's different pricing. Yeah, I haven't done the delivery. I haven't had anything delivered like at this location, but back, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is all the same old
circle jerk of conversation when it comes to this. Overall, I think most of us, chat, content providers, yeah, I don't know anyone, even people that are in the legal market and doing well in it, like say that much good, like it's
I don't
bad.
think I think people had a fairy tale like thing where they thought it was going to be like tobacco to be able to go in the 7-Eleven and get their cannabis cigarettes or whatever, and there'd be all these
It's
different
coming.
flavors. Yeah, it might be, but
Maybe not the different flavors because they did away with the additives for the
no,
tobaccos.
yeah, but there's terps in cannabis, so you can have different
Yeah.
flavors. And the thing is like that probably is coming with the reschedule, but then that's gonna fuck us, like people like you and me, buddy, because like they won't have no home grow at that point. Nobody will. And the weed will come you're either gonna get that shit over the counter weed, or you're gonna have to go to a pharmacy, right? If they make it Schedule 3, I think it was. I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen that
Yeah, I
soon,
think
but that fully happening is only going to make craft and real weed business stronger.
And I think pharmaceutical companies are still peddling that Marinol stuff, right? They still subscribe that shit when you can get real cannabis now.
They invest. I mean, dude, they put a lot of money into all that in the trials, and what do you think they might not have achieved what they thought they?
Have you ever done Marinol? To me, have you
But
ever
there's
tried
no
Yeah.
way to abandon it
shit?
because
Dude, I didn't get nothing off of it, right? I was like, shit. Did Marinol work for you?
I poked a hole in 10 of those suckers
Yeah.
and nothing happened.
Yeah, that's what I did. About 10 of the little orange ones and nothing.
Yep. That was supposed to be 100 milligrams of THC. My ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like one little 10 milligram edible of real edible will fuck you up a lot faster than that shit will. I mean, I just think that they did that shit on purpose. Like gave like made that drug like shit on purpose.
Placebo.
So they just they don't want they just they couldn't synthesize THC at that point, which now they're doing all this lab shit, right? Taking Delta 8 and turning it into Delta 10, and have this THCO and P. It's all this synthetic bullshit. It's like I think that's real bad, like super bad.
First, why don't we find out what the plant really is?
Well, I mean, ever since that doc, I can't pronounce his name, the guy in Israel or the people that basically wrote the white paper, the entourage effect, and I'm not that smart to understand it all, but I understand the basics of it. I think all these products in the direction of farming and all this, I don't think there's any way around that, right? But they do, and right, where they think they're going to be able to isolate a couple certain things and call it a day. Where ultimately the effect and the effect of like what true cannabis is and what people like us know cannabis to be, that's only achieved through like the full spectrum of all of it, which gets into like, we barely even scratched the surface of all the little some of these cannabinoids and terps and esters are like a thousand, 10 thousandths of a percent, just teeny bit. Oh, even some of those terp mixes, yeah, they do a strain profile and take like the 3 or 4 major ones, throw those together, and then think that that's going to taste like sour diesel or whatever. When unless you really went way down that list to the whole all of it, which at that point it'd be just easier to keep it all of it in the original product, flower, grown well, than trying to derive it and separate it and then
isolate and say this, that, and the other. That's not gonna. I mean, it might have some effect, but it won't be like getting stoned or like that comes from the entourage effect. And no science, no matter what technology they bring to it, is going to be able to break that. That's just, maybe I'm wrong. Science is pretty amazing, and with the right amount of money, they can do shit. I think this puzzle might be a little. It's not
Little
as
bit
beyond,
more.
and then that cost might like get to be too high. So they'll just settle with this other crap. And with marketing and change of generations, oh, the 3 generations from now will be using cannabis and not even realize the fact that generations before used to get off cannabis because that's not even what's on the shelf. You know what I mean?
Or we grew it.
Yeah, that's why it's important for home growers, tradition. I mean, home growers are part of the big picture of traditional market or whatever you want to call it. But the real cannabis market, not the conceived fake bullshit one of the legal market, real cannabis market. That includes everybody, um, except the legal market people. Like in some ways, I mean, yeah, even my beloved Grateful Dead are sellouts, right? It's hard not to be in today's world.
I just found a ticket from 2003, The Dead with Bob Dylan, and it just says his band with special guest Robert Hunter. August 8th, 2003, Darien Lake, which is New York for people out there.
It's like a generational thing with the Dead because like they seem to be popular in certain places and not because where I grew up, like I didn't know anybody that listened to them. And it wasn't until I came to California that I met people that listened to Grateful Dead. But up in Washington, I didn't know anybody. Like we knew Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and Nirvana, the grunge guys, like rock, butt rock stuff from the '80s. Like, but for some reason, like the Grateful Dead just wasn't popular in Seattle.
Well, basically in the Pacific Northwest, what, bud? They only played like the Gorge.
Oh no, Grateful Dead. They've been going to the Carousel Ballroom in Portland from the '60s. Have
Yeah,
a whole legacy in
Yeah,
Washington.
but
Northwest
when
is
they
one of the
came,
Grateful Dead stomping grounds.
but when they came back, I
Oh,
don't
the
remember
modern
too
era.
many.
Yeah. No, the Gorge or no, they got a few places. They play in Portland. They've played in a
Yeah,
couple.
it was just not Seattle. Maybe it's just my age group just didn't listen to them. I don't know.
That could be it.
Oh, like before my battery died. Yeah, like even the Dead or now the Dead, like they sold out. Okay, in my mind,
Yeah.
and most of the legal market and the people that most of them all came from the traditional market, right? Uh, and to me, they're the same thing. They're sellouts. Like in the perspective I come from and the way I view this whole thing. Yeah, those are just sellouts. And so okay, sellouts is what it is. Okay. That's what they did. They sold out for the plant. They sold out for the culture. They sold out for the whole thing in the quest for making themselves rich. That's why they did it. Most of them in their heart, no, the whole thing is fucked and the system is fucked and it's rigged and it's bullshit. That doesn't make them go, oh yeah, well fuck that, right?
I'm not
No,
gonna lose
they're
money over it.
yeah, they're chasing that. They're not chasing the plant and the best weed and no, that got lost. It might have been that way at some point, but once you like went all the way that other way and sold out, basically throughout there's many songs about it. There's many poems about it. Yeah, yeah. You cross over, you can't cross back. That's the way I look at it. Like, fuck that. Because, like, as things start to break down the legal market, a lot of those people are going to try to jump back here after fucking 5 years of like talking shit and acting like they were better than the rest of us with being legal and shit. And like, we were the problem. Man, fuck them. I wouldn't welcome them back to.
I don't think the workers feel like that. I think it would just be the owners of those places, right?
Well, like, even what put me on this tangent, like, I could probably Google. There were full blown TV ads on both sides of all the cannabis things, Prop 64 and 215. 215 is a long time ago. Most of that had to do with medical and all that. But when Prop 64 was on the ballot and months before that election, the pro Prop 64 that won what we have now, they said all these things on those ads. They were talking like billions of dollars, and it's going to schools and roads and this and all these jobs. And oh, they made a lot of promises.
Like Ohio did.
Right? Yeah. Wait, we're 6 years in, and like most things with the government and politics, oh yeah, no, what did you said a lot of shit. But that ain't what really happened, was nor was that what you intended or planned, or like that was just all lies, you said.
Here in Ohio, they gave out a number on how much money was going to be, for the Ohio people to get jobs in the cannabis market. And the amount that they put out would mean that everybody that worked in the market would have made $57,000 or $58,000 a year. But that's, they weren't telling you that the guy running it is making 500,000 a year, and the guy taking care of you is making $12.50 an hour.
Well, the one thing I see is, okay, a
That's
lot
the
of the
truth.
legal market guys paint this picture of the old days with the black market, and like talk about like all the pit, like in a very disparaging way, right? Which even back then, oh yeah, there's always some rotten fucking apples in the batch. Okay, that's just the way it is. The same amount of those people that used to be part of when it was just the traditional market are part of the legal market. There's examples of brands and people that have been caught red-handed spraying pesticides, doing all the things that they think is the black market is only does that. There's a percentage of the legal people that play the same way, because there's a percentage of bad apples everywhere, right? But a lot of the pro legal people try to paint this picture that, yeah, back in the black, you never knew what you got to get. You had to meet somebody, and it was this whole uh like drug deal type thing, and like they say these things of trying to like, oh, there, no, that wasn't the reality of it. That wasn't the reality of it at all. There was community. There was like pot dealers were a respectable thing. People came, and that's like, look, 61. There's only been a few years of this bullshit. For most of my life, there was this whole weed thing. Like, even my dad's culture had the jazz guys of the, yeah, you found weed. It was a little harder and stuff, but it was there, and it supported a lot of people all the way up and down the food chain. We basically, the real move here is we basically gave up all that helped all these people up and down the chain and traded in for fucking Uncle Sam. That's what we did. They said, all right, well, yeah, get rid of all that and give us 37%. And you won't go to jail. That's basically the trade-off here.
I'd rather go back to the days of old and take the chance of going to jail.
Well, I don't know about all that.
You
Yeah.
don't
'Cause
show, you don't
sometimes I
tell, you
think
never
back
go
to
to
like
jail.
just kicking it at the house, and I'd been there living in there for 10, 12 years, and there everything was pretty tight. But going to sleep at night, I would toss and turn because I knew at any moment everything I work, that as much as I don't live that way anymore, if I think back to the times I lived that way, oh, that was no way to live either, dude. That was like you never
I
felt,
slept very well at night.
you know. Hey, yeah, Frank. I had this guy I helped learn how to grow. He lived out here. He was about my age. He had a nice property and had his grow going there. Not that big. Basically like a nice shed building outside and one of the bedrooms inside. So many years ago, it's been a lot of years ago. There was this high-speed chase that started at the border checkpoint, right? It had to do with uh, a load of meth or something, a good amount of drugs in this car and weapons. And there was two guys in the car, and they went somehow got away from the checkpoint and headed back south, back in San Diego. Got off the freeway and went up the road by his house and went off the road and crashed into his property. Right. And then a million cops swarmed on the thing. They got the one, no one got into any of the grows. The grow was locked up in all this. But all those cops being there and all this, and even though they had the guy in custody, they had both the guys in the car, they still wanted to like check everything. And he got busted and had a case, and he never actually had to go to jail, but it cost him a lot of money, quit growing and all this because, yeah, just some random thing happened. Like he had no control of that, right? Fucking car went off the road, crashed into his property. Guys ran out. Cops came, and nope, that led to him being busted. I never forgot that because, like, yeah, that's how it used to be. You didn't even have like something
Shit
like that could
happens.
happen, right? Something crazy like that can happen, right? Even some other people, if I think back, I had friends that had like volatile relationships, and next thing you know, like cops would come to their house because them and their wife were fucking arguing and shit, and that led to them getting busted. Crazy shit used to happen, where you're just like you're one step away from that happen. That happened. It never happened to me, but you had to keep your shit tight, you know. I was at this fancy store at where I live in the beach. It's really expensive, but they have a butcher counter and they have really good meat. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I'll go get whatever from there. So and the guy was like, he was a middle-aged guy. The counter was between us. All I had was in my cigarette pack, I had one joint. I don't even think of this anymore. And then he wrapped up my meat, and then he says, how did he word it? He's like, oh man, you smell good. You smell legal. I was like, I never heard that term. Like, I was like, oh, it took me a second for my mind to realize what the fuck he was even saying. I was like, oh yeah. But like the way he described it was like, yeah, you smell legal. I was like, oh, that's a good way to say it. Where like in the past, that would make me like that'd be one of the nights I might toss and turn where I'd be like, oh shit, man, they fucking smelt me in the fucking store. You know, like you had to be careful about all that. It's been a lot of years. I don't even care. Like, what do you like, like, like smelling like weed? That's like, and even that technically in California law and some other states adopted the same thing, used to be probable cause. Which
Yeah.
now, like state law is that the smell of weed is not probable cause, right? Which is a big thing because even if you didn't have weed, they didn't smell weed, cops would just say if they had you pulled over and wanted to get access to see if you had whatever, would say, "Oh, it smells like weed." And that would be the probable cause. And once they put that in the report, then they were green lit. They didn't care if you proved it or not. They could do whatever the fuck they want. Now they can't. Beyond the fact that if they like somehow are chasing next door and then smelt weed at your house, that wouldn't lead them to better go down and say, "Oh yeah, hey, this house smelled like weed. That's probable cause. Let's get a warrant." And you can't even get a warrant for that. So the smell
No,
of weed
you guys see it.
isn't like that anymore. The smell of weed used to be like, yeah, that was like they would use that in so many ways as probable cause. So I think that like one of the when we're talking about pros and cons, that was one of the big rulings that you can't say was like that's good for everybody. Like so, a couple of things that have happened in this legalization thing undeniably are good. Now, does it justify all the bad and all the taxes and all the corruption and all? No, and I don't know. Maybe at the moment, yeah, but we're getting close to the tipping point. But it's easy because we forgot what it was like. And a lot of people that are newer into this, they never even grew in the days where what we're talking about,
No.
you know, where yeah, you had to be like pretty mainly they were my wife's friends, right? But they were like friends of hers since she was a fucking kid, right? And so we had weed and sold weed. She made it seem like we just bought weed and resold it for like years. And sometimes they would come for dinner at her house or there'd be things and she would do all this like if it was like a house inspection because she didn't want Allie and Eric and Christina and these friends said, no, we grew weed, right? Even though they were like our fucking friends, like our fucking friends. Then over years and things changed. I remember when she told her best friend Allie and Eric, like, oh yeah, like, and showed them it all, right? That was a big thing. But like, yeah, that's how different it was. Like, yeah, you even to your friends, you wouldn't let them know. Even though you sold weed to them, you made the weed seem like you just bought it from somebody else to sell it to them. You didn't want them to know you grew it because you just didn't want to have any. Like, you want to keep the ship as tight as
Association.
possible, every which way. Like, if there was a choice to make, you would always choose uh, safe, like all those type of decisions, which was really no way to live. That was no way to live. Like, I've appreciated getting to live where I don't feel that. I
Well,
wouldn't
guys,
want to, like, if all of a sudden tomorrow they're like, yeah, we're reversing all this, we're going back, like what you're saying, I'd be like, oh, nah, fuck, I don't want to go back to them. Those things were pretty gnarly. Like when you actually lived them, they were nothing nice. That was no way. Long term, and long term happens real quick. Like as these years have clicked off, I remember it being a real thing. Like I really thought I'd like when I finally realized, oh my God, I've been like supporting myself with growing cannabis for 10 years. Right. Like I remember that being like a thing to me. 10 years, 10 years. Right. But now it's like 34 years. Same. Nothing changed. I mean, a lot changed, but same. And a lot changed. And what we're talking about is the changes. Yeah. So, like, in essence, rough math is a third of that time I lived in this modern bullshit with less the legal thing. But for 2/3 of that time, I lived in this other thing. As fucked as this thing is, the value, the this,
yeah, I wouldn't trade it for those 20 years of the. No, that was not when I really look back and think about laying awake at night, thinking about all the like. Sometimes it would just hit you. Some nights it wouldn't. Some nights it didn't phase you. Oh, but there'd be these other nights where you would all of a sudden think, "Oh, they're coming."
I don't know. I sat there and dreamed of 1 ounce equals a round trip to Amsterdam. Everybody, I gotta go. I gotta be up in like 4 hours. Peace.
Peace. All righty. Just the two of us. I don't know if Jeff's there or not.
And even if I go to my teenage years and like when I got kicked out of school for someone else's pipe in the like by like smoking at school, and then the police cop, I still remember his face. I'm sitting across from him at the desk, and he's basically trying to get me to tell on the people who he didn't catch, but he caught me, and then they put the dude's pipe on me, and like I was like ninth grade, so I didn't even really understand law and all that. He proceeded to take this like pipe cleaning tool out of his desk and used a spoon thing to scoop the screen out of this metal pipe and scooped all the resin, put it on whatever tape, something on his desk, and then explained to me that, oh, that's hash. And hash is a felony. Because even back then, small amounts of weed was like a misdemeanor.
So you couldn't have any
Hash
concentrate.
was always a felony. So my first case, my first record on my whole thing as a minor was charged with hash. It wasn't even hash. It was resin from a fucking pipe because I wouldn't tell on the people. And then, because that was a felony, when I had some other troubles as an adult or young adult, that record that it was like hash complicated the sentencing or like wasn't eligible for something. I remember this whole thing and it's all bullshit. But yeah, that's probably why I hate cops to this day. Well, I was raised by my dad, so like yeah, he was like for real outlaw. So I guess that's probably where it started. But like one time I got taken into custody and I had some weed and did have like a crack. This is when I was fucking fucked up on doing them fucked up shit. But I didn't have any crack at all. No way. So when I get down to they take me to the station and they tell you to get out. And then they had like, remove the seat, make sure you didn't stash anything in the back of the car.
Mhm.
And I was already told to stand against the wall and look this way. And I remember hearing the guy go, "Oh, look what I found!" And it was so fake the way he said it. And I was like, "What?" Next thing you know, I'm in the station at the table with the guy, and he's got these like rocks, and he's like, "Yeah, these are in the back of the car. Like they planted them there." God, I was so mad. Like they put me in this cell, and I kept asking, "Let me talk to the watch commander. Let me talk to the watch commander." Or somebody, the guy would come, and I'd say, "Yeah, look, this is what happened." The guy, I remember the guy, like no one. I was probably telling the truth, but he's protecting his officer, and he just looked at me with this like certain smirk, like, "Yeah, yeah, you're fucked, dude." Then I got charged with possession of fucking cocaine for sales or some shit like that. Uh, and I didn't have any cocaine.
Was
They
that the
planted it in
80s?
the back of the car back in the 80s. Yeah. And That was funny. I was like, yeah, cops, that's fucked up, man. Fucked up. Never like, and there's still cops on the street like that. And there's probably people in jail or on like crazy 3-stripe things and all this that got fucked up cops like that.
It's probably not a lot of cops left from the Reagan years though, because those guys would be like in their 80s probably now.
Well, I never followed up on it, but I could have. Remember, it was kind of, I think, some of the aftermath of the OJ thing. But there was in LA, but Rampart, which is the police station in LA, which was really where Adam 12 or Dragnet was filmed and based out of, and the backdrop of it is the building. But it was like the worst. They had busted a ring of cops in there that had been basically ripping off bigger drug dealers in the area. And sure enough, the cop that set me up and did this, he was on the list of like 20 cops that were all charged in this ring because they all worked together and then split the shit and stuff. It was during the and yeah, I probably could have went back to court and had this cases, any of the cases by any of those people. You probably could have went back and then had it taken off your record because of all that. Yeah, but so yeah, that's the thing. Like, oh, even though that was when he did that to me, that was probably when he was still like just a patrol guy and all that. Years later, that like, yeah, he crossed over. Once he's crooked, and that led to him. He might have even went to prison. This whole, I don't know if they sent all these cops. They definitely fired him all and cleaned up the whole station. It was like they, and they were like white. They were white. They came out of the sheriff's department. They all had this tattoo on their ankle, right? It was like this weird club within the police department that was like rogue, and they're like based out of Rampart.
So they're like gangsters, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they could, cops maybe still do this a little bit. I can't blame them. They make a big bust and there's all this money and this and that. And it's just them there. Well, let's just report this much and keep the rest of it, that no one's going to know the difference, right?
Yeah,
and that, I think, I mean, there's weird cases where it got so corrupt that then, even though there was real drugs in the evidence locker and all that, over time, so all of a sudden it's years later and they need to produce this stuff to court, it had been pilfered, meaning the cops were corrupt, so they took the good drug, put some other bullshit on the shelf. No one knew the difference. Like, there was so much corruption back when, yeah, I guess pre a lot of things, but cops had more reign to be able to do shit like that. But I'm sure they still can if they got the right. Well, you got to have a bunch of dirty cops all going to look out for each other, split it up. That ain't hard to do when you get paid X and then, oh, one night you can walk home with an extra 10 grand. Well, oh, I could buy a boat. Cool. That kind of, cops are dirty. Well, when you work around that, all that, like even when I was in prison, I saw that. I was the warden clerk for a couple years. So there was always these new recruits, and they'd come in all gung ho, right? They got the job because they want law enforcement, whatever. And then next thing you know, there's investigation because they're selling ink, tattoo ink, or cigarettes or some shit to inmates because they just and the hardcore prisoners would know how to break them down. I remember reading some of the reports of like, and yeah, it would all start with one little thing, and then that led to another thing, and the next thing you know, a lot of them weren't always cops. They were what they call they were employees, state workers, like the laundry guy or the teacher. So they weren't really no, some of the cops were dirty as fuck too. But I realized during the time then that even though those people took that job because they were cops in their heart like this, after being around all this for a year or two or longer, oh, you get sucked right into it. There's like no way you don't. It's just the nature of it.
Oh, Jimmy, welcome to your show.
How hot was it today?
Well, it wasn't as hot today out here because we had like some cloud cover in the morning and it rained for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, for the last couple of days here, we're not that hot, mid 80s and stuff, sort by the coast. But where I realize I'm uncomfortable and it's humid, and a lot of it is there's like a monsoonal thing. And that's probably why it rained and the cloud cover and all that. But we've been in the monsoonal thing, and I was saying to my friend the other day, yeah, dude, I would take 10 degrees hotter, but fuck this humidity. And yeah, humid's all sticky, and even if it's only 80 some degrees and humid, that's way more uncomfortable than 100 degrees and dry. My experience.
Yeah, it was like mid 90s here, but when it started raining, I was like got excited, but then it wasn't even 10 minutes when it was done, and then then later afternoon, like the sun came out, and of course 100.
Well, in my area, it's not like we're not going to have 100 and some degree days. That'll be in later part of August, September, even maybe up to October. That's when the real heat will hit my area this time of year. But like my friend that was in Europe, Bobby, he lives in Ukiah and works up in Mendo up there. Yeah, he's been in Europe since what was it, Mary Jane, that thing in Berlin. Then he went to Prague and back to Barcelona. It had to have been a month. And he finally came back a couple days back, but we talk almost every day. And I was telling him he postponed his flight a couple times to stay in Barcelona a couple extra days. I'm like, yeah, dude, you might as well because other people I know have made their Instagram story like the 10-day weather and been like weeks. It's like 110 and up every day. Really hot for that area.
Yeah, just always hot here.
He told me because we were talking about going to Vegas next for last couple of weeks of the shows. Now that he's back, and I'm like, dude, it's so hot in Vegas. He said, dude, I look, the weather here in Ukiah and the weather in Vegas is almost the same temperature, everything. I'm like, how could that be? That's the middle of the desert. Like, there's no when you go drive to Vegas, you drive through the desert for hours, and no wonder it's so hot. Mendocino and Ukiah is whatever 500 miles north, closer to the coast, way the fuck up there. How can the desert of fucking Nevada and Las Vegas be the same temperature range That's fucking Ukiah. That doesn't make sense. But I've been meaning to pull it up and look like in Farmer's Almanac. Because over the years, I had a few friends that were up from up there. And then I've always been from down here. And like like 10 years ago and longer ago than that, when we would talk and hang out, I'd be like, yeah, fuck, it's so hot down south and San Diego or LA or the Valley or wherever I was, Southern California. And it was always cooler up there. And when I'd go up there, it'd be that way for the most part. Then the last so many years, when I talk to my only guy I really know in Ukiah that's like my best friend, I talk to him like every day. Yeah, it's always hotter up there than it is down here. Even when it's not heat wave hot, it's hotter up there. That doesn't make sense because closer to the equator, it gets hotter. Further north, it gets cooler.
Desert.
Yeah, and like even he says, if he drive 15, 20 minutes this way, certain parts of Ukiah are in a valley, whatever, it's locked away from the green layer. And if you go this way, even though it might be this hot here, you get down into closer to the city and Marin and Berkeley and all that. Oh, it's Bay Area weather. It's not that hot. It's warm, but it's not that hot. But up there, oh, that's fucking hot. Like they just planted teens, really, but clone, an acre, close to 1,000 plants or something over the last 2 nights. Because they went out there with flashlights because, you have a better chance of less of the plants croaking. You plant them in the cooler part of the night. At least that's what they thought or whatever. Where it's only been a couple days, but I'm telling them, yeah, especially teens that have been under indoor, kind of probably outgrown themselves before they planted them. You put them outside and it's 112. Some of them just croak. That's my experience with plants. Once plants like some grow through, but sometimes plants they can be watered, all that they'll just like croak.
Yeah, it's
like,
just
also they'll just wilt and die. You're like, whoa.
Some plants just need to be hardened off for a couple days before you do that.
Yeah, for the most part, and even down here, I've had my outdoor crop where it was over 100. Plants don't like it over 100. They can survive it. They can grow through it. Some strains better than others, but for the most part, that's above their temperature range. Just like
humidity and elevation also play a factor in that too.
Yeah.
Because like you say, if you're like, I don't know, 100 degrees and you're a block away from the beach, somewhere in Orange County, that's not the same as 100 degrees out here.
As far as like the product that's being cut down from up there, it's light depth right now. Full turn is just getting planted, so it's veg and all that. So if you have basically a greenhouse, hoop house, whatever, and it's 110 or 12 full sun, how hot is it in the fucking hoop house, dude? That just magnifies the fucking temperature that it's outside. So if it's like already 110 outside, and you're in like some enclosed hoop or greenhouse, whatever, God, it's got to get fucking hot as fucking those. I mean, isn't that what it does? It like if it magnifies the temperature.
Usually,
the greenhouse, even when it's not that hot outside. Oh, it's warm inside the greenhouse.
I mean, usually you have an extractor that's extracting heat out of the greenhouse and blowing air, and you usually have a water wall to keep it cool.
Yeah, water wall. That's a big.
If you don't have a water wall, you're screwed in the desert. Like absolutely mandatory.
But a lot of guys that do it the old school way, old tarps are the best. Like one thing being in veg state, it's a little hot. But if you were anywhere near finish last few weeks or so, and it's that hot, well, that's got to be cooking Turks big time, right? That ain't gonna be that week's not gonna be affected by that, I assume.
What are you smoking, Femi? I know it's cannabis,
I,
but what
I I've been smoking Sherb Crasher tonight.
Smoking some little tiny joint of sour Morgana.
sour Morgana?
Hey,
I got
dude.
a vape pen that's sour apple.
Oh, nice.
I don't know. I don't know which variation.
I'm pretty sure tomorrow is the Hollywood Farmers Market. Aren't you pretty close to where that's at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I might try to stop by.
You're
Yeah.
in LA again? Why don't
Am
you just
I?
move
Yeah.
down here? Why don't you just move down
Pardon?
here? So why don't you just move down here?
I definitely have thought about it. No, LA is lovely. People always talk about how crappy it is or something. No, quite the opposite. It's really delightful.
It's not crappy in the least. Anything your
No.
mind can think of, you can find in LA.
Yeah, times 10, honestly.
Well,
Like
Any
it's
kind of
it's it's pretty
food.
comical. Yeah.
pretty much what you would call Southern California, which can maybe be considered anywhere from like Ventura down to the border, right? Even where Florida's at, where I'm at, where you're at in LA, that's all in the bigger picture called Southern California, right? Yeah, it's got to be one of the primest places in the fucking whole world to be.
Mhm.
Climate, the whole everything. I mean, there's a reason that people have been flocking here for fucking all these years, and it is what it is, and all that. And I know, like, there's this certain, a lot of it. What do you call it? Contempt prior to investigation.
Mhm.
A lot of times, the people I hear on the internet shit spewing their shit about California, they have never even been to California.
Yeah.
It's just a
All
thing.
they know
Like, I
about
get it.
California is Beverly Hills 90210 and or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck
I
it's
do.
called. Yeah.
You know,
No,
there's
that's
a
the right.
politics.
Melrose Place,
A lot
whatever.
of things have like, there used to be a time when, hey, when I first was a deadhead, 80, 81, and started traveling to the East Coast and all these places, being from California was like, dude, that made you like a fucking superstar in those places. Are you from California? Oh my God, what's it like? Like people were like, you know what I mean? And it's sort of come like full circle the other way, and for a lot of reasons. But in the last few years, with where society's at, there's a lot of hate towards Cali, which is I don't know. Like
There.
I laugh at it all because like
It truly is,
I'm
though.
proud. I love California, and I don't give a fuck. There's everywhere has its problems, dude. So
When I went down to Arkansas for Christmas, they were definitely hating. Like they were telling me like they don't like Californians and like I should get the fuck out and not consider moving there because they don't want us changing their politics and they were really like
Not to
forward.
mention, if you want to see real fucking poverty, you go to a place like Arkansas. Like they have very wealthy people too, of course.
Yeah.
But oh my God, some of the poverty there is pretty close to third world poverty. It's something else.
yeah,
But
I mean,
for some reason don't like us though. They yeah.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Most of them have never even been to California. They've only seen it on TV, so like they don't even know. You have to be here to know it, right? I mean, you can't just see it on TV. Like that's not right.
Yeah. No, one of the most common complaints is that it's expensive. But I mean, like, if your singular complaint about a place is that it's expensive, what are you really criticizing? That people really want to go there? I mean, it's not like the people here want things to be so expensive. They just are. It's like houses cost this much. It's not like people are okay with that, but they have to make do. And there's plenty of places that houses are expensive now. Seattle, where Flora's from, is legendarily expensive. Up in Canada, Vancouver, Victoria, the whole West Coast is apparently just nuts because of, in part, Chinese investors, among other things. a lot of places are fucking Looney Tunes expensive, you know. So
Yeah, Seattle and San Francisco are like very similar in that lifestyle and pricing of houses, and you know, it's very similar. But yeah, very expensive. But the thing is, like, 40 million people live here, and so obviously we're here for a reason. Like, it's desirable, right? So like, we're not in Alabama, we're not in Arkansas. Like, those places, to me, like, no offense to Arkansas, but I thought it sucked. Just it was.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
you don't want to talk shit about a place, but they do, So it's like, fuck, if you can dish it out, you can take it too. Like some of those places just suck shit. They don't have anything to do. Like I've spent plenty of times in small towns, and I have to be honest. There's basically the perpetual kind of, the one thing they all have in common is that there isn't any fucking thing to do. Like there's just goddamn shit to do. You can drink, you can fucking bone, and so everybody has babies before they're 20. You can shoot things. That's about all you can do. And like, how do I put this? That's cool. Like the rural lifestyle has its benefits, but it's not all there is to be either. Like it's pretty fucking nice to be able to go to any goddamn concert that I could think of. Like tonight, there's almost certainly there was a Hollywood Bowl concert. If not
no,
tonight, then
I'll
tomorrow. I
tell
mean, it
you,
was
if I
Saturday, so
would
it's probably a
team
Hollywood
up,
Bowl
I
concert
would have,
with LA
I
Phil
would
and
have
whoever.
been Warren Haynes. He's on the road. It's called the Serpent Tour. They're at the
Oh,
Greek
that's right. Bud
in
would know everything.
Hollywood. And so the band is Warren Slash, which that's why I really wanted to go. They're not coming down south because, yes, Slash from Chili Pepper, or yeah, Chili. He's like a phenomenal guitar player, no question. Like, he's not a one-trick pony when it comes to guitar. And then Eric Giles' band and some other people. It's at the Greek tonight. My friend manages Warren, so we would have been on the list. And but I'm in the middle. Somehow, this whole summer, my work schedule is like, yeah, not cooperating with my fun schedule.
Got to kick it in gear, but what the shit?
Well, some of it is I've had like something natural, like, oh, we harvest and then I have to reset. We took clones yesterday. Yeah, a couple weeks before this, the things not so much work. But then there's that work. There's the perpetual cycles going on, and they are what they are, and they just keep falling. Where I'm like, yeah, it sounds good, but not tonight.
You're just making excuses, Bud. We see
No,
you
and
as the Big
part
Lebowski of the
of it
show.
is, in
Basically,
my
we should
first
call you Bud
50
Lebowski.
I used to make that my main priority, no matter what, for a lot of years, especially in this partnership, where now things have shifted around. Where my two younger partner, they're at the stage where no, they're over it. They'll shut it down if they're in other directions in their life, and then since I've taken this newfound interest in here, because even though I've been part of it for the last 10 years, yeah, it wasn't my priority. Like, I made a lot of excuses and like, all right, work got done. Well, now it's come full circle around. Okay. And it's like, if I'm not doing it, they're not doing it. So wait, it's not getting done. Oh, look, we're like in this weird thing. And some of it I realized, yeah, payback. Because, I used to get paid when things were good here. And I remember telling my wife, like, yeah, it's great. Fuck, we just, like, oh, we put in the work at the beginning, but then it was just one of those things. Even though I would always be in the loop of when X, Y, and Z needed to be done. When I say I made up excuses, I was always, I'm harvesting I'd make up excuses. Because back then, the business supported, well, we just had more workers. It didn't matter if I came or not. I was just going to supervise workers anyway. Oh no, we don't. Workers have been eliminated from the uh, nut. Like it doesn't fit into
Mm.
the current business
The
model.
margins are so low that you can't even have workers anymore.
The money that
They
you
literally
think
took
you're
our jobs.
you're that money, like, all of a sudden a month goes by, and you'll realize, oh, okay, our labor cost was this. That would have been X amount of money that we would have had in our own pocket. Okay, that's why we do it. And it ain't that hard to do the work. I've done the work, yeah, when things were good, it was cool to not have to defoliate, not have to do this and sweep and little tedious things. But when you really go, well, wait, to have all those tedious things done cost this amount, I'd rather have that money. That money, you know what I mean? That's the reality of it. It's sort of sad because even by letting the trimmer do the harvesting, trimming, like, is hardest work. And so some of that other work, they love that because, oh, they get paid and, oh, scrub the trays and clean the resis and wipe down the room and sweep everything. Yeah, a lot of that. But like, even we, like Sam, who organized them to do the harvest, like, dude, I could cut them down and hang them. I don't think that it's like throwing them a bone. You know what I mean? Like, and I get it. Like,
What
even
does the
like some of these people are 10, 15 years part of the team, right? They're part of the fucking team, dude. And you can't
what does
just,
what
you
do you
can't
give
get so
them?
selfish, so driven that all you really care about is you. That's
What do
easy
you
to do in this dog eat dog
what,
world, but if you want to have like a balanced thing around you, you gotta care. Dude. You gotta care. You gotta,
what do you
like,
pay? What do you pay them for to trim a pound now?
well, that's the other part. Same people used to make 200 a pound for years, and things change. Yeah, 75, no lower.
Wow.
Takes a long
I've heard
time.
of as much as like 250, 275 up here. Friend of
Now,
mine's brother is basically what you would call a professional trimmer in the legacy market still to this day. And once
okay,
upon a time,
my
he would
best
get
friend,
200. I think maybe once in a while, $300 a pound. But yeah, no, no, not
okay,
anymore.
and my friend Lindsay, who she's one of the people that trimmed for us for years. She ran the group, and she's one of the best trimmers I've had a lot of. Lindsay's no joke, best quality, but she's top notch. So many years ago, you guys probably remember me discussing it. Like, I was, this is back when I was still running my place, and so I was playing a role here. And Lindsay rented a room at my house for a few months when this conflict or thing was going down. Where I think then we were just trying to get her down to 125. Okay, this was a couple of years ago from 200. And Lindsay's a very independent, like she said no. She's like, I've done this for this amount of time. I'm no, right? She didn't know this. Lindsay owns a small house up in Seattle. She had a tenant there for like 10 years. Tenant moves out. She needs to do a bunch of home improvement to get it up for the thing. She goes up to Seattle, live there in her house, and do this work over a few months. Turns out, I won't mention names and all this, but basically, she went to high school with Fletcher and mainly his brother. His brother was more a friend. One thing led to another. This is going on like a year and a half. Oh, they pay her even more. Okay. And I think they even cover expenses. Her life exists now. She lives down here in the coast. Yeah. Like, next week she's going back up there. She doesn't know. It might be 5 days, it might be 10 days. She can get 2 down a day at Archive. Okay. Now, like, even I was telling her this, we had dinner the other night. Like, I know of about 1,000 brands. I don't know him personally. I just know from like what I see. one of the places that I'm like, yeah, that looks like a good business model, like solid dude, genetics, quality, all this, right? Is Fletcher in Archive, okay? Right? He's been around a long time. Whether everyone's got haters and all that, but okay, he'd
I
be
haven't
someone.
really heard anybody talking shit about him. I
No,
have to say,
I
I've
look
heard
up to
people
him
say
and like,
persnickety. That's
for
about
all
it.
these years, I ask her questions, okay? When she comes back, I want to know, right? Okay. Well, she's a real team player. She wears the fucking sweatshirt and the whole thing, part of the fucking team. She don't even smoke weed anymore, right? Like, even when I'm like, yeah, what strains? She's, I don't even know. They're in the code, like, they're all coded. And then there's only a couple people, Fletch and some other manager people, that actually have access to the book that know what things are. Okay. Right. Like, oh, now she's been there a while. She kind of knows some of the strains that are being grown for product. But when it comes to the genetic work and things, and as I'm like, okay, because like you'd have to know her, like even this last dinner. Okay. Now, hey, I could go, hey, Fumi, I'd like a clone or two from Archive. What's on their list? Can you go? Okay. No, somehow I've been slowly working Lindsay, who you just have to know, like, yeah, somehow that's like, but I explained to you, you realize that seeds and clones are legal. So the next time you go to work, I don't expect you to ask them for anything. How much do they sell the clones? Let me know what the list is, and maybe you could get me one or two. And
No,
then,
fuck, you should have told me. I can get you whatever. I got a bunch of
okay,
stuff
I
already. I
get
can
it.
get you.
Some of it's my little thing with Lindsay, but yeah, if I really, even Gary, when my partner, when I told him all this, he said, dude, like, is anything there any better than here? I'm like, I don't know, but like, since Lindsay works there, I'm curious. I like, oh, sometimes she brings a little bead. Sometimes she don't even remember what it is or doesn't know. But
No, they've
oh,
got cool stuff. What do they have today? They always change their. They probably
right,
just got a new clone.
he's not just
Every
some
time
guy
there's
throwing
420 or
cookies.
710, they get a new clone.
Yeah, like he's a respectable thing. Okay, so like when she tells me the amount of oversight, oh, not like, oh no, the real people, Fletch and the people at the high, how they oversee everything and how in trimming they don't touch the bud at all. If you're a trimmer and they see or you touch or they scope and can tell, like somehow you got to trim the bud without touching it at all, like not at all. Okay, that that's a little. Okay. That's not hard to do necessarily, but oh, you'd have to like instill that from the
Oh
beginning,
shit!
right? And no, that's going to slow things down and, whatever. But literally, like, oh, and she's worked in the game for a long time. She's like, yeah, like she's told me, like, oh, and the technical and the this, and like, because, I'm still in the 90s and old school. They're in modern and got all the bells and whistles. And she's always telling me, and like one thing, because she knows me and us, we're all pretty, like, we're okay with it because we're not as organized, driven, and all that. We know that. I've been into music. My other friends into circuit, whatever the fuck. But this guy, oh my god, he lives and breathes, and it's like you don't get to where he's at by half-assing. Okay, that's the thing I see. Like when
No,
I
he
first,
definitely full asses everything.
huh? You know what I'm saying, though, right? And
No, I know.
oh,
I
maybe
love
some
that
years when
expression.
I was younger that I might have been like so into it, but over all the years, I found that I'm happier in this place where I'm not like that. Right? That's a personal choice. Uh, but I do appreciate when there are certain people that, and a lot of people that found success and then petered off. Yeah, they achieved their success with that work ethic, but then once they got some success, it's hard to just keep there. You know what I mean? That's just like other
I
people.
always,
Oh,
often think about this expression from
and then
really famous.
they keep the system, and they even make the system tighter and all that. And yeah, a lot of their tech and procedures and all that is is, and like even when we were having dinner, it's like what enables someone to have that. It's basically, I mean, in my mind, I call they're vertically integrated. I'm not even sure in those states you can get vertically integrated licenses anymore. In California, it's virtually impossible, right? The couple like Jungle Boy is an example of one at pretty big scale, where yeah, he has to grow all the way to the retail counter, vertically integrated, and everything in between, right? Most cannabis things are just grow, and then they got to get to the distributor that gives it to the blah, blah. Okay, that model is built to fail, right? Because, and I'm sure that even Jungle Boys has to have like they grow more than they sell in retail, so they have their some wholesale to dump their extras and stuff. But then the whole math of the game works. You know what I mean? It works. All and you do create jobs, and you should have benefits, and everybody should be doing good because, yeah, you're not just getting wholesale grower price. You're getting like it's a difference of basically getting less than 100 an ounce or getting 400 an ounce, selling eighths and quarters. But you know what I mean? Or some math like that, right?
The premium
Yeah,
stuff.
if you got a
Premium
license
stuff.
that enables you to get that money, the profitable money there, well, then it's easy to invest that in the greatest fucking Sano operation. But
It's
then
sort of strange that like some of these premium brands like Jungle Boys, Wonder Bread, Cookies, like they're still 50, 55 an eighth, Seed Junkie, like $55 an eighth. But you can buy other brands of really killer weed for $80 to $100 an ounce in the dispensary. You know, you can get outdoor for as little as $25 an ounce.
yeah,
You know?
like now my friend's back. He called me. He's been gone for a month, and I didn't really have much to say because I don't know the outdoor market up there. But he bounced around because they now this is still well, it couldn't be this year's full term, but they still have a not that much, but a, amount of last year's outdoor. And he was trying to think, well, what do you think? And like we settled on like 3 to 350, right? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know their math, but I know they got trimmers, they got expenses, they got this, they got that. Granted, they're at a bigger scale and whatever. Yeah, that's and oh, this ain't some. I mean, it ain't nice, beautiful indoor, and it's not. They put out respectable outdoor, right? But like, yeah, that's and that. Yeah, I mean, that's look. If we are just agriculture, which we are at this point, so then we have to compare ourselves to all the other crops in agriculture that farmers make money on, right? Right? Wow, cannabis is still like valued like so high compared for what it takes to grow it and bring it to market. There's so many other crops. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, they get cents a pound, and have to spend a lot of money to get it to market. Where we get hundreds of dollars to $1,000 a pound. Holy shit! But somehow, because we used to get a lot more money than that, it's hard to accept that we're only getting this. But that still is like, oh, let's say hops isn't much different, right? So fuck, next thing you know, I grow up fucking all these hops. What the fuck? How much is a pound of hops? Oh, hops is a big old plant. You got to grow it. You got to do it right. All this shit. You're only going to get this amount for it. I mean, there are some outliers, not many, but most agriculture, and that's what we are: cucumbers, whatever, you fucking flowers, this, that, the other. The price they get, the farmer gets, and the way it all goes. wow, we're still in a thing that might be inflated or whatever, or it still has a ways to go down. Like I think at some point there'll be like really good kilos of weed wholesale for like less than $100,
Kilos?
and they'll be grown at scale, and they'll figure out a way, and they'll have tractors or whatever the fuck they need to do to make it that they could grow 10,000, 100,000, 500,000 pounds and sell them for $90 each and still make a ton of money, or even sell them for 60. Like, who knows how low it'll go? Most of these other crops, a lot of them are subsidized, meaning, yeah, to keep the business going, somehow there's a subsidy. So the farmer can stay alive, meaning he loses money growing the crop, but the valuable or the need of that crop is enough that they subsidize the gain to keep it from going so that no one would grow it. Cannabis could end up being subsidized. I mean, I think corn subsidized, wheat subsidized, a whole bunch of crops that are like, wait, these are major crops. They're subsidized.
Cheers, this smoke. It's at the 20. Trying to finish my work. I've been listening to you guys the whole time. It's pretty cool. They said the tulip thing was like $200,000 for one tulip in today's dollars. That's crazy. Someday they won't believe, like, really? Pot sold for how much a pound? How many dollars? Yeah, that'll be crazy.
Well, I mean, it was like in the late 80s, 90s. I remember when basically ounce of weed was $400 an ounce back then, or the best weed, and gold was $400 an ounce. Like there was a time when the price of weed and the price of gold was the same.
That'd be awesome
Yeah.
again.
40 years ago or whatever it was, 30 some years ago.
Even like I think even in like 2001 or something, they were even saying that
Well, I remember like that was when I worked for another grower and was just getting ready to start to be my own grower. And I was like, wait, you can grow it. It's only takes 60, 70, 80 days, whatever it was. And it's worth the same amount as gold. Like, wow. Like I remember as a young person thinking, wow, like that's crazy. Let's do that. All the way to when I watched the Gold Rush shows, and I realized when I saw, I forget the names of all those machines they use to sift out the fucking gold, the Tremels, or no, that's just a bigger scale of like screening the keef. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they need X amount of tonnage of fucking dirt, and there's only this tiny bit of fucking weed in the end. I was like, oh my God, they go through a lot. Meaning the dude would say, yeah, we spend $10,000 a fucking day on fuel for one tractor to move this from here to here. And yeah, and they're only getting out a little bit of gold. I'm like, well, shit, weed, you could grow it in 60, 90 days. And basically, without having a big wash plant and this whole fucking madness, it's much smaller scale, and sift out this stuff that's at that point almost had the same value, like rosin or whatever back then was almost 2,000 an ounce or whatever. Some people got that, 100 a gram and all this shit. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier to just do weed resin than it would be gold. But oh no, gold in the long run. I saw a thing, that kid from that show, what was his name? He's now a man, but the one character that was like 16, 17 years old working for his grandpa, Parker. Forbes says he's worth $3 billion personally. I'm like, yeah, he did pretty good for himself. But you saw that, like, even though it was a TV show, oh, that kid was like on it. He was possessed. He was going to become something. There was no question. Like he's like a big player in gold. Like he achieved it.
Yeah. There'll probably be there's already some videos about like cookies and burning, but there'll be, he's that story is pretty special too. Yeah, how the hell did he do it? Just mostly luck, but so
Well,
how
that
did he do
TV
it?
show probably helped him a bit. Plus, oh, he was already on that path, but you saw he made some like real good decisions, took some gnarly risks too in those early days, expanding and all this, and had some luck. It takes that.
Yeah,
And he
yeah,
worked his ass
and
off. He worked his ass off.
yeah, merchandising,
But
getting
I've
getting an
also
image out
noticed
there
over the last
early
few
on.
years, I don't really watch TV anymore, reality shows, but I did. So the Pawn Stars and this show, all those shows, I'm sure most of us watched all of. I'm always amazed that I find these clickbait things. And I've looked at a few of them because I'm just so curious. Yeah, there's a lot of yeah, like even that Pawn Star show. Like the one dude went to prison. Fucking the uh, forget
Yeah,
his
shows are all fake too. Like
right.
Punk.
Wait, Jesse James just had to go bankrupt over what his garage thing. He lost his whole business. Uh, the loggers had all this tragedy. The fucking crabbers had all kinds of fucking shit happen. Uh, it's almost like, oh, winning lottery. There's a whole string of people that it fucks up, right? Reality TV, same thing, dude. A lot of people that was like, wow, they were set. They made all this money and everything should be good. Oh no. Like even the crabber and then his daughter said like so many crazy things you read. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, weird shit. Yeah, yeah,
Well, sometimes that kind of success fucks people up. That's just the way it is. Or that easy street. Like, I mean, it's been ingrained in me because it's like the opening line of Uncle John's band. When life looks like easy street, there's danger at your door, and that's been like one of my. I live by that. And, I've been on easy street. That's usually when I realize, oh yeah, that's when danger's at your door. Right here, you finally get there, then oh yeah, ready to knock you down any second. The stakes get higher. And then I noticed through like the posting, over my life, I've always noticed that like when it comes to celebrities or people like that, that they, oh, so and so died. They always are like in groups, mainly at least three, right? Because like all of a sudden, in one day, it was like Shelley Duvall, Richard Simmons, and like all of a sudden, in like one day, a bunch of people, which even with Richard Simmons, that's that guy that was the exercise guy, right?
Yep.
It was his whole thing. Okay.
yeah.
Now, hey, humans are human. We have members of the Grateful Dead with liver transplants and 50-year drug habits that are 84 years old and still going. But here's a guy that lived a fucking healthiest life and worked out, and that even Jack LaLanne, he didn't live that long either, right? Uh, well, I mean, 76 is okay. That's not that bad. But in today's world, people you think, wait, the healthy guy should be living to 100 and shit, or 90 or 100. No, somehow the dope head is living longer than the fucking exercise guy. That's what I thought. I mean, it's not as simple as that. Everybody's got
Yeah,
their
fucking
own.
Ozzy. Look at Ozzy. Still going. Look at all the shit he's done.
Yeah. No, a lot of those guys. It's pretty crazy. I mean, tonight the Rolling Stones are in their second night in LA. I didn't go this year, but I
Wild.
see clips. Like, yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, these guys are like in their 80s and somehow just rock out for 3 hours every night like it's nothing. Yeah. But like, okay, Phil Lesh, I don't really stay in touch with him much lately. I mean, he's in what basically convalescing. I mean, he's 84, but he's still thinking. He has like a thing on YouTube the last few months called the Terrapin Sessions, and he plays music and stuff. So he was in the one that they just released a few days ago, talking to the guys in the band about how the music and the structure and the things have changed. It was like this weird thing because I know him since like 81, had many hours of conversation when he was younger and super on it. There was a point in it where I realized it reminded me of the same thing I saw saying in the last months with Biden, where he was trying to say something and then he kind of like the synapse, it took a second and he kind of lost his train of thought for a second, couldn't like, it didn't just flow out. And I remember going, yeah, because he's 84, dude's 83, right? Or whatever it is. I'm like, yeah. Like there's no question that when you get that age, your brain doesn't even. Yeah, I guess there's a few sharp pencils in the thing. Still, some people, there's exceptions to the rule, always. But yeah, that's part of getting older. Like sometimes with me, I don't know. I don't think I have Alzheimer's or dementia, any of that shit. But sometimes like things that I should remember are like, oh, it'll pop back to me another day. It would be right there. And then, but some days I'm like, yeah, what am I trying? What is that called? Like you're just not as like that's part of getting old. It just is.
Yeah. So you good at what you've been doing,
Now,
Bill can still play.
when I took
Biden's
a
great at
nap,
politics still.
like I said,
So,
now I'm up and going, but I took a nap around 6:30 and somehow like, yeah, even what put me to sleep is I somehow clickbaited and like saw the whole thing where fucking somebody took a shot at dude.
but
I
tonight,
don't
yeah.
know what I take it. Well, the one thing I read in that they like, I was like, what the fuck? I guess they know it's an AR-14 or I don't know guns at all, but it was one of those type of guns. And they think, well, the building or where the shot was taken, they said was 250 to 300 yards. Now, I don't know shit about guns,
Yeah.
but wait,
It's
is your
pretty far.
chances pretty
Like
good that you're going to be able to shoot that kind of gun? Like, I know a football field's 100 yards. So
yards. Yeah. Three
like,
football.
like, how, like, that was not like that. Oh, there are guns that could be accurate and pinpoint and scope and have a bullet that travels that far. There are guns like that, but isn't that, is it? It's more of like a,
No, it's a super high velocity round, so it could probably travel like a really nice one with it. Yeah, they could probably do it. I mean, they can shoot farther than that. It's honestly breathtaking, to be honest. Like people have been saying, oh, it's this person or it's that person. We'll find out. It's this 20-year-old kid apparently. But they were saying, oh, it's false flag this, false flag that. Well, I have to be honest. 200 yards, 250 yards away from somebody shooting at their head, that's intentional. You were trying to kill them. So as much as I really dislike Trump, you can at least acknowledge that. But breathtaking that he missed by literally a couple 3 fucking millimeters, really something else.
Hit him. It's like either a fragment or something fucking nicked his ear.
Oh, actually, you know what? To be honest, that's what they say now. You're 100% right. They say that this is all changing. I'm sure tomorrow there'll probably be a different version of the story, right? Because it's current news. But the current story that I heard is that the bullet may have actually hit one of the audience members, so that's where the bystander was killed, and that Trump was hit by broken glass. Where did that come from? I don't know. Did the bullet ricochet or something? There's a picture from the New York Times with the actual bullet speeding by.
They said there's like there's a teleprompter and there's like this bulletproof glass right.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah.
That's what it hit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you see him swatted, like it almost at first looked like, oh, a bug landed on him. He swatted his neck, but oh, that was when whatever happened. Whatever. Like, to be honest, I mean, yeah, I don't like film, period. But I think that if whatever that guy was successful, whatever. Oh my God, that could have triggered fucking chaos like we don't even know, dude.
yeah.
Like, and I know that the next couple months, oh, this is just the beginning of a craziest fucking cycles of like you can't even imagine what's going to come down the pike in the next couple months till November 3rd. Oh my fucking God, we're get buckle up, we're going for a ride.
Strange fucking time.
And I'm not sure it's where it's going to end. Like even you know, like yeah, fuck, I guess we're coming. Like a couple days ago, like you know, me and my friends, we talked together. Yeah, we've like kind of decided, well, whatever. I don't give a fuck. We're voting for anything but that. Okay, end of story. That doesn't matter, right? I'm pretty resigned to that, right? Doesn't matter. Okay, and then there's like gap after gap, and then in the last weekend there seems to be this pretty big push that seems like it's going to happen. Yeah, well, my biggest problem. I guess I am a Democrat, but yeah, I'm registered Democrat. I'm a Democrat. I always vote that way. That's what I think, and that's my platform. Wait, we elected this guy 4 years ago. At what age? And he only won by 10,000, like in the battleground, right? It was by the skin of the teeth. And we've had 4 years to recruit. Like even like one of the things that this poll, I might have already said this, but there was this really serious poll, whatever poll, but it was to Democrats and it listed like all the possible candidates that could replace Biden. Okay. It's had a pretty, I didn't even know some of the names. The most any of the other ones got, even the bigger names there, was single digits, like 8, 9%. The one that got the most overwhelmingly was Michelle Obama. Hey, I loved Obama. I thought Michelle was fucking cool as fuck.
Yeah, we've
But
talked about this before. She's not going to run. There's
She's
literally
said she's
talk
never
about
gonna
that tells
run.
me that the Democrats that answered this poll are like delusional. Okay, this is a serious thing and whatever. So, like, wait, instead of like trying to stay in reality, they pick this thing that's like not even part of reality. 36%. I'm like, yeah, that's a problem. These people are living in fucking la la land, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Honestly, she would make really a great president, and uh, I think I agree with a lot of people. I think she has the right character. I think honestly, she was kind of the better half of that Obama couple, and Obama wasn't too bad either. Honestly, I don't think he was a bad president. I think he was honestly a pretty good president. Had pretty good judgment and so on and so forth. Pretty even keel and so on. Right. I think she has all of that in spades.
Well,
With
and
that said, she's seen
wasn't
the
Obama
bloodthirsty nature of politics, and she's just not gonna
hasn't
do it. She doesn't need to. She doesn't want
quantified
to.
what
Yeah, maybe
Obama
they're kids.
like that now we've like moved on. Bush left him with like beyond a fucking mess to clean up. Like those were some serious fucking things that had to get taken care of, right? And yeah, that's where Obama kicked ass, dude. Right? Like, and he did. He did. But, you know, but
Honestly, Biden has done the same.
yeah,
I wish, like you said, I
yeah,
wish he would have cultivated. The whole idea was that he was supposed to cultivate Kamala, or however the fuck you say her name. I can't see it that she's supposed to be charismatic and all that kind of stuff, but supposedly she is. Actually, there was a story just a couple days ago. It sounded great. I was gonna share it on the show, but can't really share it on the phone. She said rescheduling is great, but legalization is better. And I was like, wait, what? Record scratch? Like she was the one that was prosecuting all the freaking weed cases, but shit,
Well, to be
I'll take
honest,
it. You know what I mean? If she's had a come to Jesus moment or whatever, I'm not going to ask any fucking questions. I don't care why she's on our side. The fact that she is on our side, that's good enough for me.
I
If
think
she has a chance of being president, she might fucking legalize it.
with being president, I mean, she's vice president. She could have ended. She would probably do a fine job. Like, I
I'm like,
personally have my
She probably
issues
would
with
do an okay job, you know. So that's all the more
that.
puzzling why they didn't cultivate her more.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying about the farm team, all that. I'm like, wait a minute, wait, they.
No, we've said this before. I think it's a very simple explanation. I don't think you really have to sugarcoat it at all. And in our society, we don't like to say this, but the reality of it is that the boomers, they had the biggest fucking stretch of luck in the history of mankind. Literally, they had an unabridged 40, 50-year growth cycle where basically they had the best possible chance of success for any, as long as they were white, you know, like obviously other minorities and stuff didn't have as much of a chance. But anybody that was half white or more could do great, and they have never relinquished that to anyone ever since. Most of them, they work until they're fucking 80, 90 years old, drop dead basically, and then how do I say it? Poo-poo the young generation anyway. They give the young people no credit. They won't retire. They won't step down, and that goes for the politicians. Why would anyone with power give up willingly? And they keep at it until they're fucking 80, 90 years old. Feinstein, she was what, 90 something? Literally, basically being weekend at Bernied pretty much. Like she was demented half the fuck, and they were wheeling her around just to basically smile and fucking make some votes. That was honestly elder abuse, to be honest. But hey, they were milking her for power. Pelosi thankfully stepped down. God help us all. That was delightful that she at least recognized that some younger generations need to come in. But some of these people, they're just delusional. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was delusional. She thought she would be fine, and I don't know, lived for another president, and she died, and basically now all of a sudden her life's work has been basically overturned because of her arrogance. This is a common pattern among the boomers. Like, no, it has to be said. Honestly, it has to be said. These fucking people should know better. You know, like we all in our life do things that we shouldn't have, and we should have the ability to reflect upon them and hopefully learn from them and try to improve.
I'm gonna call this like it is the Ginsburg, because the one thing is she was very intelligent woman and understood this, and that choice has cost us the Supreme Court for many years. That's a big fuck up, and it really stems from her. Because, like, oh yeah,
that was a big one.
Right? If she stepped down at the right time, then with this, well, would have.
Yeah, 5-4 is manageable, but 6-3, buddy, that's in for the long.
And like she went all in all the way, and then it looks like we're doing it again. And yeah, like you say, it's a thing with that generation, and yeah, that
They
seems
can't relinquish control. Yeah.
And
they don't
even
respect
I've
younger
been
generations enough. I think that's part of it. Part of it is egotism, full on, and then part of it is that they don't respect younger generations enough. That was one thing when I look back on Coot. He didn't respect anybody, basically anybody except for if they were older than him or richer than him. But anyone that was younger, oh my God, from I guess I don't have to talk specifically, but any soil mix people, amendment people, you fucking name it. He thought they were the dumbest people in the world. Breeders, on and on and on. He thought they were stupid as fuck, except for if they were his age. Then there were a few different people. I can't even remember the guys' names. Then they were cool. Basically, everybody else that was younger.
And then you did like relentless stuff, like go after dragonfly earth medicine people and do weird shit with them, like try to get them off the market.
He was one of the people that like brought the lesson of life to me. Of like I like Coot. No, I'm not talking shit on Coot. He had a big chip on his shoulder. I was like, yeah, God, I sure hope when I get that age. And I could tell you, I got some shit I could have chips over my shoulder, but I've done the best I can. And basically, cannabis as a medicine is a lot of the reason that things that I could have harbored were let go. Okay. Like
I've noticed that. If people forget on the show, you've had some pretty traumatic situations in your life, and you don't sit around bitching and moaning. That's for sure.
Right. Like, but I noticed there's some and I have friends like this too. Somehow certain people get older and they end up with this chip on their shoulder where I'm like, yeah, God, that's got to be the worst curse there fucking is, dude. Right? To make it to the twilight and then have all this fucking chip on your shoulder that, and like, yeah, sometimes when Koo was on, I was like, holy shit, he's got like 1,000 chips on his shoulder, dude.
Yeah.
All these people, most of them, it's not even, oh, I get that it was part of his spiel and all that. Okay. And some of it, couple of them, like he had a point or two, but oh, it was a personal thing with him. Some of those things were like, they came out over and over and over. They were
Yeah.
really like, you know, yeah, bothering him, like keeping him from being like happy. I like, oh wait, fucking, you're spending so much effort fucking grinding this out. What about lighten up? Enjoy yourself?
Yeah, and without any sense of proportion either. You're 100% right. Like, for example, basically, when you started watching the show, I think you had just started watching the show. This is probably the best example. You don't have to find a better one. You introduced Masonic to the show, and unfortunately, it was never a good introduction because basically what it was is you told your friend Masonic that this guy Coot was telling him to suck his dick. Because that's basically what Coot was saying.
And like, I think that
And the
was
whole
a great
reason.
moment and kind of like said, because like Exotic didn't know shit. He was just at home, but he came out and said, what? And like, yeah. But even if that didn't happen, and like someone like Masonic, which is like you say, someone younger just trying to make his way and do
Yeah, all
whatever.
he did was cross. Someone gave him a clone of TO, and he crossed to it one time, and he called
Yeah.
it. I can't remember what
Yeah.
the fuck was the name.
Like,
I don't
Chronic
remember.
two.
I think he renamed it. Yeah, but he had some other name for it too.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
had
remember.
another name, but yeah, he did
But
sell
you
it.
know, I mean, you guys know how Masonic works, right? He doesn't dwell on strains very long, right? He crosses, like, what does he say? Everything to everything. He just basically crosses everything to everything, and then moves on with his life. He doesn't give a shit.
Everything that Will said was the motto.
Yeah, 100%. But Coot was thinking that somehow he was building his entire future lineage on that one cross. It was fucking
and the
bizarre.
reality of even it, and Masonic's whole thing is just one little part, that strain is even a thing that most people know about, the one and is like all those people. That's what keeps the legacy going. You know what I mean? That's what, like, otherwise it would just be a forgotten fucking story that no one fucking knows about,
Yeah,
right?
you're
So
right. It is. It's like
that's a
self-destructive in
pretty
that
hard.
sense too. It makes no
Compliment.
sense.
That's like that's
Yeah.
and I get it. Some people that might be you did a deal with and they straight fucked you. Okay, that's you can have issue with that, but anything else, I mean,
But
wait.
when you hear that everybody fucked you, you start to wonder. What's the expression? If everywhere you go smells like shit, check your own shoe. You know, like
Well,
you start to wonder, like, seriously, if everybby in the world fucked you, maybe you were the one doing the fucking. I don't know. You know.
well, I also always got the sense that he was right there and smart enough, right? But some other guys his age, the guys that started this company, this whole company, whatever, oh, they did it. They fucking they made a company, and he really like there was none of those that he was like, because in my mind, I always got the sense he was probably close and could have done those things too.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it didn't happen for him. And then yeah, that's why he was never happy. Like I say, I don't hate the hustle. Okay, so like even things that I might personally question. Hey, I'm all, you may I'm all for it. Like I don't hate the hustler. No, no. I've said that before. Like yeah. Well, and ultimately, and really, the Coot thing and all that was me going through my trial, the murder of my wife, and all that at a time where part of it was the GA gave me this book that was for victims, right? I read that thing like so many times, right? It helped me a lot. But the one overwhelming thing that was in this book was people telling their testimony of them like hating, basically having a chip on their shoulder,
the perpetrator, whatever fucking term, and going through. That's why a couple of those stories were ones where after like 30 years they finally realized, and they wrote to the person and went through this process and whatever. But a lot of their advice was, not to hate them and not to like, I guess that, right? So I really took that to heart. Like, even though he was just right there in the court, I voided it out, voided him out. Nothing he said, nothing. No. Now I went to court. My friends supported me. Geez, man, they were staring at him. They wanted to fucking jump over that thing and kill him, right? They would say shit at lunch and not like, God damn, I hate that guy. And some of them still feel that way. Me, myself, that would have been the death of me. That would have fucked me up. Somehow, now it's years later, and I realized the work I did where I didn't no, I don't even think like it's not even a thing. I'm bringing it up now. It's not like I think, oh God, where is that fuck? God, if I killed, no, I don't avoid them. That was an important thing because a lot of people that are victims, they fucking hold on to it forever, and it ultimately, then there's two victims. You know what I mean? Like that's part of that story. But some people said, it was tragic so much. I lost my brother, my wife, whatever it was. But what was worse about it was that it affected me for the next so many years, and my children and my relationships and everything were affected because I, had this hate or whatever, animosity, chip on whatever you want to call it. And then I started watching. That was when I started watching. And I was like, it was totally unrelated. But then I'd see these certain episodes with Homeboy, especially when I was on a roll, and I was like, holy shit, this guy's got a lot of chips on his shoulder. I love it.
No,
Like,
good points, bud.
hug and going, dude, none of that shit matters, dude.
Despite the Buddhism too. No, it's an interesting observation. It is an interesting observation.
He's one example. I could actually think there's some other people that make exposed that it's human. Life is what it is. And a lot of times, it's hard to learn. It's hard to change. You get old. It happens. It's I mean, life is serious, but I try to don't take it too seriously.
No, it's really interesting observations, bud. Like, I think everybody probably will or has already had the experience of just being fucking wronged. Like that. That's pretty human, where you just get screwed over in some way. Sometimes it happens a few times, and it can be really hard to deal with. Candidly, I've had a couple of real bad situations recently, and my mind has definitely, from time to time, even though I know better, I'm definitely obviously smart enough and everything else, and of course I'm law abiding and so on. But I've thought of thoughts of vengeance and revenge and da da da. But you give it a few minutes thought, and you realize, first of all, if you were to ever really get that practically, on the, like, how do I put this? If you were actually to do that, then you have to look over your shoulder the rest of your fucking life, on and on and on. But then, like, basically, what problem have you really solved? Like, even wronging the other person, what problem have you solved at that point? Like, they screwed you. Let me finish my thought, but holy shit, you talk a lot. Let other people talk to you a little bit. What was I going to say? What benefit is there? You basically, like you say, make yourself a victim. What's the expression? Vengeance is a dish of poison that you force yourself to eat. I'm fucking up the expression, but anyway, it's something along those lines of it's basically a dish of poison you yourself swallow, because basically you think that you're going to make your enemy swallow the poison, but you end up swallowing it basically your whole life. So that's an interesting observation, and it's an interesting observation you made that this gentleman that was on our show had so many chips on his shoulder, boulders, literally the fucking boulders that he was carrying around with him. Can you imagine how tired, sort of metaphorically tired, you could get just from carrying all those fucking rocks on your shoulder, right? Like, far better to let that shit go. And as painful as that can be, it's one of those things in life. You can't win every fucking battle. And you'll die trying. You'll die trying. No one can win every battle. I mean, maybe if you were born the richest fucking fuck in the world, but still you probably lose some battle. So you have to accept.
I was
You have
going
to
to bring up
go ahead,
this.
but
One of the times right when it was happening, I remember saying to my friends and my wife, I remember realizing when 9/11 happened and then everything we did afterwards that, like, yeah, it was what we're talking about. It was revenge. It was vengeance, right?
mm,
Like, oh, and we didn't even care where it went, right? And
yeah,
most of us,
100%.
and even me, were like, yeah, we're fuck, rah, rah, rah. But then when we look at what really put us in the path we're on now, oh, let's go back to there because, uh, yeah, we made it. Uh, we should have taken it on the chin. Oh, we needed to change some things and and prevent this shit from going again. But this whole idea that we had to seek vengeance right away, like
Mm,
whether it was country that had something to do
yeah.
with it or not, it didn't matter. We fucking wanted to seek revenge, right? Bush and that administration, it was like, and the American people, because I remember that was the last time in my life that 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 situation struck such a chord in our country. There was about a year, or at least so many months, where the divide between the left and the right was like set aside because we were all like on one page about that
Mm.
for the most part, right? Right. That all the rhetoric and the propaganda that went into that whole thing, and then now that it's basically over, and you look at the toll it took, the cost it took, the trillions it took, the path it led us on, the how it allowed the corporations to do this, how it allowed the military industrial complex to go to this other level. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right there. 9/11 like is a marking point where we threw out some fundamental human lessons on that. Like, imagine if we didn't. We had to do something about it, but we didn't do the way we did it. Like, which to me had to do with revenge. We like did it a little more systematically or did whatever. Yeah, we would be on a whole different place today than what that was.
And it's
That was
infuriating. You're 100% right. It's infuriating because when you look back at what Osama bin Laden, who is widely recognized to have been responsible for 9/11, what his thoughts on why was he doing it? Because people ask, and he was happy to share. He was proud of himself. He wanted the U.S. to consume itself in blood and treasure, basically over decades. And he got his wish. He absolutely got his wish. He won, basically, in that whole situation. You objectively have to say he won in the sense that, he still got capped and everything else, but he basically accomplished his objectives. We spent several $trillion, like you say, thousands of lives. There was this epidemic of soldier suicides and depression that will affect us probably long into the future as those people get older, retire, and so on and so forth. Their conditions won't get better with age. So, yeah, pretty unfortunate, honestly, that we essentially fell into that fuckface's
and
trap.
I mean, I guess in the essence of things, now it's 2024, and it's finally about. Yeah, that was 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
That was our, and we're still dealing with the TSA and all this weird bullshit.
Yeah, we still have
Even
to take our shoes off every single fucking time because
even
of
like I
Richard,
give,
whoever the shit.
and even though uh, the politics seem to like attack the FBI and the CIA. Oh, wait, I can remember the first 10 years after 9/11, like there was like daily scares and shit. Like shit was happening, anthrax and this, and then this fucking crazy guy. Oh, it's been a few years, and like, well, I don't think they ever stopped trying. Well, it
No,
doesn't seem to be the
definitely.
same threats as there used to be, but that could happen at any day. But there is a huge apparatus that spends every waking fucking moment protecting us from that crazy shit.
That's one that you've kind of touched on an interesting thing, Bud. We've basically become a country that hates specialized knowledge, so to speak. I don't know how to. There's probably a better way to put this, but we hate experts anymore. And the reality is, basically, everybody is talking about, I don't know, common sense and how do I put this? We have simple solutions to complex problems. That's basically the hallmark of Trump. But the Democrats do it too, honestly. They oversimplify the fuck out of problems and sort of just wave magic solutions over things. But the Republicans do it in absolute spades. Oh man, this weed is good. I lose my train of thought as soon as I get on it.
Well,
I was trying to talk about.
took in, like, I don't know, but I listen to it. I don't listen to a lot of Joe Rogan, but sometimes, and there was this lady that
Oh
just
my
came
God,
out
Joe
with
Rogan has lost me, dude. That guy is so far up his own ass.
but
He's
some of
he's
his
intentional
interviews and
at this
long form
point.
interviews, I get whatever.
Take
But
it
we
off,
had
Laura.
this lady on, and it
I'll
was
wait for it.
she wrote this book and spent years writing this book about the nuclear issue, right? All the way from the 50s to where we are right now, right? And interviewed, wait, I forget all the names, but people that are now retired that were the head of the fucking nuclear sub thing, the head of the this, the head of that, different countries, real candid stuff, 3-hour interview. Fucking was, well, I grew up where in the school I went to in Woodland Hills, from first grade on, we'd have nuclear drills. We'd get under our desk and hold our head like this. I still remember this. It's like, we, like, and with all the science, and then I guess there's this guy that, for years ago, wrote this stuff, Jung, and wrote a book about the, like, where this is at. And like, even the simplest thing of what she said, it's like, okay, we all understand this thing, all the and it has like a really simple solution, right? And that's
I'm lost, man. What are you discussing right now?
And we wouldn't be in this thing that literally, if you understand it, just the statistics of it.
What are we discussing right now?
14,000 of these things that are aging, but any kind of misunderstanding. Oh, and I don't know how true this is because this number keeps going up. According to this thing, in the first 72 minutes, if one of these things, accident, anything goes off, there's 8 billion or 9 billion people on there. 5 billion people on this planet would be dead for sure, 100%, according to what they're fucking saying, in the first 72 minutes, right?
What are you talking about, Bud? Are you talking about nuclear war, or what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
The nuclear army, like the fact that all these countries have all this shit.
Yeah, that's the flight time from Russia to America for
and what
ballistic
nuclear
missile.
winter would be, and even like a white paper thing where when it came to any survival of anything on this planet, they knew that if this ever happened, there'd be what they sheet of ice for a certain amount of years over almost the whole world, all the, like, the center part of the country of the world, right? Most of the United States, the farmland, would be under the sheet of ice that they estimated would only be for so many years. It would melt, and then now they recalculated. They say the sheet of ice would be 75 to 150 feet thick, and would probably take 1 million years to dissipate after this happens, right? These are all these experts and all this, but these are people that got PhDs, have spent their whole fucking life. Most of them are old, but have spent their whole life trying to do this work and put this information out there. But somehow,
it's really a shame that we still have this issue. It's a shame that we don't have some kind of treaty to avoid
all this stuff. I mean,
we put hypersonic missiles in Germany.
Tactics of nuclear war from the time I was first grade, right? It's like the biggest threat. And now my whole life has gone by. Now, granted, I didn't even know this, but there's this whole thing called the Reagan reversal. Do you know what that is?
The Reagan what?
Reversal. It's a documented. Okay, so we used to have 70-some thousand when Reagan was president, right? Warheads, right? Of the war, mainly Russia and us, but other countries too. Our whole alliances and there's okay. I remember this movie. It was a TV movie. It wasn't a movie in the theaters. I can't remember the name. It's called The Day After, or some simple name. It's like a low budget movie. Ronald Reagan, who watched a
Oh yeah,
lot of,
he got scared by that movie.
he watched this fucking movie, and then he was a fucking hawk, crazy. Like he was 100% about all this shit as he through his career, advisors. He watches some movie one night, and the next morning, according to the fucking whatever they're saying, you know, it's all fucking reports. Basically, called his team in or people and said, "Yeah, no." And then he requested and said, "Make it happen. I want to meet with Gorbachev." Right, and he met with Gorbachev, and then started the talks that basically, to this day, is what's brought down the disarmament pact or whatever.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
That's
Putin's
40
backed
some
out on
fucking
some of
years
those
ago, but
treaties
no
too.
other agreement. And then the scary part is, wait, Putin pulled out of the agreement.
Yeah.
Trump didn't pull out, but threatened to pull out. Like says it's the, and the real part of what this lady was saying and all the experts is, wait, how isn't we've gone further? Like, how is it that this is a main issue? This is what could wipe us all out in 1 second. And we just act like it's not there. It's not part of any conversation. It's not part of any, it's just there. And it's only gotten crazier. Okay. And then there's these things that almost happen, which like some of those take years to come out to the freedom of information. Oh, there's been some almost happens. Like where one Russian guy that was super high up in the thing, like they were ready to launch because their data showed that we had launched like I don't know, 12 of them per se. It's like a small number. And he was the guy in the middle, like it's in history.
Stanislav Petrov or something.
Yeah,
What was that guy's
and
name?
Yeah, it's a
literally
pretty
that
famous
it
incident.
happened a lot of years ago. That's how close we came. But he was like, nah, if we were going to make a strike, we wouldn't strike with 12. We'd strike with 120 to whatever. We wouldn't just send 12. Like that was his logic. Like, no, this has got to
Stanislav
be
Petrov. Yeah.
right, right. Even though,
Funny,
like,
that's how we'd have to attack now if we were going to do that. Is like that would be the strategy nowadays. Is, oh, let's just send over 6 because yeah, they'll be thinking about that. They'll
well,
wait because we're
even
not sending over thousands like they expect.
one part that I mean, I don't know because Dakota, my brother's middle kid. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, he is in the Navy and he's on a nuclear sub for the last couple of years. Dude, he's sworn by whatever oath to even be on that ship. He can't even tell the family when he does come home for a while, like, oh, he's totally changed. It totally changed him into this, you know, he's a fucking sailor, like on a nuclear sub. Like, oh, they go out at sea for lengths
Like
of
a
time.
spaceman.
He goes to port all over the world, right? Oh, it's a top secret. He can't even say what cities he's been in and stuff because then, like, that's part of the whole thing. And that when that guy was saying all this stuff, and I found this to be like, wow. He says when the lady in the book asked him, how hard would it be to find a nuclear sub, any of them, ours or theirs, in the oceans of the world? He says, you could find a volleyball in space here. I was like, what? Space? All space. If there was a volleyball somewhere out there floating, we could find it. Easier than finding one of these nuclear subs that are like at all times trying to get as close to the coast because, oh, part of the timelines, and this has been this one timeline, the subsonic, whatever missiles travel at whatever speed. So out of the triad, there's the triad's basically the subs, the silos, and the bomber. The silos and the bombers.
All right, this is enough nuclear war for me. I'm
26,
out.
26-minute strike, any country, no less than 26 minutes. But the subs, depending where they are, could be less than 10 minutes. And we've caught their subs right off our coast, which tells me our subs are right off their coast when they can be, right? They're like moving around. Oh, that's crazy, dude. And that these things are under the ocean and how oh my God, we're crazy.
Yeah.
Like what?
But they got those missiles anyway, the ballistic missiles anyway. It's really like, it's just trusting, like, oh, it's not that they can't do it, but just we're gonna hit you back too. So it's gonna just be annihilation. There's nothing you can
But
win
that,
over there.
but humans on the
Can't
world
stop
basically
it.
just live with this quietly in the back of the mind. Most people don't live huge parts of their life don't even think about it ever. Not right. We just trudging on, dealing with your day-to-day life.
We used to, when we were kids, at least I
Yeah,
remember, like fallout shelters
like
and
like part
ducking
of what this lady's
pelicans. And
saying,
just,
it's all these years later, right?
yeah,
And
yeah, I know.
even what Reagan's whole thing was that he talked to Gorbachev about was that it was with 70 some thousand, it's inevitable that there'll be an accident. So that's why we got to cut it down. Okay. Like just mathematically inevitable. Right. Well, even the 14,000, now it's 50 years later, right? Now they do upgrade and stuff, but she points out that they upgrade the navigational and the certain systems, but the actual things, some of these things are like 30, 40, 50 years old. I, the actual stuff, right? I'm like, hey, it scared me when I shouldn't have listened to it because like I was like, wow, that's fun. That's crazy. Like, how's that still like what's wrong with us? Right? Even the parts that made me laugh, and there's conspiracy and there's people that believe this, and there's two different things. There's people that think, and they're like part of this whole system, that if this was ever really going to happen, God would stop it before it happened. Okay.
The aliens will show
I have to laugh
themselves.
at that because there's no sign in reality that is possible. Now, the other one that's even crazier because there's sightings and there's all this other shit because the UFO thing has exploded that there's people in conspiracy and they have everything think that all around the world and all these silos are and even might be tracking them in the ocean. Like if you wanted to figure out where the subs are, look where the UFOs are hovering or being sighted, okay? Because the aliens would stop us before it happened. And then the other side of that is like literally the lady's explaining it. This happened and that would all happen in less than 60 seconds, and then nobody can stop it. Period. So I'm not sure the aliens are going to be able to show up and stop it before. And God's going to stop it. If people believe that and think, well, yeah, it won't ever really happen because God's going to stop it before it did. Yeah. So I think if I read,
Yeah, at this point, there's nothing you can
I
do. It's,
find
you've
parts
got
that think,
genies out of the
I
bottle.
don't think God will stop it. I think
At least it's not a race anymore,
burn
though,
us
too.
up before we burned ourselves up, and
Yeah.
punish us
Yes,
or
sir.
whatever.
They would have stopped it already, like when it started getting out of control. But yeah, they're not gonna stop it like a minute before. What can they freeze time? Like, no. But
Well, some of it is we're so crazy with all this other shit, Ukraine
nothing
and
you can do.
current day thing. There's no time to like for us to go, well, wait, we got to get back to trying to do something about this. Like it's the least of our problems because we got all this current shit, right? The day-to-day minutia
Yeah.
bullshit. Like
Right. Bad
You're
enough.
old.
Just
I'm at that age where
regular
I was, I
bombs.
guess, raised in the nuclear scare era. Like, where as a kid, they fucking ingrained this shit in, right? Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And there was back then, oh yeah, there were the talks
People
and
are
there was
worried
all
now. We worried,
education.
worried.
People,
Everyone was
I
worried
think
back
people
then.
today, if you were young, under 30, you might kind
People
of,
used to walk around with signs saying the world's going to end. Remember that? People walk around with signs, the world's going to end. You
yeah,
know,
well, I guess we like,
find
what
Jesus now.
mutual destruction. Like, mutual destruction is the reason it will never get you. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's a logical reason that stands. Yeah.
And nothing you can do. That's like we're at the standstill. But like at least the race stopped. There was the race where just get doing more and more. And I don't think there's any new developments of nukes now by us or you know
Well, that's been like
Russia. I don't know about Russia, but we signed that treaty and destroyed a lot of nukes. And countries
yeah.
aren't going crazy trying to get it. Iran probably it's probably like we're saying. There's nothing you can really do once you launch it. It's like okay, now you just got to sit back and wait for the retaliation because you can't do it. You can't go in and take the country now or do anything. What are you going to do if with Iran? You can be like, okay, well then at least they're not going to nuke us because we got a nuke. But that's all it would be for defense, just so. But I guess they don't feel, that's good. They're not doing it. A lot,
Like,
so yeah, that's in a way that's good.
they
Countries aren't
said in
racing
that
to
thing
do it.
was the reason that we haven't got under where the like around 14,000 or whatever is because we're at this place where we wouldn't get rid of all of ours because we would never trust that they got rid of all of theirs, and they would never get
Yeah,
rid of all theirs because
it
they don't
makes
trust
sense.
it. And
Yeah,
then there's this endless thing like that.
it's that same thing with AI now. That's
With,
why you can't stop AI now because it's like, oh, now it's a race. We're in the race now. China's going to try, and Russia,
yeah.
and
Human has reached a level of intelligence that even though we know better, we just can't help but to make the same mistakes over and over again on certain things.
there's
That
nothing you
seems to
can
be the
really
thing.
do now. Yeah, but you can't just trust them. Okay, we'll trust you that you're not gonna work on AI. Like viruses are bad enough and all that, but AI,
No,
I guess you could
they
keep
only
secret
work
more.
that
And
if
you just
everybody
can't
gave
do.
them
Well,
up,
they're doing viruses too
end of
and all that.
story. But like the reality of that, that's never going to happen. That's just never going to happen. Like that's what's crazy is like, wait, if we like, wait, aren't we smart enough to realize, oh, that has to happen? Oh no, no, we're just gonna. It's
Yeah,
never going to happen. We're just gonna.
and industry doesn't want it. They're pushing it. Because
Yeah.
that's
Like
it's their
some of
industry.
this is what the overall result of what this lady's saying is something's wrong with humans, not one side or the other, humans in general. That like we can be put in a situation that we know
Yeah,
the solution to, but we won't accept it, and we'll just
yeah,
live with it, even though the consequences are that grave. That's pretty bizarre, right? When you think like what
yeah.
like second, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like one big brother, like that. That's one solution, but no one wants that. Like some superpower that, yeah, if it had all the power, then it wouldn't need nukes. If it could like control everyone, knew everything was going on, cameras everywhere. You couldn't get
Yeah.
a hold of anything to make anything dangerous. But no one wants that. Like the Borg or something. But
And
maybe
why
this
do
will work. It's
humans
amazing it's
like
worked this
one
long.
country to the next country hate each other so much or have like such thing? Like we're all just humans on the earth, but somehow there's all these divisions that have like thousands of years of them to like it's just And a lot of them, when you really look, some of it's pretty petty and whatever. But oh no, we're enemies. You know, at the ultimately at this point, at the cost of everything. Like
maybe, you know, it would be good probably
it gets
about
down
having
to
like
I'm a deadhead, came out of the
like
hippie generation. So like I
the hidden
remember
state.
John Lennon, all this. I remember as a young person thinking, maybe there is a chance it could just be peace. Why wouldn't there be? Now that I'm like this all, nah. Because what I see is, oh no, it's like part of our instincts that go back to like the beginning of fucking humanity, where somehow
Yeah.
we're at odds with each other, and that's never going to change.
But that's only part of it though too. There's also everybody also
These
wants
humans don't
all
like
the other
these
things.
humans, or these humans want what those humans like. There's always going to be that. There's never going to be like, all right, everything's settled. Let's just all get along. Let's all love each other. Let's make the best of our whole planet. And no,
I think
like
we're okay. It's like, yeah, but like if there's like once it becomes like uh you know, shortages everywhere and Mad Max, you know, like everyone's fighting for, you know, few resources, you know, food and a little bit of, you know, then that could get scary. But otherwise, like right now, things are pretty good.
well,
There's really no reason for all
I'm
these
one of these
dictators
people that
around the
think
world to really
I remember
do
watching Mad
anything
Max,
crazy.
influential at that era of my life. I loved those movies, first one especially. And, yeah, I could see that. I could see somehow. I remember thinking when I watched the movie, yeah, I could foresee that any time now, the deserts of SoCal could just be this big Mad Max. The same whole thing, energy, oil, this, like mutants out in the fucking
Yeah,
whatever.
fresh water.
Like,
Yeah, 'cause we take that for granted too.
like as far as that
Everything, but
movie and this
food,
like
definitely.
sci-fi, whatever. Oh, that's one that I could buy. That one I could see that coming to that. Sometimes you feel like it is that. Like like sometimes when I'm in like downtown area or certain areas where there's the homeless encampments and stuff, like I kind of call it's like zombie land. And like those zombies are like not much different than the fucking Mad Max shit. You know what I mean? It's like you get a glimpse of like humanity out there with whatever, and you'll be like, oh, we're getting closer to Mad Max all the time with fashion, with personality, with a lot of shit. Especially on the streets, you know?
Yeah, everybody's got a cool phone though.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Everyone got the space age device, but yeah, they're still just poverty, starving. Yeah, well, maybe not starving. And a lot of them don't care. That's where they want to be.
Well, I imagine I could probably
You know,
find it.
or I
You
mean, at this
mentioned
point in their life.
AI, and there's been all these different things, questions or queries posed to AI. Yeah, like the one we just done talking about, the whole new. Well, okay, that could be laid out. That's pretty complicated, but AI is capable of it.
Yeah, give AI the power,
What
man.
all the data points of what we're talking about, like what this lady wrote a book about, all that. And what was AI going to tell us then? It would
Like,
be
well,
obvious. It wouldn't tell us what the like what we're doing. It wouldn't tell us, oh yeah, you guys are pretty much managing the best you can. Keep on it. Good job. No, it would tell us to do something so differently, or suggest, or what would be the solution to this, and what are the real effects if we don't do anything about it. It would be able to run some Sims. I don't think we'd like what we heard. It would
yeah,
say
maybe it could come up with
you
some
guys,
solution.
it
Actually,
would say that we're idiots.
there might be some solution. There might be something. I could vaguely imagine something where everything's so interconnected and independent that even if they were like hiding a nuke, well, they couldn't kill it because they depended on you for some reason, and it would have to be,
Well, the
so that
problem
trust would
is
be
what
there.
the situation could be is what really keeps us from most of these solutions is the world's, not just ours, military industrial complex. Because who would lose?
Yeah,
And they are a lot bigger than we think they are, as far as like being
yeah,
a company, corporation, an entity. We've been warned, and now so many years after that speech, or Truman, or whatever, Eisenhower, or whatever, and that was
yeah,
when he was leaving office. Uh, yeah, and all that's happened and gotten so entrenched that it's almost impossible to do anything about it. Yeah, they would never let us go. Yeah, let's let go of all this and kumbaya. No, that'd be the end of them.
yeah. You might need conventional weapons, but not nukes. Might be able to get rid of nukes.
Well, I mean, nukes are kind of like useless ultimately, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If the other side's got enough conventional weapons, or you know, like you
Yeah,
said,
so
subs are really hard to detect. The water
because
blocks everything.
at this point it's mutual destruction,
Electromagnetic.
right? And then okay, then there should be no reason for it, right?
Yeah, but we got all this new shit to worry about. AI, fuck. Just wait till these robots come out. Like I've said before, Elon Musk, he's building the Transformers. He's doing a lot actually. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
about ready to go to Mars. He's going to be going to
sometimes I'm like,
Mars. Going to Mars and coming back with a
sometimes
rocket
he
that's
says
going to be able to
things where
return.
I'm like, yeah, is this guy
Yeah,
fucking
pretty
a
incredible.
kook or what? Like,
Yeah, the tunneling stuff, solar stuff. Yeah, the robots they're not out yet, but Optimus. I mean, he's not even hiding it. Optimus Prime. They're going to be it's sharing the same AI as all the Tesla cars and everything. Who knows what he's got planned?
ultimately, like in the end, when like with people like that,
Yeah,
I kind of ultimately just judge them. And hey, until you really knew them, you wouldn't really know. But good people or bad people, and I don't think Elon Musk is a bad person.
not
Like
overall. No,
he's not
he's
like
not all good,
comic
but
book
yeah,
world. There's like the villains and then the good guys or whatever, right? Or good people, bad people. And oh, there's some bad people out there. There's a good list of those. He's not one of them.
yeah,
Now,
and
ultimately, so
he's
rich and
trying to
stuff.
do good because he could just sit back and do less, just enjoy himself. But he's actually trying to do good and
If there was like
see in his mind save
50
humanity.
people like him, all of equal stature, all trying to do stuff like that, oh, we start seeing shit happen. But there's only a couple people that are anywhere near that level, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, he's competitive as hell. I mean, his tweeting is like, there's no problem him like, mouthing off to anybody from like the divers to like um Zuckerberg,
Well,
they had that whole
there's a
jujitsu
bunch
thing
of
going.
people, maybe not quite the ones we know their names, Zuckerberg and uh, Musk and
He's like been
the
fucking
Amazon guy
with Google's
Bezos.
wives
But
and people's
the ones
wives
that
and
scare
shit.
me is there's a bunch of people that kind of wealth and old family. Yeah, they spend a lot of money that you don't know their name and you don't. They're doing all kinds of fucked up shit.
Yeah,
And like at least those
yeah,
people like are public or fucking talk or you can
yeah. You're
whatever,
right.
right? But the ones that
Fuck,
there's a bunch out there that those are the
fuck.
bad guys. Those are the
And not
fucking
even only in the U.S. How about this wedding? Did you see this wedding or read anything about this? Like $600 million wedding. This is what I read. And like the richest person in Asia or India. So, in their family.
Well,
$600 million wedding, like multiple days.
okay, if you got multiple billions,
I mean,
oh well, that's not that much.
how can you even spend that though? Yeah.
No, it's insane. Yeah.
I mean, I guess everyone's now shooting for, thinking about the first $1 billion wedding.
Well, it's probably not going to be the last
That'll
because they
make
say it's
news.
only a matter of time before there's
Crazy.
trillionaires. So a trillionaire, well, it wouldn't be a wedding unless you spent $1 billion.
Right.
And I guess that's trickle
Probably
down
won't take
economics,
too long.
right?
Yeah, not really, but well, at least they're spending it. Yes, that's good.
Well, I mean, that's the
I don't
like
know.
a
Economics
situation
is
like that
fucked
is
up.
like, oh yeah, the trickle down. Okay.
Economics is so fucked up.
I mean,
Like
I
just
think
like
like when it comes to the United States, and it's been my whole lifetime. That's why I'm a Democrat. I mean, we're like not well now it's all convoluted, but when it was a little more cut and dry, black and white, yeah, one party was trickle down and one was bottom up or whatever. But still, that's still one of the basic things, even though they don't use those terms anymore. Yeah, let's give more tax cuts to the rich, and that'll be better for the poor. The trickle down. I think it was Reagan. I don't know who first started with it. There was some economist, right
I think it
winger,
was Reagan.
about it. But that's still, I mean, even I've listened to Biden's trying to, he's been doing these press conferences and he has these talking points and bottom up, middle. That's what that's some of the Democratic fundamental thing. And the other side, yeah, there's still, even though Trump's so all over the map, you don't really know where he is. Ultimately, that party, that side is about trickle down economics, which we've done for fucking I don't know how many years, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. A lot of trickle down. Obviously, trickle down doesn't work, dude. There's something wrong with that concept, okay? Because like when you really start talking about, oh yeah, we need to tax the rich people a lot more. Oh, and then it's like, oh, there. I remember at one point the political term was that they're job creators. So if you don't let those people have all this extra money, they won't create jobs. We need them. They're the job. They're the saviors. The billionaires are the saviors. They create all the jobs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying that one. Yeah.
Economics and all that. It's crazy. Keeping an economy going. I mean, they print money. They could just make money electronically. Just pull it out of thin air. Banks are saying, "Oh, we've got this this guy transferring money into your bank. Well, this is the total at the end of the day. What's really going on? This bank owes that bank. It just gets logged somewhere. Just seems so phony.
I don't know. I'm
And the
not
same,
sure
and then with
how
countries too,
it is, but like
with
I
their
personally,
debts.
a lot of my life
Countries
was
owe
pretty
each
real.
other
I
money.
thought money was real. Last few years, I don't even think what it, it's not. What is it? Money? Yeah, I mean, like you say, at this point, it isn't even printing it or anything else. It's just decimal points. Like, computers aren't that old in our fucking existence. There was a time that there wasn't the computers, not that long ago. So money didn't exist there. Do you know what I mean? Money was
Yeah,
like on paper, maybe, or in whatever. Now money is just this X's and O's inside the computer. That's all it is, right? I mean, ultimately, if these robots and this IA and everything's coming into existence, they have all the money because it's inside the system. Like they can
Nvidia's printing money now.
There's no more money. Fuck you. We're keeping it all.
Yeah. Well, I think AI is what's keeping the one thing that's keeping the economy going. I think
It's
is
not
stock
in the
market.
real world, right? Like some things
It's
are
actually a
assets,
revolution.
commodities. Oh, those are things, right?
Yeah.
But most of the money is just inside the computer of what is money, right?
It's I don't understand it. But everyone's and no one really does, but everyone's trying to get it.
If you were ever really that rich, like it would be hard not to want to like own land, own things, tangible things. Like if most of your wealth is just this, like whatever the computer says you're worth, like wait,
Yeah.
that could go, like you don't have anything. You know what I mean? Like I'd be the one going, yeah, I don't want it in the computer. I want it in like real estate. I want it in
Yeah.
tangible.
Yeah. Actually, the richer you are, the more money you have, the less you see of money. Because it's like you're dealing with such large amounts. It's not like you pull it out of your wallet, or if any small cat, you probably have some handler or somebody that's like paying the
I've
coffee
been
guy or
around some
something.
like a few times in super rich people. What I realize is you get to a certain point, Rich, money, actual currency,
Never see it.
they don't, especially today where
You know.
credit card and all the whole world functions on that, the phone, the less need to actually have even a little spending money or whatever. No, I'm sure there's people so fucking rich, they've gone years and years and years and never ever touched currency. Like, why would you?
Yeah. I could see in the future be like, well, people used to
All
pass
right,
around
like, all right, we got our credit card and all
money.
that.
That sounds
Oh,
so
having
dirty.
some
They didn't get
money,
sick all the time. That sounds gross.
dirty
Pass it around.
paper and
You don't
shit.
know who was handling it. You don't know what they were doing with it. Yeah. What else do you pass on? CO2 tanks, maybe.
Well, I mean, I remember kind of thinking it when it happened, like, okay, so we freaked out over COVID, and especially at the beginning, you can't touch the surface, and you got to wipe everything down, and all this shit. But we never thought, well, hey, we got to stop the exchange of money because, like, why wasn't COVID exchanged through money? It probably was, right? But there was no way we could have said, oh yeah, don't trade money because if you have COVID
Yeah.
and pay somebody with money from your hand or whatever, you got like how much COVID got spread through money? Probably some.
See, you make me think I gotta like disinfect. Look, it's probably a good thing to do once it's soak in some bleach solution, sterilize your money. The bank does something. They handle the money. Supposedly they look at it, take out the bad, the old bills. And like that. Like supposedly that happens when they, even without printing money, they'll like take out a certain amount, put a new amount in, but it's supposed to be the same amount. But that
Yeah,
doesn't, it's like
ones I
M1,
worry
M2,
about are the dollar bills. There's sometimes I
money
get a
supplies.
dollar bill where I'm like, holy shit. You just look at it's like, wait, I don't even want to know where this dollar's been. It's like, holy fuck.
And at least they wear out like coins,
They
fuck.
do have a whole system where they're, once it gets to a certain place, damage wise or age, they pull it out and replace it.
Yeah.
I think at some point they have sorters that, like, yeah, even with the dollar bills, there's a certain thing, and if it goes through the money counter inside the bank or whatever, they take a certain amount, and those ones are finding it. Some of them are like almost to that point. They're like,
Yeah,
and
that's
then I
cool.
really can't stand it. Now, the rest of the money somehow separates a lot easier. If you ever get like brand new, like in the band, $1 bills, they stick together. Like it's like you have to count them a bunch of times because somehow when they're brand new, they like stick. If you had a band of 20s or whatever, they don't stick like that. When they're new, they're a little tricky. You got to make sure. But I noticed with dollar bills, and fuck, dude, when they're brand new, fuck that. Like,
Yeah.
you think that it's two of them stuck together, and it's actually three or four of them, like all together. And then when you try to like you have to like crinkle them up to get them to separate.
I'm gonna smoke another bowl. Yeah, maybe head out. Getting a bit late, but
Wow, it's already 1:30. Holy shit.
yeah, I was working fucking so long it woke me up again.
I was gonna set up my little thing to do this work, but I sometimes I've done it a few times, but a lot of times I'm like, it's too distracting or whatever. And then there's also a point where oh well, I wanted to get this and this done today, but all right, tomorrow's another day. But there's also a tipping point in all that. Like,
Yeah, that
I'm
came to
like
me tonight.
I've been there before where I was like paid the price of not. And there's certain things, oh no, water, certain things are mandatory. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's other things that I used to put a lot of pressure on myself and like be, if I burned out or flaked, I'd beat myself up a little. But I do notice sometimes when I wake up the next day and I did all the things, and then when I'm first getting up, I realize, oh yeah, last night I did that.
Yeah, I think about it too.
Then
Sometimes I go to sleep thinking about it. Like, oh yeah, I
I
did
feel
this
better
and this.
about it.
Yeah.
And then there's times when then I'll wake up and realize, oh yeah, fuck, I still got to do this and this. And then sometimes it's like, oh yeah, the reason I was going to do that yesterday is because today I really was going to go do this and this and this. That's why I needed to do it yesterday. And now all of a sudden you're under all this, builds up. Because I'm lazy and procrastinator a lot of times, but I don't beat myself up over it. It's all good. Because ultimately I've been doing this long enough to know there's a little bit of leeway you have, only a little bit. You can call in sick once in a while, only once in a while. If you call in sick too many times, you're getting fired. It's the same thing. Even though you're your own boss, the same principle applies.
So Fubi had some of the cheetah breath that or cheetah piss that
Yeah.
he kind of like that too. Yeah, I hear a bunch of people
I
doing things
actually,
with Flora too. He's
finger
puts up
told
to having
me
a cut.
a lot of times the strain, his meanage, and all that. I'll read it, and then like a month later, I can't even remember. But somehow I pulled up cheetah piss, and cheetah piss is okay. These two strains are actually, I guess, in what I read, technically the same. Lemon something, lemonado, which is a cookie strain that was in a mylar, but that strain was actually gelato 42, which I'm pretty familiar with gelato 41 and gelato. I grew a couple, but never 42. But I know that there were like a number of these phenos that came out of gelato that are all kind of different, right? the varying degrees. So this is Cheetah Piss is gelato 42 crossed into lemon pound cake. That's a cookie strain, I guess, or whatever. But then, because I really like the stone of it, right? So I read further, and I can't pronounce the turf, but it's the one called carpa penylene or some carpa. Fuck, I don't know. That's its dominant one, and then there's a little limonene, which I was surprised because I don't. It's not like enough of it that it seems like that, even though the name suggests it should have some lemon. I don't. Maybe somebody else gets that hint out of it. Because I don't like citrus turf. So if it was really citrusy, I wouldn't have liked it. And then, wait, lemony, and then like what's the third one? The one that's like pepper. Or wait, the carpa whatever is more like pepper. I forget. I should pull it up. Yeah, I like the high of it. Like the apples taste fucking funkier and more, and this is different. It's not like it's not bad tasting weed by any means, but it's not the greatest tasting weed. But it has, out of the ones I've been growing, has the best effect for me. And I think that some of those greatest effects are not that there isn't commonality between people. There's some of that, but now that gets into like individual metabolism and endocannabinoid system and how your body and your brain and all the variables in between react to some different things. And
unique makeups. Yeah. Things for the blood-brain barrier, making it more accessible.
yeah, I'm familiar with the whole thing, but I've never really paid attention over all the years of the weeds that I preferred out of all the different weeds I've grown, of what the terp and the breakdowns. But I used to there long ago when first a lot of that stuff talk started coming around. Back then I was growing a lot of OG, which is mercy. I used to think, oh yeah, the turp and what I really like is mercy. Like most of the weeds are high in myrcene that I like. But now all of a sudden there's a bunch of weeds I really like, and then myrcene isn't the dominant thing at all in it. Different things are. And when you read on Leafly and whatever and all this stuff, I don't even know. Like, especially when you get into the written paragraph and shit, I've never read so much bullshit that, like, oh, it's good for this. It's not like some of it is, what do you call it, counter to, like in my mind, weeds that are good at this aren't good at this. You know what I mean? But sometimes they'll write up something where it's good for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like some of those are like crafted written because they're only little paragraphs, but like I don't know how. I mean, I think a lot of that's written to try to just sell.
Like carrots are good for eyesight. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's got vitamin A
I try to just stick to like
the logic.
Like testing levels and shit. I sometimes read the things it says. Like sometimes it says how it grows and it says this and that. And a lot of times I do not think those are very accurate. The right, like the little paragraph that A lot
Yeah.
of those seem to be like sales or like trying to make it appealing.
I don't even read those anymore. But yeah, I used to. Oh, how many weeks it takes or whatever. Sometimes, it does give an indication because some plants are pretty fast finishers. But other than
Well,
that,
I
it's
mean,
like that
it is
and the
pretty
regular.
cool that that you can pretty much put in all the
No one's selling seeds for like 14
like
weeks or
okay,
anything.
my buddy could be on here because my friend that gave me all these clones that I've been working, all these old things that came from him, and then he texted me. I don't talk to him that much, even though he's local. I should hang out with him. We've met a few times, but like after I was on last week and I was talking about JFK, right? I get a text from him. He said, "Yeah, I heard you on the show, and you were talking about JFK. I think you might. It might have been like, and it's easy to figure this out." He says, "I don't think it was JFK I gave you. If it's first off, he was saying if it's a strain from me, I don't think. I think the thing you think is JFK was actually JFR. Okay, an R or K. Yeah, written on a Sharpie on a cube. Uh, could have got misinterpreted, misforwarded on, and what probably was JFR on the first clone he gave me. By the time it got to the second clone or the third clone, either me, my partner, somebody like didn't see it as JFR and put JFK. Okay, so JFK was just fucking Kush, all this and that. And I read all this shit about it, all this. No, that's not what strain this is. And it's from a bag seed project. He's a breeder guy too, and all this. I don't think he tries to sell them and stuff. It's for more his own thing. So it's text me this whole thing, which even that makes me like the story I'm going to tell. Yeah, that's better than the other story for sure. Okay, so yep, it's JFR. Okay, I could pull it up. It was a pollination of one thing to some other thing, things that are current. I think sour diesel was part of it, or I forget what it was. And a friend, one of his good friends was. Wait, I'm telling this story. I got to have the facts right.
Yeah. Or,
But it's an example of where, without any intent, it like, and that's probably happened so many times over the decades in cannabis, where no intent to like mislabel or misinform or whatever, something just got like lost in translation or whatever you say. So it was a bag seed because he had the sour diesel that threw a banana or two if the conditions got tough, and it pollinated a cut of PCG cup cookies. Might have hermed onto the sour, but honestly, I wasn't 100% sure. Just thought I'd give you a little backstory. My good friend died and whatever. And he used to say his initials were JFR. That stood for Johnny fucking Reno. And hence the name comes from me just paying respect to him and naming it after my late friend. And like I say, I like, okay, Johnny fucking Reno. Yeah, JFR. But Like if he didn't hear me, because I don't know, I don't always look in the chat, or some people just watch and listen, don't always say anything. He didn't hear me like say, "Oh yeah, this one's chain," and then correct me. Well, could have just kept going down the JFK line. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
With no
yeah.
intent, it wasn't like, but it's so like it was like a little thing like that could so easily happen. You know what I mean? Let alone like even him. I use these 1.5 inch Rockwell cubes for
Yeah.
like fucking 30 years.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things you can do clones in, but these I can take a Sharpie and write initials
Yeah,
on it.
everyone writes this.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then we're sticking
it
it.
is
I know
dangerous.
people that use tags, even do things where they write on the tray, and so this row is this and this row is that. But the like even those Cocoa Pete ones, it's hard to label those, right? So you would have to label the tray they're on or whatever. I can imagine with tags and all that and human error. Oh, so many things
Well,
over
you
the
said K
decades.
looks like an R. Oh, is that a one or an I?
It really, it was like wasn't marked like like
P.
this way. The rooted plant has a thing on it that isn't coming off. It has the initials of what it is on it. And
Yeah.
like, dude,
Maybe if I said it like Masonic, he's got this app
man,
that he
you need to
uses.
go buy some more because some of them are out. But I have like all these
Uh-huh.
colors.
Yeah, I try to use colors too.
Like, oh, so for
Yeah,
2 years
color
now,
tags also.
GG for grape gas, it's in red always. Slaps gets the purple and says SL. Cheetah piss is in this yellow orange one. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah, try
yellow
to,
one
yeah,
is CP.
yeah,
And
yellow,
then
like,
the
I don't
new
know, I would
one,
think yellow cheetah.
Serb Crasher is in the orange. So then, and then when I move them into the Hugo, the sleeve with the writing on it comes
You
up,
keep that.
not off, because then the it's always around
Yeah, yeah,
the
around
plane,
the stem there.
right?
Yeah,
And with these pens, unlike some other pens,
like the
they never
tag.
fade. It doesn't fade. So for 2-3 months, when you harvest it, cut it down, each plant has the original Rockwell tag on it. Now, hey, you can buy and get a lot more cubes that don't have the sleeve in this other packaging, but I've always paid the whatever, gone up over the years for these ones with the sleeve to write it down. I can't imagine. I've seen examples where they use the Cocoa Pete things or all that. Yeah, they put tags in it or they do oh, that's a tag can fall out and be like, oh, well, which one is it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I use the tags that go around the stem and yeah, kind of it's the hole you put it through and it stays. And yeah, different colors, come in different colors, and you can write on them pretty
There's
easily.
been a couple times in that, and like when we take whatever clones that somehow a grape gas cut got taken and marked as this. And usually it doesn't become apparent until that plant's in like a certain
Like flowering or something, or yeah,
which
yeah,
by
oh shit.
then the offspring have been already like, and then it's happened once where we had to like, we weren't sure like in that variety because uh, uh, So then, but ultimately each variety is very slightly different. And if you take the time and get with it, you can tell it in veg, right? Yeah, you can, right? And then a lot of times it wouldn't be, we eliminate the ones that were wrong. We would just only take clones from the ones that we were 100% sure were right. And then get it back on track. Because,
Yeah.
mistakes
I
happen.
hate that.
Like, it's not
So
even
you
a
have to take
mistake.
more though.
It's
Sometimes
like,
like, oh, maybe it's
yeah,
this one or that one.
you're reaching out in a tray with a bunch of plants and you're cutting a bunch of clones and you think this one's from that plant, but actually it's from that other plant that it grew over next to that plant. You know what I mean? And now you miss, you fucked up.
Yeah.
It happens. Now you could avoid that by happening by not like reaching out and just cutting along out in the canopy and separating each plant and doing it that way. But
Writing the full names of things on the tags instead of just letters.
like
But
with
it's
seeds,
harder. You need bigger
I can't
tags.
imagine like doing seeds where you don't have them like the well tags. I mean, tags don't come out that often, but they do.
Yeah. No, the ones that go in the dirt, yeah, those are bad. Yeah, you lose those or
Like
or
Jody, who
they
used to
fall
work
on, or
so
you
many.
transplant and you pull them off, take it out, and I put it on a table, and then I'm like 2 transplants down. I realize, oh wait, I forgot to put the
Like
tags
the
back in the
last
pots after I
few years,
transplanted.
my main worker's name was Jody, right? She was cool, and somehow in the couple years she worked for me, I used tags, and then each bucket had a tag. Okay,
The stick
so
kind.
I had to be harvesting, and all of a sudden I'd be like, "Wait, this plant doesn't have a tag. What? Wait, this plant doesn't have another one doesn't have a tag." Guarantee you, because I set each plant. There's no way that I put a plant in wherever without having a tag. So somewhere in the 60 days, in her either helping defoliate, maybe hand wash, barest minimum. I did it for so many years and never would have this problem. Never. All of a sudden, the years she worked for me, over and over, I used to think, is she sabotaging me? Right? Because wait, what happened that a plant out on the tray way over here, somehow its tag's not there, and I don't even, where is the tag? Okay, like tags would just vanish, right?
Yeah, that's weird. I used to
Oh,
knocking it out too. You know, if it's in the
but
rock wall or something.
like all workers, I just there was like, hey, I had my other worker Cutter for years. He would never have a problem like that. He was the guy that if he touched anything, a pump, a fan, a timer, anything, I used to say he's like all thumbs, it would break, right? Like I'd have a whole room set up and running and run for all this time, no problem. Like, okay, don't touch anything. Then I'd go out of town, he'd watch my place for a couple days, and all of a sudden, we're talking about for years. It was like something would always break. And yeah, it was like no one else had things break, right? It always broke when you were like however whatever happened, I don't even know. But yeah, and he would break a lot of shit too. Shit would break when he was taking care of shit. I don't think he purposely broke anything, but like I say, he touched something, it would break. That's some people. That's their energy. That's their thing. when I was younger and first had workers, I guess you call it browbeat. Like when someone would make a mistake or something, I'd get like, the wrong way to be. Like I would like scold. I don't even know, scold them or like ride them about it or all this. And then after so many years, and it wasn't always easy because sometimes things would happen. People would fuck up, right? I learned how to like, no matter what, and no matter how fucked up it was, and how I felt about it, I would like stay like level about it. Like I'm like, because ultimately, all those things that this is a lesson of it. All those things that happen, I'm in charge. I'm right. The fact that I decided to go out of town or I didn't do it myself, and hey, okay, that's how it happened, not because of what you did. Yeah, so I looked at it that way. Like whatever happened, it was my fault, and never would like, yeah. What I do is blame them. Like, how could you do that? How stupid could you have been? Like, like that kind of shit. I get all uptight about it, right? Bent on it, right? For years, I was that way when I was younger. Somewhere in it, I don't know. I'd have to think. I remember getting mature enough, and then I realized, like, yeah, you get better results, right? Yeah. And you realize, well, ultimately,
Yeah.
it's my fault, right? It's my fault. Not your fault. It's my fault. And then try to make it a teaching moment or a learning moment or whatever. That works much better than that whole like.
Yeah, it's already done. Move on. And
I mean, I'm sure somebody relates to what I'm saying because, and it really is all in my quest for perfection and everything being right, things I just assume other people would realize and think or know. Well, not, no.
well, I'm gonna get ready for bed.
Yeah, it's that time.
You still got any work to do?
Well, I got a little bit, but
A little bit.
the
Yeah.
couple hour project to defoliate, clean up the veg because it's getting reset by Sunday night, Monday when after I clean up the room. Oh well. Sometimes when I do that project, just due to timing, I do it when I'm moving the plants from the bedroom to the flower room and setting them. That's when I go and clean them up and get all the blowers off and do whatever to them. Oh, it's sometimes better if you could, because even you think it's only 2 days, but oh no, you clean them up,
Put them back.
leave them in veg for 2 days. Oh, you'd be like, holy
Yeah.
shit, man, look,
That's what I did tonight.
it came right back. And the other logic
I'm gonna
behind that
spray
is
them too.
sometimes when you do turning them back is like one thing. Cleaning them up is another thing. Spraying them, which sometimes, like when I used to stack it all on top of each other, sometimes I'd feel like that was too much for the plant to go through in one day. Where if you cleaned them up one day, moved them a day or two later, sprayed them another day later, it would be less traumatic on the plant. Sometimes I'd put all those things at once. Oh, it's easy. When I'm moving them, I'll spray them while I'm moving them, I'll clean them up. And so it would go through all those shocks or changes or, all at once. And then sometimes you'd see, oh yeah, they're not that happy for a day. Where, oh, if you spread it out, which was my plan tonight, but oh well. It's not like I don't even know. Yeah, you could probably quantify it to a couple percent, but it's not like the other way. One thing about plants or cannabis plants, they're like so versatile or so like drive
Yeah.
to like do well. Like it is kind of. I know at the beginning it doesn't seem that way, but once you do it for a while, it's like almost hard to kill or fuck them up.
Especially in hydro.
Like, yeah. I mean, well, sometimes that
Oh,
it,
yeah,
it
synthetic.
takes time. You've lost time. Like, oh, but ultimately, the plant, like they're so diverse, or um, it amazes me sometimes where you like a couple times like we've taken plants that and taken all these clones. There's like nothing. There's nothing, right? Where normally like, oh, that would, and then all of a sudden, like you just leave it, and then all of a sudden the root and the stems that you left behind, all of a sudden it starts growing again. And then a week or a month later, you're like, holy shit, look at this one. So like,
Yeah. Yeah, and there are slow ones, but yeah, some of them are amazing.
what would they call it? Digger,
Varieties.
whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that hybrid varieties. Yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I've got one that's slow. Okay. Yeah, it's good talking to you. Talk to you next
Yeah.
time. All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
But
Can you end it?
I think so. Let me see. Oh, wait.